Hey friends, hope you're all doing well. We're doing okay too, just really tired since we've been working non-stop. We wanted to answer a question many of you ask: how does our publishing process work? Most of our audiobooks are first posted on Patreon as paid content. They stay behind a paywall for a few months. After that, they become free to access on Patreon forever. Then, a few weeks later, we upload them to other platforms like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, our community hasn't been growing much, and we could really use your help. Please share our site in your Facebook groups, Discord servers, Reddit threads, Twitter, X, or with any friends who might be interested. Every little bit helps and we really appreciate it. Thanks a lot for being with us and supporting what we do. Was his dedication as a doting father really this strong? Glancing at the now thoroughly embarrassed Mr. Spencer, Kyajuk couldn't help but marvel at his resolve. Well, Kyajuk-kun, there's actually a bit of a backstory to it. Mr. Spencer wiped the sweat from his brow with a white handkerchief, attempting to explain. And he's not just a helper, he's also a huge otaku. And Lily. That's enough. Take Kyajuk-kun to your room. I won't bother you two any longer. Before she could finish exposing him, Mr. Spencer hastily interrupted. He'd find out sooner or later anyway. Despite her words, Ariri decided to let her father off the hook, choosing to preserve his dignity in front of an outsider. Let's go. She hopped off her chair and strode away without looking back. Still somewhat bewildered by the conversation, Kyajuk gave a slight bow to Mr. Spencer before following after her. Watching Ariri ascend the grand redwood spiral staircase in her green tracksuit, Kyajuk felt an itch in his obsessive-compulsive tendencies. A staircase like this called for a princess dress, not twin tails and a tracksuit. Ariri, why are Sayuri-san and Robin-san dressed so formally, but you? Catching up to her in 2 steps, Kyajuk asked, genuinely curious. Mom always dresses up, even when she's alone. Dad put on formal wear to welcome you. As for me. Ariri turned around, standing 1 step above Kyajuk so that their eyes met. Lifting her chin proudly, she tried to adopt a lofty expression, her blue eyes staring straight into his. But the moment their gazes locked, a soft blush crept up her pale cheeks. Flustered, she quickly turned away before continuing in a smaller voice. You're not some important person, so why should I bother changing just to greet you? Her words came out fast, tinged with a hint of embarrassment, completely failing to achieve the effect Ariri had imagined. That's right, this was exactly it. It absolutely wasn't because she had been so absorbed in drawing a piece based on Kyajuk that she lost track of time. And it definitely wasn't because her mother had let Kyajuk in without notifying her, leaving her no time to change or make herself presentable. Ugh, seriously, this is so annoying. He's already seen me looking a mess twice now. All my carefully crafted disguises are ruined. Fuming at the thought, the girl stomped forward, each step making the staircase echo with loud thuds. If it's not a big deal, then why are you so mad? Watching Ariri inexplicably get angrier, Kyajuk followed behind, utterly bewildered. Once inside her room, he took a moment to look around and noticed a significant change he hadn't caught before. Last time, the cabinet beside the work desk had been stacked with towering drafts. Now, those drafts were nowhere to be seen, replaced instead by a scanner. After deciding to collaborate with Ariri on the manga, Kyajuk had done some research. He immediately recognized the machine. Additionally, another table had been added next to her main work desk, each table equipped with a computer and a drawing tablet. Damn. So this is what it means to be rich. I love it. No wonder she told me I didn't need to bring anything, she had already prepared everything in advance. I didn't ask you, but given your drawing skills, switching from traditional to digital shouldn't be an issue for you. So, I went ahead and got a tablet set up. Ariri sat in her usual seat and pointed to the new table beside her. You can use the computer on the right. You haven't used a drawing tablet before, but with your brain, I'm sure you'll pick it up quickly. Thanks. Kyajuk said sincerely. It's just my dad's old computer. It's not like I got it just for you. Hearing the genuine appreciation in his voice, Ariri's face turned red. She quickly lowered her head and powered on the computer. Glancing at the clearly brand new computer and drawing tablet, Kyajuk hesitated for only 3 seconds before promptly sitting down. The one who pays is the boss. Who was he to argue with a rich girl? That would be reckless. Ariri leaned over to help him set up the computer and configure the tablet. Their chairs were already close, and when she bent forward slightly, the collar of her shirt slipped down, revealing a patch of fair skin. A faint, pleasant scent drifted toward him, subtly invading his senses. She didn't seem very familiar with the tablet either and struggled to get it working. Frustration was evident on her face, her adorable fang peeking out slightly as if she were about to take a bite out of the device. Meanwhile, Kyajuk, now with time to spare, found himself pondering that scent. Eggs? Could it be that Ariri really liked eating eggs? The image of her earlier at the dining table, boldly stuffing a whole fried egg into her mouth, flashed through his mind. Wait. That's not right. That scent wasn't something real, it was his unique sense picking up something like a biological signature. Sakura smelled like morning dew, which made sense, she was full of energy, and dew symbolized vitality. But eggs? What was the connection? Kyajuk? It's ready. What are you spacing out for? Ariri turned back, only to see him staring intently at her neck. Her face flushed, and just as she was about to scold him for being a pervert, she realized he was lost in thought. Ariri, do you like eggs? The question slipped out before he could stop himself. Huh? If they're cooked well, then yeah. Though confused, Ariri still answered. I see. Why do you ask? No reason. You just looked like you really enjoyed that fried egg earlier. Ariri's head shot up, glaring at him in embarrassment. And whose fault do you think that was? If you hadn't suddenly stared at me, I wouldn't have been startled, my fork wouldn't have dropped, and I wouldn't have eaten like that. Yes, it's all my fault. Let's just get started, shall we? Kyajuk wisely chose to take the blame and move on. Damn right it is. Ariri huffed, clicking her mouse to open a file. I edited the sketches you drew last time. Kyajuk leaned over to take a look. The rough black and white drafts he had made were now fully colored. Dialogue boxes were added, crying sounds from a little girl, a villain's taunting words, the crash of a collapsing building. Ariri had even extrapolated the story's development from just 3 crude panels, drawing a scene of Saitama rushing in. Except, her version of Saitama was flying. She had also designed a uniform, adding a giant fist emblem on the chest, with subtle shading to create a leather-like texture. His cape billowed dramatically in the wind as he soared through the sky. Well? Though she kept her eyes on the screen, Kyajuk could hear the unmistakable anticipation in her voice. She wanted praise. This is amazing. You're incredible, Ariri-sensei. Although he desperately wanted to restore Saitama's original, plain look, as a self-proclaimed master of human relationships, he knew now was the time for unreserved compliments. It's not that impressive. I just touched up your work a little, said the girl who had spent 4 consecutive nights painstakingly working with an unfamiliar tablet. I remember you mentioning a bit about the plot last time, but do you have a more detailed outline? Now satisfied with the praise, the blonde girl eagerly returned to work. Hold on. Before we start, we need to discuss something important. Kyajuk's tone grew serious. What is it? Ariri asked, puzzled. How are we going to structure our collaboration? Will it be a hired position or a partnership? Hired position? Like a manga assistant. You help her find the manga, and I pay you. TCH. I know what a manga assistant is. I'm asking why we're even discussing this. I just added a few details, it's nothing. Just consider it my way of thanking you for your help last time. No way. You already helped me a ton by teaching me how to draw. How can I just take advantage of you for free? Take advantage? Ariri's face turned crimson as she instinctively prepared to attack with her twin tails. Wait. That's not what I meant. To prevent getting a mouthful of hair, Kyajuk quickly reached out to hold her back. Pervert. Even restrained, Ariri continued muttering under her breath. What I mean is, this is your hard work. I can't just take it for granted, that would be disrespectful. Her mind immediately conjured up a string of inappropriate, 18+ scenarios from those words. Don't be so serious. The main plot and core of the manga are yours. I'd be drawing anyway, so this is just a way to practice. It's no big deal. If that's the case, I'd rather hire some second-rate assistant. Why are you so stubborn? Those amateurs could never bring your crazy art to life like I can. Right? Since this is something only you can do, the sheer rarity alone means I have to find a way to keep you by my side no matter what. Idiot. Don't say things that can be so easily misunderstood. Chapter 124, 124 Unforgivables. An Ariri face flushed as she protested, but deep down, she was thrilled. She was delighted by Kyajuk's recognition of her value and satisfied by the affirmation of her abilities. Fine, I'll do it. Just pay me 1,000 yen a day. Actually, I wasn't planning on hiring you. Kyajuk muttered under his breath. What? Are you messing with me? Still basking in her excitement, Ariri's mood took a sharp turn at his words, instantly flaring into anger. What was with this guy? One moment he said she was invaluable to him, and the next, he wouldn't even spare a measly 1,000 yen? Her heart swelled with grievance. She was already willing to help him for free, yet now no, wait. That's not what I meant. Kyajuk hurriedly explained upon seeing her face darken. What I'm saying is that the standard pay for a manga assistant doesn't even come close to the value of what you're offering. And that 1,000 yen? It's way below market price. Then what do you suggest? Spit it all out at once. If you keep me in suspense, I won't help you draw. Though she said this with irritation, the truth was that she had already decided to help him, no matter what. Let's make this a joint project. We'll co-author the manga and share the profits equally. Kyajuk hesitated before speaking. Initially, he had only planned to give Ariri a cut of the manga's profits while keeping all the rights for himself. But when he saw the amount of effort and passion she had poured into those illustrations, he couldn't bring himself to be that stingy. Co-author? Do you even understand what you're saying? Ariri stared at him, mouth slightly open, her bright blue eyes filled with disbelief. More or less. Then why? Aren't you drawing this manga just to make money? Even if it gets serialized, it won't bring in that much. If you split it with me, you'll have even less left for yourself. Even if I need money, there are some things that should never be compromised. Hearing this, Ariri lowered her head in thought for a few seconds before looking back up at him. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she grinned. Haha. So this is your so-called morality driven by personal interest? If you want to put it that way, sure. Though Kyajuk was technically copying a manga from his past life, he still deeply respected the hard work that went into creative endeavors. A flexible moral compass could be spun into a noble pursuit, right? One day, when he made money, he'd make sure to compensate everyone generously. Alright, I accept. But I won't co-author it with you. You have your principles, and I have my pride. I, Ariri, will create a work of my own. Her voice was brimming with confidence. Anyone who heard her declaration wouldn't doubt for a second that she would achieve her goal. Then let's give it our all. Kyajuk, thrilled to have recruited such a powerhouse, grinned. First, let's properly discuss the story outline. Ariri opened a blank document, ready to take notes. She knew Kyajuk was a complete newbie, so she would have to guide him through the process. Well, even though you keep asking about the outline, I don't actually have one. Kyajuk admitted sheepishly. That's fine. An outline is basically just your ideas for how the story will unfold. For example, if your manga is about heroes fighting monsters, think of it like Ultraman. What kind of monsters do they battle? What's the backstory behind these monsters? What are their abilities? And then, what kind of heroes are there? What's their history and skill set? Ariri, on the verge of debuting as a gen artist, was clearly well versed in story development. She spoke with such clarity and confidence that Kyajuk felt utterly lost. To be honest, while he remembered parts of the original manga's plot, recreating it in full was another matter entirely. As for the monsters, he could recall Cockroach Man, Subterranean King, Crab Man, Vaccine Man, the Giant, Deep Sea King. Oh, and the meteor, the one from the episode that partially revealed Saitama's perspective on heroism. Then there were others. Seaweed Man? Mosquito Woman? Mad Scientist? Artificial monsters. And later, the Monster Association. Wait, now that he thought about it, even though he couldn't remember all the details, the fragments he did recall were already enough to create a lengthy series. So, he relayed everything he could remember to Ariri, who diligently recorded it all. So, what's the core appeal of this manga? We need to establish that first, because every part of the story, whether it's the heroes, the monsters, or the plot twists, must revolve around that central theme. Kyajuk had braced himself for Ariri to roast his jumbled ideas, but instead, she furrowed her brows in concentration and methodically helped him organize his thoughts. As he marveled at her professionalism, he also pushed himself to think harder. The appeal. It's about creating a protagonist who feels like the final boss from the very first chapter. An invincible hero. Saitama, the embodiment of pure, overwhelming power. No matter how strong the monsters are, he can defeat them in a single punch. Alright, with that as the core theme, we need to figure out how to emphasize the protagonist's strength. Like you said, we can do that through the monster's power levels, which, in turn, should be highlighted by the presence of other heroes. There's one hero called Mumen Rider. He has no superpowers and is ranked at the lowest tier. In everyday life, he's just a regular office worker. But whenever he sees a monster attack, he rushes to the scene on his bicycle, no matter how dangerous the enemy is. Hero rankings? Ariri paused in her typing. Yeah, heroes are ranked from lowest to highest, C, B, A, and S. Monsters are categorized as wolf, tiger, demon, dragon, and god. Nice, simple and effective. 1 hour later. What you've told me so far is enough to sustain a 6-month serialization. But what happens after that? Ariri pulled her hands away from the keyboard, revealing a neatly organized story structure in the document. She had somehow turned Kyajuk's chaotic ideas into a coherent narrative plan. At that point, He could only hope for divine inspiration or maybe some generous gifts from a certain someone. He had already recalled as much as he could, thanks to one sensei's unique art style making things more memorable. But as for the later arcs, especially the Monster Association, he was completely blank. He could only give Ariri a rough outline and let her fill in the gaps. What if we just stop updating when we reach that point? Kyajuk tested the waters. Huh? Do you even hear yourself? That's pure evil. Ariri, who had been maintaining a serious demeanor, instantly exploded with fury. I mean, isn't it common for authors to suddenly go on hiatus? Do you even understand how heartbreaking that is for readers? Remembering all the authors who had vanished mid-story, Ariri clenched her fists in frustration. A hiatus is an unforgivable sin. Alright. No hiatus. I'll figure something out when the time comes. Kyajuk quickly surrendered. No. You start figuring it out now. Though still huffing with anger, she let the matter slide for now. Besides, who knows? We might get taxed before we even get that far. Kyajuk muttered under his breath. Huh? What did you just say? Are you doubting your own story, or do you not have faith in my drawing skills? The girl, whose anger had just started to subside, put down her stylus and glared at him, clearly annoyed. Sorry. Please forgive a newbie's lack of confidence. With the invincible drawing skills of Ariri-sensei, our manga is bound to be a massive hit. Now, let's get started already. Realizing he'd misspoken, Kyajuk quickly apologized. Humphrey, that's more like it. Remember this: if even the creator has no confidence in their work, how can they expect to move others? A true work of art is something the creator pours their entire soul into. Ariri declared passionately, like the protagonist of a morning drama, her words filled with hot-blooded determination. Got it. I understand, Ariri-sensei. Thank you for the lesson. Kyajuk replied, knowing full well that the tsundere girl was just trying to encourage him in her own way. You've already gotten the hang of using the tablet, so let's start working on the first chapter. When it comes to manga, people argue over what the most important element is. Some say it's the artwork, others say the story, some insist on paneling, and others emphasize character design. Take One Punch Man's original creator, One Sensei, for example. His storytelling, paneling, and character designs were so compelling that even with his unique art style, he still managed to attract a massive fan base. This proves just how crucial those elements are. For Kyajuk, who had already watched both the anime and manga, things were much easier than starting from scratch. Even if his memory wasn't perfect, he had a solid framework to follow. The character designs? He could just copy them as is. As for paneling, even if he couldn't recall every detail, his highly analytical mind allowed him to logically deduce movement and spatial composition, making sure the characters truly came to life on the page. Alright, I've got this. Having sorted everything out in his mind, Kyajuk rolled up his sleeves, took a deep breath, and gripped his stylus with determination. Ariri scooted her chair closer, sitting right next to him. Whenever he hesitated, unable to put pen to screen, she would offer some guidance. Unfortunately, since he wasn't drawing in his signature soulful art style, the comedic value took a serious hit. What a shame, Ariri thought, just as she caught sight of Kyajuk's version of Saitama drawn in a completely different style from hers. Shouldn't his uniform have some kind of emblem? She asked. No need. That's part of his charm. Kyajuk replied firmly, though deep down, he wasn't entirely sure if One Sensei had left it blank due to artistic intent or simply because he couldn't be bothered with details. Can he fly? No. He got strong through training. No matter how much a human works out, they shouldn't suddenly be able to fly, right? And yet, doing push-ups and squats made him invincible? That's supposed to be logical? Ugh, stop nitpicking. Kyajuk pouted. Huh? Hearing that all-too-familiar phrase, Ariri froze. Wait a second. Why does this feel so familiar? Before she could challenge him on it, the door suddenly swung open. Both of them instinctively turned their heads. My, you two seem to be getting along quite well. A teasing voice called out. It was Sayuri-san, standing there with a plate of freshly cut fruit, wearing a knowing smile as she glanced at her daughter. Following her mother's gaze, Ariri turned back and immediately noticed something. In her focus on watching Kyajuk draw, she had unconsciously leaned closer and closer. Now, she was practically pressed up against him. Worse still, her moist, cherry-red lips were barely 5 centimeters away from his face. Realizing this, Ariri instantly leaned back in a panic, waving her hands frantically. We're not getting along at all. We're just work partners, that's all. He's nothing more than my new money-making tool. That's it. Blabbering excuses, Ariri quickly stood up. With her short yet perfectly proportioned legs, She took a few quick steps over to her mother and snatched the fruit plate from her hands. Then, under Sayuri's amused smirk, she slammed the door shut with a bright red face. Don't bother us until dinner. That's quite a lot of time. Plenty of opportunities to do all sorts of things. Sayuri's teasing voice rang out from the other side of the door. Shut up. Sayuri shouted her signature catchphrase at the top of her lungs, as if trying to reclaim ownership of it from Hyuga. And you. She turned to glare at him. Quit staring and get back to work. We need to finish enough pages for our first submission before dinner. Still grinning at her flustered reaction, Hyuga quickly lowered his head and resumed his literary plagiarism mission. With his near-perfect memory and precise hand control, Hyuga worked like a drawing machine, quickly finishing the parts featuring Crab Man, Vaccine Man, and the Giant. According to Sayuri, for their submission, they needed around 60 to 70 pages. Hyuga wrapped up 60, leaving some room for Sayuri to add extra details. After packaging the files and sending them over to her, his work was done for now. At first, Sayuri had been laughing non-stop at the ridiculous character designs like a crab man in a diaper, a brat with a butt-shaped chin, and a giant who accidentally killed his brother while scratching an itch. But once she received the files, her expression turned serious. She put on her anti-smudge gloves, picked up her stylus, and dove into the meticulous task of polishing the pages. Seeing her so focused, Hyuga pulled out his phone, thinking he could check if Shouko, Sakura, or Naoko had sent any updates about tomorrow's Azalea Festival plans. However, before he could even unlock the screen, Sayuri caught him. Without looking away from her tablet, she spoke in a firm tone. What do you think you're doing? Sit next to me and watch carefully. There are parts I need your input on before I can proceed. Oh, okay. Like a scolded grade schooler, Hyuga quickly scooted his chair over. Idiot, not that close. Feeling his breath on her face, Sayuri's cheeks flushed as she hurriedly protested. Oh, then I'll move back a little. Hyuga said with a smirk, shifting exactly 1 centimeter away. You. Humphrey. Realizing he was messing with her, Sayuri huffed but didn't argue further. Instead, she turned her attention back to her work. For the color page, what's your vision for Saitama's outfit? Yellow jumpsuit, not too tight, though, needs to be a bit loose. Black belt, red gloves and boots, pure white cape. And most importantly, his bald head must be perfectly smooth and shiny. Really? Sayuri had a million things she wanted to complain about, but she simply sighed and got to work. What about Crabman's chest? Should it look like muscle, or a crab shell? Huh? Hyuga blinked. Was there a difference? Staring at his own crude sketch, he made a decision. He's a monster, so go with the shell. But monsters usually have muscles. Sayuri argued. Then why would he get mad over a kid drawing nipples on his chest? Fair point. An hour later. Sayuri, take a break. Stand up, stretch, rest your eyes for a bit. Huh? But we're in a rush, we need to move faster. Interrupted from her drawing trance, Sayuri wanted to protest. But hearing the concern in Hyuga's voice, she couldn't bring herself to argue. Instead, she simply pouted. No way. If you keep going like this, your eyes will give out, and your future kids will be nearsighted too. Hyuga insisted. In truth, he had wanted to say this half an hour ago, but seeing Sayuri so focused, he couldn't bring himself to interrupt her. It was only when he noticed her wincing and stretching her neck in discomfort that he finally steeled himself and spoke up. Come on, get up and do some radio calisthenics with me. Without waiting for a response, he grabbed Sayuri by the arm and pulled her up. Alright, I get it. Shaking off his hand, Sayuri adjusted her clothes and shot back. Are you one of those neon people obsessed with collecting likes for doing radio exercises? Like Hyuga, Sayuri had a rather flexible sense of nationality. Whenever she faced something that Japanese people loved but she didn't, she would instantly become British. Haha, if you say that, one day I'll take you to Akihabara to do radio calisthenics in public. Yada. Absolutely not. The horrifying image popped into her mind: middle-aged men in business suits awkwardly dancing in commercials or music videos. No way. That was even worse than being outed as an otaku. Then hurry up and exercise with me. Sitting for too long is bad for both your body and your eyes. You used to get sick a lot, didn't you? Staying up late to draw all the time, never exercising. Hearing his words, Sayuri silently took off her glasses and stepped behind him, stretching her arms and legs to follow along. The sickly beauty of Shimamura Middle School. That was one of Sayuri's secret nicknames at school. It wasn't meant to imply she was pure and untouchable. It was because she got sick so often, at least once a month, without fail. But to achieve exceptional talent, pure talent alone was never enough. Except for this freak, Hyuga. Anyway, because of a certain obsession in her heart, Ayuri had spent years staying up late drawing day after day, month after month, year after year. With a lifestyle like that, of course, her body suffered. Of course, her eyesight got worse. Kyajuk. If he ever runs out of money, I'll lend him my share first. No interest. And he can come over to eat whenever he wants. Dad seems to like him anyway. Watching the boy in front of her waving his arms and legs, calling out, 1, 2, 3, 4. And urging her to keep up, Ayuri felt a strange warmth flow through her chest. Aside from her parents, no one had ever cared about her like this, not even the childhood friend she once believed in. With that thought, she shook off her fatigue, straightened her back, and focused on matching his rhythm. Put some effort into it. What, you didn't eat dinner? Chapter 125, 125 Lily, Kyajuk-kun, what are you two doing? Idiot. Do you have any idea how strong a girl can be? This guy. Give me back my touching moment. Ayuri huffed in frustration, her small canine tooth twitching. If she hadn't personally experienced just how solid the muscles beneath that t-shirt were, she would have pounced on him and bitten this infuriating guy to death. Up, down, left, right. Okay, now look into the distance. After finishing their final set of eye exercises, Kyajuk and Ayuri stepped out onto the balcony. It was a semicircular balcony, much like the ones found in castle-themed video games. On sunny days, a small table could be placed here, perfect for enjoying a cup of tea while basking in the sunlight. Being rich is really nice. With both hands resting on the railing, Kyajuk let the flower-scented breeze wash over him as he gazed down at the vibrant spring garden below and the distant city skyline. He couldn't help but marvel at the luxurious life of a wealthy young lady. Hey, we've been moving around for about 10 minutes now. Shouldn't we get back to drawing? Ayuri leaned against the railing, resting her head on her folded arms. Her golden hair shimmered under the sunlight. Though she spoke with reluctance, the truth was she didn't actually mind spending time in the sun with Kyajuk. This balcony was her favorite spot. It wasn't because of the distant scenery, nor the extravagant courtyard below that ordinary people could never afford. It was because it resembled the scene from Little Love Fantasy, the game where the knight, Service, extended his fateful hand to the princess. Thinking about it, Ayuri, who had been obediently looking at the horizon, suddenly sneaked a glance at the so-called hobbyist hero beside her. Maybe I should draw a Service and Ayuri-jin? That previous illustration was just a romanticized version of their first meeting without any real plot development. Now, it was time to get serious. As soon as that thought crossed her mind, Ayuri's face flushed red, an endless surge of energy bubbling up inside her. No more hesitation. Tonight, I'm drawing. Even though I still have to finish my Jinshai for the New Wave Jin convention, every artist has an unlimited supply of stamina. Besides, after all this exercise with Kyajuk today, I'll definitely be able to power through. Without waiting for Kyajuk to say anything, Ayuri straightened up, turned around, and made her way back to her workstation. Right now, the most important thing was helping Kyajuk finalize One Punch Man before resuming her own work. Hey, where are you going? Noticing the golden-haired girl suddenly disappearing from his peripheral vision, Kyajuk instinctively reached back and pulled. Oh! Hearing her startled yelp, Kyajuk quickly released the silky ponytail in his hand. Sorry, it was just a reflex. Pervert. Ayuri clutched her head, glaring at Kyajuk with teary blue eyes. Whether from pain or embarrassment was unclear. Want to pull mine in return? Kyajuk lowered his head, offering up his own hair. Who the hell would want to touch your hair? Who knows when you last washed it? I washed it this morning, actually. Ugh, shut up. I said no, so no. She wasn't really mad. Even if she was, the way Kyajuk apologized so straightforwardly would have made her anger dissipate instantly. Still, looking at his slightly messy yet thick black hair that connected seamlessly to his slender neck, Ayuri suddenly had the urge to run her fingers through it. Letting out a small huff, she strode back into the room. So, does this mean I'm forgiven? Kyajuk followed behind her, asking. Nope. I'm adding this to your tab. Fair enough. And so, they resumed their work on One Punch Man. Or rather, Ayuri continued drawing while Kyajuk observed. Only when she needed specific setting details would she ask him for input. Otherwise, she remained entirely focused on her work. Lily, Kyajuk-kun, lunch is ready. Sayuri, as always, entered without knocking. However, when she instinctively looked toward the workspace on the right, her daughter and Kyajuk were nowhere to be seen. Her Fujoshi instincts immediately flared up, and her expression shifted as she hurriedly glanced toward the bed. Thankfully, nothing was there. Alright, got it, Mom. Kyajuk, let's take a break and eat. Ayuri said, slightly out of breath. Understood, Sayuri-san. Let us finish first. Finish first? Sayuri's eyes widened. She immediately swung the door open fully and followed the sound of their voices. Through the half-open glass door to the balcony, she saw Kyajuk standing there with his hands on his hips while Sayuri repeatedly lifted her arms and let them fall. What are you two doing? Upon realizing the scene was far from what she had imagined, Sayuri swiftly composed herself, her usual warm smile returning as she asked curiously. Kyajuk said that sitting for long periods is bad for my health, so he made me exercise. Sayuri, whose weak constitution made even light stretches exhausting, answered while diligently continuing her movements. Earlier, when she had tried to slack off, Kyajuk had simply stood behind her, watching with a completely emotionless gaze. That had scared her into immediate compliance. Sayuri sits for too long without moving, which is terrible for her health. Plus, she's still in a crucial developmental stage. Regular exercise is important for her growth. Kyajuk explained to Sayuri, who had walked to the balcony door. Exercise. Leaning against the doorway, Sayuri was momentarily stunned as she watched her daughter earnestly stretching. She had always known Sayuri was prone to getting sick, but she had never connected it to a lack of physical activity. It wasn't that she didn't care about her daughter's health, she simply had never considered it before. In Japan, doing radio calisthenics was common, but their family was full of otakus. Exercise was a foreign concept to them. Their daily entertainment consisted of gaming, watching anime, and occasionally attending conventions. Thinking back, was Lily's severe nearsightedness not just from watching anime and playing games but from staying up late to draw every night? A deep sense of guilt welled up inside Sayuri, though she didn't show it. Instead, she simply smiled and said, "All right then, I'll head down first. You two come eat when you're done." "Got it." Sayuri panted. "Thank you for your hard work, Sayuri-san." Kyajuk added. "Then I'll leave you to it." With a slight bow, Sayuri quickly exited the room. "What, Robin?" Downstairs, Sayuri suddenly threw herself into her husband's arms, sobbing. Hey? What's wrong?" Spencer, the blonde, pig-loving diplomat, was caught completely off guard. "I'm such a failure as a mother." Sayuri looked up, her flawless, fair-skinned face streaked with tears. "Wait, hold on, what happened? And you? You're a failure as a father too. Huh? Should I be crying too?" Spencer thought, completely bewildered. "I just went upstairs and saw Lily and Kyajuk doing exercise," and Kyajuk said as she clung to her husband. Sayuri recounted everything she had seen and heard, along with her own realizations. Spencer recalled how, just last night, they had all been sitting on the couch watching anime together. Then, remembering how much work Lily still had left for her Genshin before the New Wave Gin convention, Spencer and his wife eagerly urged their daughter to continue drawing. Even when Lily tried to slack off, they kept pushing her. Eventually, they got bored, leaned back in their chairs, and dozed off. When they woke up, they saw their daughter still working tirelessly under the warm glow of the yellow desk lamp. At that moment, seeing their daughter striving so hard for her dreams, they couldn't help but feel deeply moved. "I really am a failure of a father." As an otaku who loved anime, Mr. Spencer naturally had a soft heart. Now, he clung to his wife, sobbing together. "Should we just disband the club?" Despite his reluctance, Mr. Spencer voiced his thoughts. "No way. That's Lily's dream. She would never agree to it." Sayuri firmly rejected the idea. After all, their family was not short on money. The reason they formed the club in the first place was both to support Lily's passion and to help her refine her drawing skills through real practice. "Then what should we do?" Kyajuk-kun's suggestion is great. "From now on, I'll supervise Lily when she's drawing. Every once in a while, I'll make sure she exercises and rests her eyes." Sawamura Sayuri said. "That's a great idea. Kyajuk-kun really is a good kid. Also, from now on, let's spend our weekends horseback riding or playing golf." "Sure. Remember to invite Kyajuk-kun," Sayuri reminded. "Of course. That's what good friends are for." After speaking, the couple exchanged glances, and with an unspoken understanding, they both thought of a certain someone. "Dad, Mom, what are you two doing?" Sayuri, standing at the dining room entrance, quickly blocked Kyajuk, who was following behind her, from seeing her parents embracing. "Ahem." Mr. Spencer immediately let go of his wife, coughed twice, and straightened his clothes. Sayuri did the same. Kyajuk, entering the dining room, paid no mind to what had just happened. After greeting the Sawamura couple, he took a seat at the breakfast table. Thankfully, it wasn't British food. Seeing that the table wasn't filled with those mysterious British dishes, he let out a deep sigh of relief. "Since I wasn't sure if you could handle British cuisine, I made some Japanese dishes instead," Mr. Spencer said with a well-practiced smile, gesturing toward the food. I really appreciate it. Kyajuk didn't bother with formalities and simply expressed his gratitude. Ha ha ha. See, Dad. I keep telling you, nobody likes British food. Ariri laughed outright. I never said I liked it either. Mr. Spencer muttered under his breath. But honestly, wasn't it a bit rude for an English household to not serve British cuisine when hosting a guest? That said, even though Mr. Spencer was British and a diplomat, he neither liked his country's history nor its food. Mo anime girls were much better. No, the cutest were his wife and daughter, the world's most unbeatable duo of adorableness. Thinking this, Mr. Spencer picked up a piece of tempura. Go ahead, Kyajuk-kun. Although they were eating individually plated meals, several large serving dishes were placed in the center for refills. Kyajuk had a strong feeling those extra portions were prepared just for him. After all, none of the three Sawamoras seemed like big eaters. Noticing that his own plate was the same size as Ariri's, Kyajuk felt a warmth in his heart. It was a thoughtful gesture. If they had given him a much bigger plate right away, it would have been a bit embarrassing. Of course, once he got used to the family, that wouldn't be an issue anymore. As expected of a diplomat, Mr. Spencer might be a hidden otaku, but his etiquette was impeccable. At the dining table, since Ariri had already exposed her father's otaku nature, Mr. Spencer didn't bother with formalities. Instead, the family naturally fell into discussions about various games and anime. Since Kyajuk wasn't very familiar with otaku culture, he mostly listened quietly. Only when the family got into heated debates over certain characters did Ariri drag him into the conversation as an impartial judge. Through this, he gradually got a better understanding of their individual tastes. Ariri had a mix of pure love and hardcore themes in her collection, making her preferences quite complex. Sayuri, on the other hand, was a full-fledged fujoshi, into things that shouldn't be named. Meanwhile, despite being British, Mr. Spencer wasn't on his wife's team. He was a hardcore Mo fan, which Ariri referred to as a filthy Mo pig. Kyajuk, which is better, the blonde twin-tail childhood friend or the long black-haired transfer student? Kyajuk-kun, the best character is obviously the protagonist's best bro, right? No way. The protagonist's little sister is the ultimate choice. Kyajuk felt overwhelmed by the intensity of their gazes. No two gazes. Mr. Spencer, whose expression perfectly matched Sayuri's preferences, had a look in his eyes that was downright terrifying. But seriously, why were their views so narrow? With that thought, he voiced his honest opinion: why not all of them? Silence. Ariri's blue eyes widened in disbelief. Her chopsticks slipped from her fingers and clattered onto her plate. Oh my, I never expected Kyajuk-kun to have such progressive thinking. I was worried our discussion might scare you off. Wait, I meant everyone except the best bro. Seeing Mr. Spencer nod in approval, Kyajuk quickly added, and also not the little sister. Then what? Ariri crossed her arms and shot him a judgmental glare, the kind reserved for the lowest of scum. He had to admit, that pose suited her perfectly. It was second nature, done without a hint of hesitation. Kids shouldn't stay up late, it stunts their growth. Kyajuk sighed internally but refused to answer Ariri's question. Some things were a matter of principle. Even if his own mother were here, he would have given the same answer. Noticing Kyaju's unwavering gaze, Ariri's face turned red. She was about to call him a pervert but quickly shut her mouth, remembering her parents were right there. Humphrey. With a soft huff, she turned away and picked up her chopsticks again. Across the table, the Spencer couple exchanged glances, both breaking into knowing smiles. After lunch, Lily, your father and I have some things to take care of. Be a good host to Kyajuk-kun, okay? Kyajuk-kun, stay and enjoy yourself. The chef will prepare dinner, so eat before you leave. Dressed in fresh outfits, Sayuri and Spencer walked out the door, arms linked. Let's go back to drawing. Ariri said, her face slightly flushed. She knew her parents had no prior plans today. They had definitely left on purpose to give her and Kyajuk the house to themselves. Kyajuk, however, didn't think much of it. For a diplomat, not going out for socializing on a weekend would have been stranger. Back in her room, Ariri quickly immersed herself in her drawing. Whether it was because of the exercise from earlier or something else, she felt more energized than ever. Chapter 126, 126. Boss wouldn't be mad, right? Meanwhile, at a publishing house, a rising light novel author arrived. Though only one volume had been released, calling them a bestseller wasn't an exaggeration after all. Selling 100,000 copies in a single week left no room for doubt. At the fantastic Bunko department of the Undying River bookstore in Hikaru City, the next big thing in light novels had just walked through the doors. The previously doomed Love Metronome suddenly found itself in high demand. Not only did the 10,000 copies that had been returned sell out immediately, But even the additional 50,000 copies printed afterward were gone within 3 days. Finally, another 30,000 copies were printed, marking the peak of its market reach. For a novel that had already been slated for cancellation, this unexpected phenomenon naturally prompted the publisher to investigate. After conducting thorough research, the publisher identified 2 key reasons behind the sudden surge in sales. One reason is a blogger who goes by the username Ecchi. He promoted Love Metronome on his blog. Since he's always among the first to update ACGN, anime, comics, games, and novels, news and review newly released works, his blog holds a certain level of influence. Additionally, he even created at this point, Machida Sanoko paused, glancing down at her notes. Created what? A personal fan website dedicated to Kasumi Yutako. Ugh, that's disgusting. Stop right there. Kasumi Yutako, better known as the Rising Light novel author, Kasumijoka Utaha shuddered, waving her hand dismissively with a look of utter distaste. And the other reason? There's no way just that could cause such a massive boost in sales. Compared to a week ago, Utaha's demeanor had changed significantly. She now sat with her long, straight black hair cascading down her back, a white headband perched atop her head. Her left hand propped up her chin as she leaned on the desk. The white blouse she wore was snug against her figure, and beneath her black pleated skirt, her long, black stocking-clad legs were elegantly crossed, her white sneakers tapping idly against the floor. Although she had just heard something repulsive, it hadn't dampened her mood in the slightest. If anything, her legs continued to bounce slightly, betraying her subtle excitement. The second reason this is the real driving force behind Love Metronome's sudden popularity is a middle school student from Higashi Academy named Hojuki. He recommended the novel to his friends, or rather, his subordinates. Not only did they buy the book, but word spread across other middle and high schools in Tokyo connected to him. Once they heard it was his recommendation, they rushed to purchase it. Eventually, even those outside his circle jumped on the bandwagon. Hojuki? Who is he? Why does he like my novel? And more importantly, why does he have that much influence? Utaha, who had been resting her head on her hand, immediately sat up straight. A barrage of questions tumbled from her lips. To answer that, we actually brought in someone from Higashi Academy to speak with us. The information I just shared came from him. He was also the first to receive Kyajuke's recommendation. Machida Sanoko explained. Then what are you waiting for? Bring him in already. Honestly, Machida was really dragging this out. Utaha's crimson eyes gleamed with impatience. The past week had been sheer torture for her. With each update about her novel skyrocketing sales and every new print order from the publisher, her curiosity about what had triggered this miraculous revival grew more unbearable. All she had to go on was the name Higashi. The swirling mix of gratitude and nagging curiosity had gnawed at her relentlessly, leaving her unable to focus on anything else. Though the publisher had repeatedly urged her to start writing the second volume, every time she sat in front of her computer, all she could think about was Higashi. She needed to know who was responsible for bringing Love Metronome back to life. Who had given her the chance to continue standing proudly as a writer. She had even tried searching online, but the only relevant results were the blog Machida had mentioned and the fan website. Just another die-hard otaku who mindlessly threw themselves at anything they found remotely beautiful, like moths to a flame. Even though the blog was filled with praise for her work, detailed analysis and glowing reviews, she couldn't bring herself to care. If all she wanted was praise, she could pick any random student at school and they'd probably be able to rave about her book for 3 days straight. No, she was far more interested in the person Machida had just mentioned, Kyajuke. A single sentence from him had resurrected her novel. Someone with that level of influence had to be extraordinary. There was no way he was just another otaku duped by her writing skills, like that tacky guy. Knock, knock. Hearing the sound at the door, Utaha swiftly uncrossed her legs and sat up properly in her chair. If it were just Machida, she would have walked in unannounced. Since she knocked, that meant she had brought someone with her. Come in. Utaha placed her hands on the desk and looked toward the door. It opened, and Machida Sanoko entered first, followed by a tall young man with spiky yellow-dyed hair. This is Ecchi Onizuka. And this is Love Metronome's author, Kasumi Yutako-sensei. Machida introduced them. Nice to meet you. Utaha's breathtaking face showed no visible emotion. Her voice, once filled with impatience, was now calm and composed. Whoa. Super hot. Upon seeing her, Ecchi Onizuka's mind screamed in surprise. Strangely, however, despite being the kind of guy who would usually ogle a beautiful woman without shame, he didn't wear his usual lecherous expression. Instead, his face showed something rare: humility. After leaking boss dating manual and realizing the chaos he had caused, he had been on edge, worried he'd be forced into extra training as punishment. But nothing had happened aside from the novel sales skyrocketing. Seeing no immediate consequences, his worries faded, and he decided to test out the dating tips he had learned from the book. Since it was a light novel, surely its strategies would work best on light novel fans, right? With that in mind, he headed to Akihabara. However, upon arriving, he was met with disappointment. The place was swarming with nerds who seemed even more hopelessly single than he was. There were plenty of cute girls around, sure, but all they wanted was to drag him into their cafes and sell him overpriced homaras. With his romantic aspirations crushed, he was about to move on to another hunting ground when he spotted a bookstore. If Love Metronome could serve as a dating guide, surely there had to be other books like it hidden here. Excited, he stormed into the store and spent all his and Dan Maruji's gas money on light novels. As he walked out, his arms loaded with books, a representative from Fushikawa Publishing approached him for an interview. When asked if he had read Love Metronome, Onizuka was immediately offended. He pulled out his well-worn copy so thoroughly read that its pages were curling at the edges and shoved it in the interviewer's face. Just like how he always carried magazines featuring self-proclaimed love guru. Onizuka had been lugging around Love Metronome everywhere, convinced it held the key to his romantic success. The publisher's rep was thrilled. Not only had they found a dedicated reader, but they had also stumbled upon the very person responsible for starting the sales frenzy. And now, that same person stood before Kazekage Utaha. And no, despite the blonde hair, Ecchi Onizuka was not just another delinquent blonde. In just a few seconds, he activated his sharp mind and extracted the key points of the situation. His boss said that Love Metronome contained romance techniques. The author of Love Metronome was a stunning beauty. And his boss was always surrounded by beautiful women. Case closed. This novel was clearly written by that gorgeous author as a way to document her love story with the boss. As for why the content didn't quite match reality, well, Ecchi understood the concept of artistic embellishment. Boss had so many girlfriends there was no way he could write the truth outright, or else it would cause serious family drama. Now, the real question was whether his boss would come after him later for promoting this book. That would depend on how cleverly he played his cards. If he made sure to praise Kyajuk in front of this beautiful author, then no matter what happened afterward, he wouldn't have the heart to punish him, right? Perfect? Plan secured. With that in mind, Ecchi Onizuka bowed at a full 90 degrees. Nice to meet you. I'm Ecchi Onizuka. Please take care of me. His loud voice echoed through the small conference room. Utaha's elegant brows furrowed slightly, but instead of commenting, she simply gestured to the seat across from her. Take a seat. Machida sat next to her editor. Although the investigator had already provided a report, she wanted to personally document any crucial details from this conversation. Thank you, but I'd rather stand. Ecchi replied. Standing at attention was the best posture when delinquents were being reprimanded. It demonstrated humility. Utaha frowned again, puzzled by his insistence. Didn't he realize how uncomfortable it was to talk while looking up at someone? Still, seeing that he didn't seem to be picking a fight, she simply repeated herself. Sit. Yes, ma'am. Ecchi immediately noticed that this time, Kasumi Utako-sensei had dropped the polite speech particle from her sentence. Seeing her frown deepening, he was reminded of his boss. Without hesitation, he quickly took his seat. Tell me everything you know about Kyug. Utaha's voice was calm and cool. She leaned back in her chair, habitually crossing her arms over her chest only to stop herself upon seeing the person in front of her. Yes, ma'am. Just like that time in Shibuya when he saw his boss with that incredibly attractive girl, Ecchi didn't dare look directly at the woman who might very well be his future sister-in-law. He was a loyal subordinate who followed the code. Boss is the second-generation leader of the Rampaging Angel Gang. He began, introducing the title he respected the most. Boss? Utaha asked, puzzled. Yes, he leads Rampaging Angel, the dominant force in Bunkyo's delinquent scene. There was no hiding the pride in Ecchi's voice. Within Rampaging Angel, it was common knowledge if Boss had truly wanted to, they could have united all of Tokyo's delinquent factions under his rule by now. Oh, so he's a delinquent. Utaha understood now. But strangely, she didn't feel any disgust toward this Kyajuk. Normally, she would sneer at common delinquents and dismiss them as trash. However, if what Ecchi said was true, Kyajuk wasn't just any delinquent, he was at the top of the food chain. That changed things entirely. And from what Machida-san had told her earlier, his influence extended far beyond Bunkyo. He had power over high schoolers across all of Tokyo. That wasn't something an ordinary thug could achieve. He had surpassed the boundaries of mere delinquency and ascended to another level entirely. Her mind automatically romanticized the image, and the blurry figure in her imagination gradually became clearer. Utaha was someone who prided herself on being strong. Strength and admiration for strength were two sides of the same coin. She could only accept help from someone stronger than herself. Her novel had been selling terribly, yet it suddenly became a hit because of someone supposedly weaker than her? That didn't make sense. That wasn't something she could accept. If that were truly the case, then the confidence she had just barely started to rebuild would shatter into pieces that could never be put back together. He is known as... Seeing that the sister-in-law, probably, had gone quiet, Ecchi continued. At first, he wanted to say the handless demon, but he remembered how many times his boss had beaten him up for using that nickname. So instead, he quickly switched gears. He's a super genius who dominated middle school academics with near-perfect scores. Middle school? Utaha was surprised. According to the report she received from editor Machida-san, Ecchi was a second-year high schooler at Higashi Academy. She had assumed Kyajuk was also a high school student, but... Yeah, boss just started his first year of middle school. A first-year middle schooler? Became your leader? Even without being well-versed in delinquent culture, Utaha knew that in their world, strength dictated everything. How could a mere first-year middle schooler command the loyalty of so many delinquents? You don't understand, he's an absolute monster when it comes to fighting. Ecchi became animated as he spoke, recounting how Kyajuk single-handedly took down Rampaging Angel, annihilated Amai to rescue him and Danma, and even disbanded Tamon all by himself. Even though he had only witnessed the Amai incident firsthand, he described the other two stories so vividly that they felt like first-hand accounts. By the time he finished, even Ecchi himself was amazed. Did he have a hidden talent for comedic storytelling? Chapter 127, 127 Fan Club. Could someone like that really exist? Kazekage Utaha had always believed that her natural talent allowed her to effortlessly rank first in academics without studying. But Kyajuk managed to maintain near-perfect grades while also achieving extraordinary feats in another domain. Unbelievable. Incomprehensible. Do you have a photo of him? For the first time, Utaha's usually cool voice held a trace of urgency. A photo? Ecchi immediately tensed. Boss had strictly forbidden them from taking secret photos. Was this some kind of trap? No way, he couldn't admit to having any. Yes, a picture of Kyajuk. Show me. I don't have one. Boss never takes photos. Huh? Utaha narrowed her eyes at his overly defensive reaction. Give it to me. Her voice remained calm, devoid of any emotion. And precisely because of that, Ecchi Onizuka became even more convinced this woman had to be Boss's future wife. After all, when Boss was angry, his voice carried the same icy chill, like a freezing wind sweeping across a barren tundra. Here you go. Ecchi immediately caved, unlocking his phone and pulling up a hidden album. Utaha stared in shock at the thousands of photos and videos stored inside. What the hell? Are these guys insane? Why does he have this many pictures of another man on his phone? Ecchi had no idea what she was thinking. If he did, he would have protested. He wasn't a pervert. It was just that the fans willing to pay for these photos were too generous. How could he refuse easy money? She tapped on the most recent photo. Under a blue canopy, a man lay on a lounge chair, his face obscured. Beside him was a book. The title was Invincible, but the familiar color pattern on the cover made Utaha recognize it instantly. It was her book. Why didn't you take a closer shot? She asked. He was reading my book before taking a nap? A surge of pride filled the young author's heart, so unexpected and overwhelming that even she was surprised by her own emotions. Since when did she become so easy to please? But the photo was too blurry. She couldn't see his face. Annoyed, Utaha shook her leg impatiently. I couldn't. Ecchi Onizuka replied. If I got any closer, the boss would have noticed. But he was already asleep, wasn't he? The boss is really sharp. Even when he's asleep, the sound of a camera clicking would wake him up. TCH. Useless. For a brief moment, over 10 different ideas popped into Utaha's mind, ways to take a clear picture, including simply recording a video while walking past him. But she quickly dismissed them. Saying them out loud wouldn't suit her image. She clicked on a video. It was footage from a kendo practice session. This was one of the few occasions when Onizuka and the others could openly record their leader. After all, watching the footage to improve their own skills couldn't be forbidden, right? On the screen, Kyajuk was clad in a kendo uniform. The simple, solid-colored outfit accentuated his naturally striking features, making him look almost otherworldly. Normally, kendo attire had a way of making people look shorter, but in his case, the wide hakama only emphasized the length of his legs. There was no sound. Utaha assumed the video had been recorded on mute, so she turned up the volume to the maximum. Only then did she realize the scene had simply been too quiet. Everyone in the video was watching Kyajuk intently, holding their breath. No one had dared to make a sound. Ha! A sharp cry accompanied a simple downward strike. Yet even through the screen, Utaha could feel the sheer intensity of it. She had no doubt if she had been standing in front of that bamboo sword, she would have met her maker in an instant. So strong. The word slipped from her lips like a whisper, followed closely by another thought in her heart. And so handsome. Right? The boss is like a monster when it comes to strength. Onizuka declared excitedly. Only someone like Kyajuk could command such respect from his subordinates and strike fear into the hearts of rival groups. Suddenly, a notification popped up. Saw the boss in the North District today. Image. Utaha was about to open the next video when the message caught her eye. I can look at this too, right? She asked, but before waiting for an answer, she tapped the message. The group chat's name was clear as Day Boss Kyajuk's fan club. So, even among his subordinates, Kyajuk was deeply admired. Utaha found this amusing. Just moments ago, she had been repulsed by the idea of fans creating a personal website for her. Yet, now, she thought differently about Kyajuk's devoted following. She opened the images. They showed a figure wearing a sleek black helmet, a white t-shirt, and black casual pants, riding a black motorcycle. Due to the high-speed motion, the pictures were slightly blurred. Yet, the contrast between the black and white color scheme and the dynamic movement gave him an effortlessly cool aura. I want to join this chat group. Without hesitation, Utaha pulled out her own phone and started navigating the settings. For the next while, she continued asking Onizuka about Kyuk. However, she completely ignored the questions her editor, Machida Sanogo, had wanted her to ask, such as Kyajuk's thoughts on Love Metronome and why he recommended it. I don't believe Onizuka-san here is capable of truly understanding Kyajuk's thoughts. Rather than listening to a distorted second-hand opinion, I'd rather ask him myself. Though her words could have been taken as dismissive, Onizuka didn't seem offended at all. You're right. I can't even grasp 1% of what the boss is trying to teach me. After all, if he could, wouldn't he already have a girlfriend by now? Thinking back to the cafe incident where Kyajuk had single-handedly bewitched two gorgeous office ladies with nothing but a smile, Onizuka couldn't help but exclaim, the boss is the absolute strongest when it comes to romance. So it's true. Kyajuk isn't just some clueless reader who gets swept up in the emotions I craft in my stories. As Onizuka excitedly recounted how Kyajuk's mere presence could make women blush, a rare, breathtaking smile graced Utaha's lips. Onizuka-san, I'd like to speak with Kyajuk directly. Whether online or in person, I don't mind. Could you arrange that for me? At the end of their conversation, Utaha sat with her hands neatly placed on the table. Her voice, as always, was cool and composed. Huh? Onizuka's head shot up, his expression filled with confusion. Something felt off. Why would the boss's woman need his help to contact him? If she wanted to talk to Kyajuk, wouldn't she just reach out to him herself? A sense of unease crept into Onizuka's mind. Had he said something wrong? Did he just land the boss in trouble? He replayed their conversation in his head, over and over, but all he remembered was praising Kyajuk endlessly. Phew. Safe. What do you want to talk to the boss about? I can pass on the message. Onizuka still wasn't sure if he had messed up, so he tread carefully. Utaha raised her gaze, her wine-colored eyes narrowing slightly. Why was this man suddenly resisting? He had been so cooperative just moments ago. With all due respect, Onizuka-san, the conversation I wish to have with Kyajuk is likely beyond your comprehension. Even if you were to relay my words, I doubt you could do so accurately. So let's not waste time creating unnecessary misunderstandings. Her slender fingers tapped lightly against the table. Since Onizuka was Kyaju's subordinate, she restrained her irritation and softened her words. Understood. I'll report this to the boss. Meanwhile, after securing his intelligence fee and transportation expenses from the publisher, Onizuka left. Back in the meeting room, Utaha sat in her chair, staring at her phone screen. Displayed on it was Kyaju's personal profile found through Onizuka's phone. All it would take was a single tap. She hesitated, her finger hovered above the screen but never made contact. Wouldn't this be too forward? Would he look down on her? She was the one who had received his help. Shouldn't she just quietly stay on the sidelines, feeling grateful? Would he find her bothersome? A strange thought crossed her mind. Her wine-red eyes shimmered slightly, her long, slender legs shifting as she crossed them again. A faint blush dusted her cheeks. Chapter 128, 128 Manga? Spencer Residence, Furukawa Gardens. After finishing their work, the chef mysteriously vanished, leaving only Kyajuk and Eriri in the massive estate. By 6 o'clock in Tokyo's April, the sun had already set, casting a golden-orange hue through the stained glass windows of the small dining room. With a flick of a switch, the crystal chandelier illuminated the space, pushing back the lingering sunlight. With the Spencer couple absent, Kyajuk and Eriri sat across from each other. I can't believe you actually finished it in a single day. Kyajuk, for once, didn't immediately dig in. Instead, he looked at the visibly exhausted Ariri with mild surprise. If you hadn't dragged me into your exercise routine, I would have finished even faster. At his remark, the previously sluggish Ariri perked up, her voice filled with pride. I'd feel guilty if I let a child laborer overwork herself. Huh? And whose fault do you think it is that I spent the entire day drawing? Child labor? Technically, if she were working professionally, that label might fit. But Ariri immediately understood the deeper meaning behind his words. Unable to use her signature twin-tail slap at the dining table, she glanced down, grabbed a piece of bread, and hurled it at Kyajuke's head. They had done this countless times while working earlier, and she wasn't expecting it to hit. Sure enough, the annoying guy across from her effortlessly caught the bread midair and shoved the whole thing into his mouth. Seeing her frustrated expression, Kyajuke smirked internally. His words weren't just teasing, they carried genuine concern. If she got angry now, then maybe, just maybe, the next time she thought about pulling an all-nighter, she'd remember her flat chest and go to bed instead. Mission accomplished. I truly am a life coach extraordinaire. As Kyajuke chewed his bread, Ariri spoke again. Kyajuke, what's your plan after this? She kept her head down, absent-mindedly stabbing her steak with a fork. Her voice was casual, but Kyajuke could hear the underlying concern. He knew she was referring to his plans after finishing One Punch Man. I'm going to ask a reliable friend to submit my work to some well-known manga magazines. Submissions? I have confidence in my drawing skills, but wouldn't it be easier if my dad introduced you to an editor? Having grown up in privilege, Ariri wasn't comfortable with the idea of climbing the ladder the common way. If she wanted, her father could easily place her in the best animation studio and have top-tier professionals guide her personally. I'll give it a shot first. If it doesn't work, I won't hesitate to take you up on that offer. After all, we're partners. Just don't push yourself too hard. She finally took a bite of her steak, resting her head on one hand as she chewed. Her striking blue eyes reflected the shimmering light from the chandelier, making them appear even more dazzling. Maybe it was the post-project emptiness. Maybe it was the thought that once dinner was over, Kyajuke would leave. Whatever the reason, she seemed a little down. To our future success. Kyajuke grinned, raising his glass. It's definitely going to be a success. Ariri raised her glass high. With her art and his ideas, without a doubt. At the door, are you sure you don't want me to stay with you? Kyajuke asked, slightly worried. This huge house, with only one person inside, was kind of eerie. And Ariri, despite her fierce front, was actually a scaredy cat. Quit nagging. I'm not a kid. Don't you have plans tonight? Just go already. Ariri turned her head, not wanting him to see the reluctance on her face. Kyajuke-kun, leaving already? A familiar, gentle voice came from behind. It was Sayuri, Ariri's mother, who had returned without them noticing. Mom. Sayuri-san, it's already late. I should get going. Kyajuke said politely. She says she's not scared, but she was totally relieved just now. He smirked internally, having clearly heard the change in her tone. Come visit Lily again when you have time. Sayuri said, patting her daughter's head with a knowing smile. She was looking forward to your visit all day. Mom. I wasn't looking forward to anything. This guy just drags more work onto my plate. And forces me to exercise, too. But still. Even with all her tsundere pride, she couldn't deny the warmth of his genuine concern. Kyajuke and Sayuri exchanged a glance and chuckled knowingly. Ariri, see you next week. If you dare skip the newcomer Jinchai exhibition, I'll never see you again. She was obviously nervous, yet trying so hard to act tough. Kyajuke chuckled but replied with equal seriousness, I made a promise, and I never go back on my word. Racing back home, he barely reached the door before hearing voices inside. Move me a bit. I can't see Shougo properly. That energetic voice, Sakura. No matter how noisy the place was, she always stood out. Ugh, so annoying. If you want to be in the discussion, just come here yourself. That exasperated yet crisp voice Nilka. Then came a soft, barely audible giggle. Shougo, of course. Kyajuke wasn't surprised they were here. He had given them keys so they could drop by whenever they were in the area. I'm home. As he pushed open the door, the chattering inside instantly halted. The next second, two excited voices called out in unison, welcome home. Ah. This is way too wholesome. Seeing the two girls kneeling on the living room floor, looking at him with bright eyes, their sweet voices ringing in his ears, Kyajuke felt his heart melt. Huh? Kyajuke's back? Welcome back. Show me, show me. Only then did Kyajuke notice something odd about Sakura's voice. At first, he thought it was just because of the door. But now he realized she was trapped in a screen. Seriously, I told you to come in person. Despite her grumbling, Naoka still brought the phone closer, pointing the camera at Kyuk. Good evening. By keeping it vague, he avoided the hassle of choosing who to greet first. What took you so long, Kyuk? Sakura whined as he removed his shoes. I was out chasing my big break. With Sakura, he could say things openly. If it were just Shouko, she'd probably start worrying. Ooh. Tell me more. Excited, Sakura's face filled Naoka's screen, looking ridiculously exaggerated. Kyuk, please take her away. Naoka sighed, handing over the phone as if it were a ticking bomb. Good evening, Sakura. Seeing her eager face, Kyuk couldn't help but smile. No matter what, just being around Sakura had a way of making everything feel brighter. You too, Kyuk. After finishing his conversation with Sakura, Kyuk turned to see Shouko kneeling beside him. Her lips moved slightly as if hesitating to speak, her expression shifting a few times before settling into her usual gentle smile. Kyuk reached out and ruffled her hair. At first, Shouko tried to maintain her composed expression, but after a few attempts, she couldn't hold back anymore. Her lips curved into a big, genuine smile. Meanwhile, Naoka, who had been lounging on the couch, watched their interaction with a subtle smirk before quickly looking away. Kyuk took a seat between Shouko and Naoka, placing Sakura his phone on the low table in front of him. Before he could say anything, Sakura's eager voice rang out from the phone. So, what's the big money-making plan? Hurry up and tell me. He chuckled. Seriously, even when she wasn't physically present, she was still the most talkative one. It's a manga. I'll send it to you via email. With a light laugh, Kyuk sent over the completed portion of One Punch Man to Sakura. A moment later, the video feed showed Sakura picking up her phone and eagerly opening the file. Kyuk-kun. Shouko tugged at his sleeve. Haha, I sent it to you too as well. Hearing that, both Shouko and Naoka quickly checked their phones. However, as soon as Naoka put her phone away, Sakura realized she could no longer see Kyuk through the small video window. Beep. Kyuk laughed and answered the incoming video call. Just focus on reading the manga. You can call me after you finish. But didn't you say that food tastes better when looking at something enjoyable? If I watch you while reading, it'll make the manga even better. Sakura argued confidently. Kyuk simply chuckled and placed the phone back on the table. As he watched the three girls engrossed in the manga, he couldn't help but look forward to their reactions. Sakura would probably enjoy it the most. She had always been a bit tomboyish. Sure enough, moments later, her laughter filled the room. Ha ha ha. Is this vaccine man supposed to be a joke? He talks so big, but he gets one punched immediately. That brat is so annoying. Saitama shouldn't have saved her. But, well, the crab monster wasn't exactly a good guy either. So you're telling me all I have to do is run 10 kilometers a day to get this strong? Then why haven't I gotten any stronger after running all these years? Sure, I run less than him, but I've been doing it longer. No air conditioning? That's insane. As Sakura got completely absorbed in the story, Kyuk noticed something unexpected. Shouko and Naoka, who he assumed wouldn't be interested in the manga, were just as captivated. A hero, huh? When Saitama appeared and saved the little girl from Vaccine Man, both Shouko and Naoka had similar thoughts. For Naoka, it reminded her of how Kyuk had once saved himself using intelligence and strategy rather than brute strength. Right, a hero by passion. Not a foolish martyr like her parents, but someone who chose to be a hero out of sheer interest. He used both force and strategy. He protected the weak while also striking down the corrupt. Just like when she first truly understood who Kyuk was, this manga had only reinforced her image of him as her personal hero. Shouko, on the other hand, had a simpler thought when she saw Saitama carrying the little girl to safety. She couldn't help but feel that the girl bore a 50% resemblance to herself. Looking at the comically serious bald man standing with his arms crossed, she found herself instinctively reciting his line, "I'm just a hero for fun." Hearing that, Kyuk's head shot up in surprise. Shouko had perfectly mimicked the tone and cadence from the anime he remembered. Oblivious to his gaze, Shouko continued reading. Damn it. Another one-hit KO. Her usually soft and airy voice now carried an amusingly frustrated edge, making her sound unexpectedly adorable. She always mimics characters when she watches TV. Naoka whispered in Kyuk's ear, noticing his surprise. Kyuk immediately understood Shouko was doing this to practice her speech. But right now, as she effortlessly conveyed the emotions of the characters, he couldn't help but be amazed. I just remembered when I was a kid, my dream wasn't to become a salaryman. It was to be a hero who could one-punch villains like you. Shouko delivered a line with complete seriousness. Only after speaking did she giggle to herself, clearly enjoying the moment. I'm not job hunting anymore. Bring it on. To match the character's emotions, Shouko raised her voice, only to startle herself. She quickly looked around, embarrassed. Did I disturb you guys?" she asked timidly. "That was amazing, Shao-chan." Sakura cheered from the screen. "Yeah, for a second, I thought Saitama himself was talking." Kyajuk added. "I'm used to it. It doesn't bother me at all," Naoka said with a small smile. Hee hee. Shoko scratched her head shyly before glancing at Kyajuk. "Kyajuk-kun, do you really think my impression was good?" "Absolutely. If my manga ever gets an anime adaptation, you should totally voice Saitama." It was a bit of an exaggeration, but Kyajuk wanted to give her the strongest affirmation possible. "Kyajuk, will your manga be serialized in a magazine?" Sakura suddenly asked, her excitement evident. "Of course. I'm submitting it next week." "Then, could it really get an anime adaptation?" Shoko asked quietly, a hint of anticipation in her voice. "Well, I'm confident, but serialization isn't even confirmed yet," Kyajuk admitted with a sheepish smile. "It definitely will." The usually quiet Naoka suddenly spoke with so much conviction that the others were taken aback. "That's right. If Kyajuk-kun sets his mind to something, he'll always succeed." Shoko chimed in. "Kyajuk, how much is the manuscript fee?" Sakura was already crunching numbers in her head. The topic of voice acting was brushed aside as the conversation shifted to their plans for tomorrow. "Kyajuk, Shoko, we talked it over and decided let's skip the Azalea Festival. The meteorological agency says tomorrow is the peak time for cherry blossoms. Both Chiyoda and Meguro are holding cherry blossom festivals. Let's go there instead," Sakura suggested. "I don't mind. You guys decide." "Great. Spring is meant for cherry blossom viewing." Sakura, true to her name, sounded more excited than anyone else. Wait, wasn't she the one who wouldn't leave last time because she was so obsessed with taking photos at the Azalea Festival? As Kyajuk watched the three girls excitedly discuss whether to wear kimonos tomorrow, he found himself mulling over a different issue. Will the body swap happen tomorrow? Should I warn them? After thinking it over, he decided to let things play out naturally. Mimizu Mitsuo had handled every situation well so far, whether it was school, gang meetings, or even a gathering with Ecchi Onizuka and the others. Other than Kisaki Teta, no one had noticed anything unusual. In some ways, she managed things even better than he did. Chapter 129, 129 Who are you? Thinking about how he had startled Mitsuo's father and how Yukino Yukauri had discovered his identity, Kyajuk affirmed Mitsuo's abilities. So, if they swapped bodies again tomorrow, she would definitely be able to handle it. "I'll leave it to you, Mitsuo." As he thought this, the girls across from him had also finished their discussion. Tomorrow morning, they would meet at Kyajuk's house. No kimonos. During the day, they would go to Chiyoda for cherry blossom viewing and a picnic, and at night, they would visit Meguro River for the night sakura and a festival. "Alright, we'll head out first. See you tomorrow, Kyajuk-kun." Shoko stood at the doorway and bowed slightly. "See you tomorrow, Kyajuk." Naoka waved at him. "You're welcome to come over and hang out anytime." Sakura, still on the phone, spoke with the air of a hostess. "You should also get some rest early. We have a full day ahead of us tomorrow." Kyajuk playfully flicked his fingers toward the screen as if giving Sakura a forehead flick. After saying goodbye, he glanced at the darkened sky outside, then turned to Shoko and Naoka. "I'll walk with you guys. Consider it a night stroll." With that, he grabbed a jacket, slipped on his shoes, and followed them out. Shoko, already standing outside, didn't say thanks. Instead, she just smiled with her eyes curved like crescent moons. Naoka had the same expression. At the entrance of Shoko and Naoka's apartment complex. "I'll head back now. See you tomorrow." Rejecting their invitation to come in for a bit, Kyajuk smiled and turned to leave. Naoka. Make me a Kyajuk-kun doll." As soon as she changed into her loungewear, Shoko excitedly grabbed Wayno Naoka's arm. "What?" Naoka blinked, thinking she misheard. "A plushie that looks like Kyajuk-kun. Why do you even need that? Aren't the photos on your bedside table enough?" Naoka asked in confusion, nodding toward Shoko's bedroom. "Naoka." Shoko quickly dashed over, pulling the curtain closed to hide the photos of her, Kyajuk-kun, and Yuzuru on the nightstand. Her voice turned into an embarrassed whisper. "Just make one for me, please." She shuffled over to where Naoka sat on the tatami mat, clinging to her arm with a pitiful look. "Ugh, I can never say no to you. But you better explain later." Sighing in resignation after Shoko shook her arm a couple of times, Naoka stood up and retrieved her sewing kit. As someone who aspired to be a fashion designer, she had plenty of fabric and stuffing. In no time, she crafted a plushie that bore an uncanny resemblance to Kyuk. Looking at the black-haired, big-eyed doll in her hands, Naoka almost didn't want to give it away. Wow. As expected of Noka, this looks just like him. Hueco exclaimed in delight. Ah, whatever. If I don't give it to her, she'll probably cry. It's just a regular plushie. As long as you think it looks like him, that's fine. Reluctantly, Noka handed the doll over and began tidying up. No way. These eyes are exactly like Kyajuk-kun's. They look so gentle. Hueco held the plushie up to her face, completely enamored. Alright, now tell me what exactly do you need this for? Noka asked. Well. Hueco fidgeted, her lips moving soundlessly as she avoided Noka's gaze. Never mind, I won't ask. Shaking her head, Noka cleared off the low table and picked up a fashion design book. Hee hee. Hueco giggled sheepishly, then dashed into her bedroom with the plushie in tow. Wano Noka lifted her head, glancing at the curtain suspiciously before returning to her book. Why did you leave me? A sudden voice snapped Noka out of her reading. She looked up, only for the voice to continue. Did my mother's interference really make you give up? Mitsuru-kun, is this how our love ends? Behind the curtain, Hueco's voice continued. The moment she mentioned Mitsuru-kun, Noka realized what was happening. These were lines from the drama they had been watching. The heroine's mother disapproved of her boyfriend and bribed him with 100 million yen to leave. He accepted, and these lines were the heroine's heartbroken confrontation. But in Hueco's voice, there was no heartbreak, just embarrassment and tenderness. It wasn't a confrontation, it was an attempt at a love confession. Ugh, Noka, I can't say these lines properly while looking at Kyajuk-kun. The curtain lifted, and Hueco, barefoot, ran over and plopped down beside Noka, duck-sitting as she clung to her friend. Seeing her flushed face, Noka sighed in exasperation. So, you made me craft that plushie just to practice drama lines on it? I just thought. As long as Kyajuk-kun is by my side, I'd feel more confident. If I see his face, I might be able to say the lines more naturally. Hueco admitted sheepishly. Noka was speechless. There was definitely emotion there, just not the right kind. Why don't you try a sweeter scene instead? Didn't the heroine meet her true love later? That part should be easier for you. Now it was Hueco's turn to fall silent. She couldn't exactly admit that every time she thought about the heroine and her true love kissing, her mind automatically replaced them with herself and Kyajuk-kun, making her brain short-circuit. Noka. If I want to be a voice actress, I can't just stay in my comfort zone. I have to challenge myself. Hueco puffed out her cheeks, declaring righteously. Oh, so you want to be a voice actress now? Noka drawled teasingly, watching Hueco squirm. Well. If Kyajuk-kun's manga ever gets an anime, maybe I could be part of it. Plus, I've always liked imitating TV characters. I know it's a long shot, but. Her inner thoughts spilled out as she rambled nervously. Hold up. It's not a long shot at all. You'd make a great voice actress. Didn't Kyajuk say you sound exactly like the voice of Saitama in his head? Hearing him say that made me happy, but I know he was just encouraging me. Hueco scratched her head, still feeling the warmth of Kyaju's hand from earlier. If you're serious, just practicing on your own won't be enough. You should talk to your mom about getting professional training. Noka knew that if Hueco had voiced this desire, it wasn't on a whim. There had to be deeper reasons behind it. So, she gave a sincere suggestion. I know. But it's still early. It'll take a while before Kyajuk-kun's manga gets an anime. After middle school, you'll be going to a fashion design academy, and I can start voice training. Isn't that perfect? She tapped her fingers together, full of anticipation. And Kyajuk? Weren't you looking forward to spending high school with him? Noka asked. Hueco shook her head with a serene smile. It's me who needs Kyajuk-kun, not the other way around. She leaned against Noka, settling into the cushions. I've always relied on everyone's help. Just once, I want to give back. Noka knew when she said everyone. At least 90% of it meant Kyajuk. Now that I finally see this opportunity, Kyajuk-kun's manga is likely will be adapted into an anime, and they'll need voice actors. I really like talking, I like speaking on my own, and I enjoy imitating others. If I could help Kyajuk-kun complete his anime, and hear my own voice in it, that would be such a happy thing. Noka turned her head to look at Hueco, who was cuddled up beside her. A bright smile lit up Hueco's cute face, and her sparkling eyes seemed to already be imagining the completed anime. Hueco had found her dream. What about me? A fashion designer? Noka couldn't even remember when the idea first came to her. But now, as she listened to Hueco's dreamy voice, childhood memories began to resurface. The longing she felt when looking at other kids' new clothes, and the disappointment she felt when seeing her own old clothes, worn down from use by her grandfather and younger brothers. Right, that's when the idea of wanting to create beautiful, New clothes for herself and her family was born. Now, it seems like this dream might have something new. Naka's mind wandered to the plain outfits of Kyajuke's manga protagonist, and she felt a spark of inspiration. Not just Hueco, it seemed like she could help out with Kyajuke-kun's work too. Meanwhile, Kyajuke had returned home and jotted down in his memo that he would be going to the Cherry Blossom Festival with friends tomorrow. Afterward, he calmly drifted off to sleep. Although the body-swapping experience had been completely uncontrollable, Kyajuke believed his useless system would know better than to cause trouble for him, its master. Of course, if the system wasn't really useless, it would have definitely popped up to shout that it wasn't responsible for the body swap or memory blocking. At Okamizuki Academy, Sakura was still frantically working on homework under her desk lamp, determined to finish before tomorrow's outing. Tokyo, Chidrowood, single apartment. Mitsuo was woken up by the vibration of her phone. She groggily reached over to turn off the alarm clock, blinking as her eyes adjusted. Wait, wasn't it Sunday? Why had Kyajuke set an alarm? Confused, she opened the memo. Knowing that if Kyajuke had set an alarm for the weekend, it must mean he had something important to do. Cherry Blossom Festival. The moment she saw the memo, all traces of sleep vanished. She sat up, excited, letting out a little scream. Wow! I've only seen this festival on TV. Now it's finally my turn to enjoy it, Mimizu Mitsuo. She held back the urge to rush to the bathroom and prepare to leave, and continued reading the memo. The Cherry Blossom Festival. But I'm supposed to go with 3 girls, Yamauchi Sakura, Nishimiya Hueco, Ueno Noka. Kyajuke hadn't really explained his relationships with the 3 girls clearly. He just mentioned they were 3 close friends. Oh no, how could I hide this now? As a girl, Mitsuo knew that girls were not easily fooled like the boys from Higashi. Sayaka might be an exception. She's so innocent, always having fun with Yotsuba. But what am I going to do now? Her excitement about the Cherry Blossom Festival was now replaced with worry. Right, Kyajuke must have a plan, right? With that thought, Mitsuo turned back to the memo. When you're ready to head to Chiyoda, call Kisaki Teta. He'll send someone to pick you up. I've already prepared the funds for today's expenses in your wallet, so don't hold back. Have fun. That was the last message in the memo. Just like before, Kyajuke was always helpful, giving her all the information she might need, but never dictating her actions. In the past, Mitsuo had appreciated this about him, but now, knowing the 3 girls would be showing up soon, she felt a twinge of anxiety. Kyajuke, you brilliant mind, please think of something. Praying silently, she hurried to the bathroom to get ready. Ever since the body swaps started, Mitsuo had stopped waking up to see her body naked. She always wore loose shorts and a t-shirt. Just as she finished washing up and came out of the bathroom, the doorbell rang. Her eyes widened with panic. While she hadn't expected to be dragged off for an experiment, she feared messing up Kyajuke's relationships. Why did this ridiculous body swap have to happen today? With that thought, Mitsuo walked toward the door, half resigned, and opened it. Since she hadn't drawn the curtains on the balcony, the room was still dim. But as soon as she opened the door, the sunlight flooded in. Her eyes squinted from the sunlight, but soon, Mitsuo couldn't tell if it was the sunlight or the 3 stunning girls standing in front of her that dazzled her the most. They were all dressed differently, but incredibly stylish. Each one had a face so delicate, with makeup Mitsuo had never seen before, but it perfectly accentuated their individual features. They radiated youthful energy, clearly city girls, completely different from her own school uniform, which felt painfully outdated. For a moment, this sensitive girl felt a little downhearted. Too slow, Kyajuke. The first girl to step inside said as she removed her shoes. This must be Yamauchi Sakura, Mitsuo thought, recognizing her. The girl was dressed in a white t-shirt and black denim shorts, showing off her slender arms and straight thighs. When she bent down, a silver necklace slipped out of her shirt collar, a Yotsuba grass charm. Mitsuo instinctively touched her chest, where she also had a Yotsuba grass charm. So, she bought this with him. Mitsuo had once wondered why Kyajuke, a guy, wore a somewhat feminine pendant like this. Now, she understood, though the realization left her feeling a bit bittersweet. Before she could explain that, she'd immediately opened the door when she heard the doorbell. Sakura had already walked inside. "Good morning, Kyajuke-kun," she greeted, cheerfully. The next person to enter was a girl with brown hair, a slightly chubby face, and a sweet smile, wearing a brown dress. Nishimiya Hueco. She's so cute, and so big. Mitsuo couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, instinctively looking down at her own chest. Damn, Kyajuke's chest muscles are so big too. Luckily, Kyajuke didn't hear that thought. What did she mean by big? He wasn't the muscular type. Whether it was his chest or ABS, everything was streamlined, not bulky. Good morning, Shaoko. Mitsuo greeted. Good morning, Kyajuk. The last girl said as she stepped in. This was Ueno Naoka, the final one. Mitsuo didn't need to think twice to recognize her. Naoka had appeared in Kyajuk's album several times, often showing off her long legs, which Mitsuo envied. But today, she was wearing a pair of overalls. Maybe she didn't want to match Amochi Sakura, who also had long legs. If there were two pairs of long legs in the same group, it might be a bit too eye-catching. She made this guess as she stepped aside to let the two girls in, then closed the door. Kyajuk, have you prepared the food for today? Sakura immediately asked, as she dashed into the kitchen like a hamster looking for something. Was Kyajuk responsible for the food too? Mitsuo wondered, but she didn't see anything about that in the memo. Sakura, didn't we agree that we'd be in charge of the picnic food, and Kyajuk-kun was only responsible for the dessert? Naoka pointed out. Sakura didn't answer but just made a funny face. PFFT. Shaoko, who was standing nearby, couldn't hold back her laughter. Ah, Shaoko, you're actually making fun of me. Sakura, who had reached the fridge, stopped and turned around, pretending to be hurt. I wasn't. I was just thinking about Yuzuru. Shaoko quickly explained. Hee, Shaoko is still so cute. Sakura said, walking over to give Shaoko a big hug. Then why didn't you ask Kyajuk to bring Yuzuru to Tokyo for the Cherry Blossom Festival, like last time? Sakura asked. Minami-maki is also having a Cherry Blossom Festival. Yuzuru and my mom and grandma should all be out there by now. Shaoko said gently. Oh, right, my mom just sent me some photos. Mitsuo stood off to the side, watching the two girls interact. Her heart, as a girl, wanted to go up and hug someone as cute as Shaoko, but unfortunately, she was using Kyaju's body right now. Sakura released Shaoko and walked back over to the fridge, knowing her favorite treat should be inside. Wow, as expected, yam ice cream. She cheered and pulled out the container of ice cream, which was stored in a plastic box. Though she guessed that Kyajuk had prepared these foods to keep her healthy, she had no rebellious thoughts about it. Why would I rebel against something so delicious? My brain isn't broken, you know. With that smart thought, Sakura grabbed a spoon from the counter behind her and was ready to dig in. She lifted the lid, glanced around, but Kyajuk was still standing there, staring blankly. She scooped out a spoonful, but the familiar sound of Kyajuk's voice didn't come. Popping the ice cream into her mouth, it smoothly slid down her throat at just past 9 a.m. now. It wasn't just Sakura who was surprised. Shaoko and Naoka both turned to look at Kyajuk in shock. Mitsuo stood frozen in place, feeling the pressure of their eyes on her. How can I be standing here, frozen, not saying a word, and still seem suspicious? She forced a smile, trying to maintain composure as she looked at the three girls. Very suspicious. Sakura swallowed the ice cream, returned the container to the fridge, and bent slightly forward as if she were Sherlock Holmes, using a magnifying glass to search for clues. She slowly approached Kyajuk. What's wrong? Is the ice cream not good? Mitsuo's forehead broke out in sweat as her mind raced. As soon as the words left her mouth, Shaoko and Naoka turned their suspicious gazes to Kyajuk. What else could it be? By now, Sakura was standing right in front of Kyajuk, their bodies nearly touching. She tilted her head back slightly to look up at his familiar face. Her little nose twitched as she sniffed hard. Ah! Kyajuk, you didn't shower this morning. Detective Sakura exclaimed. Phew. Mitsuo let out a silent sigh of relief, thinking for a moment that she had been caught. I overslept a bit, so I didn't shower. She said, trying to stay calm. No, not that. Who are you? Chapter 130, 130 A girl should stick close together. I'm Hojo Kyajuk. What are you even talking about? The shrine maiden, now drenched in cold sweat, stubbornly retorted. At a time like this, if Kyajuk saw Sakura eating ice cream, he would definitely stop her immediately. Even Shaoko and I know that. But just now, you didn't react at all and were even more concerned about the flavor of the ice cream. Ueno Naoka said. Originally seated on the sofa, she now stood up, pulling Shaoko behind her protectively. Yes. Exactly. Shaoko nodded furiously in agreement. No matter how busy he is, if it's a date with me, Kyajuk will always take a shower first. He has mild OCD and a bit of a cleanliness obsession. Plus, I make scented sachets for his bed, and the fragrance lingers on him when he sleeps. He always showers to wash it off before going out. Sakura also backed away from the person who looked exactly like Kyajuk. Okay, I admit that girls being detail-oriented is fine, but does everyone have to be Sherlock Holmes? Mitsuo was dumbfounded. But after the initial panic, she quickly calmed down and decided to pull out her trump card. Actually, Kyajuk-kun has dissociative identity disorder. I'm one of his split personalities. Shouko, do you believe that? Sakura turned to Nishimiya Shouko. Shouko shook her head so hard that her hair flew in all directions. Noka, what about you? That might fool a little kid. But then again, a little kid wouldn't even understand what dissociative identity disorder is, so you couldn't even trick them. Noka crossed her arms and glared coldly at the Hojo Kyajuk who was acting strangely. So, who are you really? Sakura demanded, her sharp gaze locked onto that familiar face. Wait a minute, Kisaki Teta is the second best student after Hojo Kyajuk? Why are you all treating him like he's dumber than an elementary schooler? Apologize to him right now. As these thoughts raced through her mind, Mitsuha suddenly realized why Kyajuk hadn't given her more information in his notes. No matter how much he wrote, these girls knew him so well that they'd notice something was off instantly. Understanding this, Mitsuha's panic gradually faded. No matter what, she was going to the Sakura festival today. My name is Mimizu Mitsuha. With that, she stepped past Yamauchi Sakura, walked to the refrigerator, opened it, took out a container, grabbed a spoon, and scooped up a large bite before stuffing it into her mouth. Damn, Kyajuk was really good at making desserts. Last time, he made fruit slushies for Yotsuba, and she saved a bit to eat the next day. But Mitsuha had stolen and finished it instead. Delicious. Absolutely incredible. Even though it was made from wild berries, generations of Itomori people had cultivated them, removing their sourness and making them sweet and delicious. The soft slush combined with the crispy fruit chunks was pure bliss after a bath. Sis, didn't you say this was just for kids? Yotsuba asked, eyeing Mitsuha with a mix of betrayal and longing. But so what? Who cares if it's for kids? Kyajuk's food was just too good. Thinking this, Mitsuha pushed past Ueno Noka, plopped down on the sofa, and took another big bite. Ah! My ice cream! Yamauchi Sakura wailed, lunging forward to reclaim her beloved treat. Sakura! Shouko gasped, pulling Sakura behind her protectively. Among the group, only she addressed Sakura so intimately, and their bond was noticeably closer than Sakura's with Noka. Looking at that familiar face, Shouko's usually gentle expression turned serious. Kyajuk's body was truly resilient. He could eat such cold ice cream without any fear of a stomachache. That's why he always stopped Sakura from eating it. Realizing this, Mimizu Mitsuha spoke up. For some reason, Kyajuk-kun and I occasionally swap bodies. Right now, we've switched. He's in my body, and I'm in his. I know you don't believe me, but this will prove it. With that, she unlocked her phone, opened the Notes app, and handed it over. Shouko, normally timid, bravely stepped forward, carefully took the phone, and then quickly retracted her hands. The three girls huddled together, scanning the most recent note. Tomorrow, attend the Sakura festival. That could be fake. Look at an older one. Sakura said smartly. Right. Shouko immediately agreed. Flipping back, they found one of the first notes Kyajuk had written, dated shortly after the school year started. Kyajuk was definitely normal back then. Sakura concluded. Agreed. Shouko, ever the little sweetheart, quickly echoed. The note was meticulous, detailed, and thorough, clearly written by someone with mild OCD. Even the one about the Sakura festival listed everything from wallet reminders to travel plans. The three of them immediately recognized the writing as unmistakably Hojo-kyak's. But, is this even possible? Naoko hesitated, then turned to look at the person claiming to be Mimizu Mitsuha, who was casually lounging on the sofa, happily eating ice cream. Staring. Mitsuha, fully embracing the situation, continued eating and even turned on the TV. Noticing the three girls' intense gazes, she quickly turned and flashed a big, cheeky grin. Eek. Shouko shivered in shock. Sakura, what do we do? Shouko clung to Sakura's arm. Among the three of them, only Sakura had the strongest sense of leadership. Having met Kelty and witnessed something beyond human understanding, Yamauchi Sakura actually believed Mimizu Mitsuha after reading the notes. As Kyajuk's childhood friend, she had received similar emails from him before school trips. Plus, during their childhood family outings, he always planned things the same way. His tone and obsessive preparation were impossible to fake. Honestly, I already believe her. You guys saw the notes, right? Sakura said. That's definitely Kyajuk's writing, but this whole thing is just too unbelievable. Naoko insisted. After a moment of thought, Sakura decided to tell them about Kelty. After all, neither Kyajuk nor Kelty had ever forbidden her from sharing this information. And besides, everyone in their group already knew about Kelty. What? A Dullahan? Why didn't I see her at the gathering? Mitsuha, still with a mouthful of ice cream, gasped in shock upon overhearing their conversation. Ah! My ice cream! Seeing how much had already been eaten, Sakura cried out in heartbreak and rushed over to clutch the container protectively. This time, Shouko didn't stop her. She and Noko were still processing the mind-blowing revelation. So, you're actually a girl? Noko stared dumbfounded at the muscular, t-shirt-clad Kyajuk. That's right. Mitsuo beamed, delighted to finally be recognized as a girl. Should we call you Kyajuk or? Shoko asked as she and Noko sat across from Mitsuo, blocking the TV. My name is Mimizu Mitsuo. Just call me Mitsuo. My name is Yamauchi Sakura. You can call me Sakura-chan, or just like Shoko does Sakura. Sakura was always like this. Happiness lingered for a long time, while negative emotions faded in an instant. Alright then, Sakura. Mitsuo had been a little uneasy seeing Yamauchi Sakura looking so sad earlier, but to her surprise, Sakura didn't seem to mind at all. I'm Nishimiya Shoko, just call me Shoko. Shoko said softly. Now that the danger had passed, she had returned to her usual gentle demeanor. Wano Noka. Just call me Noka, that's what Kyajuk calls me anyway. Noka couldn't help but find it jarring to see someone using Kyajuk's face while acting like a shy schoolgirl. Got it. Thank you, Shoko, Noka. Mitsuo nodded enthusiastically, relieved that the tense situation had resolved so easily. This time, it wasn't just Wano Noka who felt something was off. Even Shoko looked a little uncomfortable, averting her gaze. Only Sakura remained fascinated, staring curiously at Mimizu Mitsuo, who was still inhabiting Hojo Kyaju's body yet acting like a cheerful schoolgirl. This is too cute. I never imagined Kyajuk could make this kind of expression. Mitsuo, let's take a picture together. Okay. Fully embracing the moment and unaware of anything odd about her behavior, Mitsuo happily leaned in, flashed the classic Japanese peace sign, and grinned widely, showing 8 of her teeth. Hee. Watching Kyajuk, who usually only allowed himself a reserved smile, laugh so openly in this photo, Sakura chuckled to herself and quickly sent the picture to Aunt Mikiko in Hokkaido. Before Mitsuo could even react, Hojo Mikiko replied with 3 exclamation marks, followed by a rapid stream of messages. Did something happen to Hojo? Why is he posing so willingly for a picture? My boy is getting more handsome by the day. Why only 1 photo, Sakura? Send me more. Weren't you all going to the Sakura festival today? Why are you still at home? Sakura casually handed her phone to the curious Mitsuo, who read through the messages with wide eyes before asking, is this Kyajuk-kun's mother? Haha, yeah. Aunt Mikiko is such a fun person. You'll understand when you meet her someday. Having met Kyaju's female friends and successfully navigated the initial awkwardness, Mitsuo was feeling much older. Now, she was actually looking forward to meeting this amusing mother in person. Come on, Mitsuo. Let's take a few more pictures. Won't Kyajuk-kun be mad when he sees these? It hadn't crossed her mind before, but after witnessing Sakura's antics, Mitsuo began to have second thoughts. Haha, don't worry about it. Kyajuk wouldn't mind something like this. Also, why do you keep saying Kyajuk-kun? Just call him Kyuk. Before Mitsuo could respond, Sakura boldly threw an arm around her shoulders and, catching her off guard, snapped 3 quick selfies before promptly sending them off to Hojo Mikiko. Kyajuk. Mitsuo repeated the name in her mind. Despite swapping bodies so many times, understanding each other deeply, and being deeply intertwined in each other's lives, they had never actually addressed each other informally. She wasn't sure if he would be okay with it. But just for today. Maybe she could secretly call him that. The weight of family expectations, the town's traditions, and the pressure from everyone around her had always made her feel suffocated. But in that moment, a simple name Kyajuk brought her quiet, indescribable joy. Her smile grew even brighter. Feeling lighter than ever, she turned to Shoko and Noka, who were both looking eager to join in. Come on, let's all take some pictures together. What did it matter? It's not like Kyajuk could come all the way to Itamori to scold her for it. Shoko let out a small, excited cheer and quickly moved next to Mitsuo. And so, the 4 girls had a blast, using Kyaju's body to take all kinds of goofy photos, which they carefully stored in their phones as keepsakes. Thanks to this little adventure in Kyaju's body, Mitsuo had grown much closer to the other 3 in just a short time. Before they knew it, it was already past 10 o'clock. By the way, what about the food for the picnic? Mitsuo asked, glancing over at Sakura, who was stuffing a yam-flavored ice cream into the freezer. Kyajuk already made plenty of snacks. It's enough for us girls, but definitely not enough for him. We mainly need to prepare his share. Sakura opened the fridge to show Mitsuo, revealing an assortment of colorful sweets neatly arranged inside. Mitsuo pouted. Damn it. Why didn't I see these earlier? The only thing I got to eat was that ice cream, and that was only thanks to Yotsuba. Internally crying, she vowed to make up for it today by eating as much as she could. But after glancing at Sakura, Shoko, And Noka, she hesitated. Maybe she should hold back a little. Otherwise, they'd probably feel the same way. Even though this was their first time meeting, Mitsuo could already feel their sincerity. Unlike the loneliness she often felt back in Itamari, their carefree energy was something she truly cherished. I'll cook. I'll make some traditional Itamari dishes so you can see how they compare to Tokyo's food. There's even some beef here. Arhita beef is really famous. With that, Mitsuo stood up, tied an apron around her waist, and got ready to cook. Then how about we head to Chiyoda after lunch instead? At the mention of food, Sakura instantly lost all motivation to go out. If they were having a picnic, they'd be limited to cold dishes, but at home, they could eat whatever they wanted. I'm in. Shoko agreed immediately. No complaints from me. Noka added. It's not like they were on a strict sightseeing schedule anyway. In that case, prepare to witness my girl power. Mitsuo playfully flexed her arm, only to burst into laughter upon seeing the muscle definition, something her real body definitely lacked. Sakura and the others, watching her exaggerated display, couldn't help but crack up as well. Let's make some sushi too, so we can bring it along for the hanami later. Sakura suggested. And so, their tiny kitchen quickly became crowded with the four of them cooking together. While it certainly made preparing food more chaotic, none of them minded one bit. Ugh, I'm stuffed. I don't want to move. Sakura sprawled down on the couch, groaning. Maybe we should just skip Chiyoda and go to Meguro River for the night, Sakura instead? No way. Mitsuo was the first to protest. This was the Sakura festival, after all. Haha, Sakura, if we don't get a picture of Kyajuku with the cherry blossoms, Aunt Mikiko will definitely call you non-stop. Shoko teased. Although Mitsuo's food was delicious, Shoko had only eaten a small portion. She had to be mindful of her voice since she planned to be a voice actress. Eek. Let's go right now. Just imagining Aunt Mikiko's dramatic complaints made Sakura shudder. Kyajuku left a note saying that if we decide to go, we should call his friend. He'll arrange a car for us. Nice. No need to squeeze onto the train. Sakura cheered. Hey, Kisaki, can you get us a ride to Chiyoda? Oh, that tone of voice. So today, you're Mimizu Mitsuo, huh? On the other end of the call, Kisaki Teta immediately recognized which version of his boss he was dealing with. His tone instantly turned colder. Chapter 131, 131 Incoming Storm. Why is it that, despite both being Kyajuku's friends, this Kisaki is so unbearable? Dissociative identity disorder? How rude. I've arranged everything. He'll call you any minute now. If you're free tonight, we can review some math, and thanks for your help. Mitsuo quickly ended the call. With so many beautiful girls around, you expect me to study with you? On the other end, Kisaki smirked at the call's abrupt ending. He couldn't help but feel that his boss's other personality was becoming more and more like the real deal. Good. Hopefully, the boss's female friends would continue to assimilate him further today. The Cherry Blossom Festival, a favorite event among the people of Japan, was the perfect excuse for team bonding within the Rampaging Angel gang. However, there was no way their leader would waste such a beautiful day hanging out with a bunch of burly men. Everyone knew that their boss would be spending the festival surrounded by a group of beautiful girls, enjoying the falling cherry blossoms. Meanwhile, in the boss's fan club chatroom, Kazumajouka Utaha had been lurking, quietly watching the conversation. When she saw the notification that their leader had requested a ride, she nearly snatched up the job until she remembered she didn't have a driver's license. Before she could think of an alternative, someone with the username Ecchi on Izuka had already accepted the request. Awesome. I hope the boss teaches me more dating techniques today. Ecchi on Izuka dating techniques? Honestly, it'd be better if you stayed single forever. If you ever fall in love, your brain might start working even less efficiently. Utaha made this remark sincerely, without a hint of bitterness about missing the chance to drive the boss herself. Absolutely not. Hojo Kyajuku was heading out today? Was it for the Cherry Blossom Festival? Where would he go? Shinjuku-jin? Ueno Park? Or perhaps Chiyoda? Kazumajouka Utaha speculated before immediately calling her father, requesting a driver to pick her up. If Ecchi Onizuka was the one driving the boss, she could simply ask him for their destination later. If she found Hojo Kyajuku, she would teach him some real techniques for landing a girlfriend. Ah, the confidence of a romance light novel author with zero dating experience. Kita Ward, Q Furukawa Gardens Lily, are you ready yet? Sayuri, dressed in a red kimono adorned with cherry blossom patterns, called out from outside the room. Just a little more. I'm almost done with this final touch. The blonde artist's right hand was moving so fast over her digital tablet that it was nearly a blur. On the large bed behind her, a pale yellow kimono lay neatly folded. On a day like this, as a diplomat, Robin Spencer naturally had social obligations to attend. And this time, the entire family was required to go. Their destination? Most likely Chiyoda after all, the emperor himself resided there. It was the perfect day for him to make a grand appearance. Elsewhere ring. Kyajuke's phone rang. Mitsuo picked it up and glanced at the screen. Ah, it was Ecchi Onizuka, his most loyal underling. Hey, happy weekend, Onizuka. Good afternoon, boss. I'm almost at your place. That fast? Mitsuo was surprised. Haha. Actually, I've been waiting here since early morning. Onizuka sounded smug. Those lazy fools who called themselves the boss's devoted followers had no idea how much effort a lifelong single man was willing to put in to learn advanced dating techniques. Haha, you've worked hard, Onizuka. Mitsuo chuckled dryly, feeling a little guilty about fooling Onizuka last time. But was it really deception? As an emotional coach, hadn't she successfully helped the elderly in town resolve their late-life relationship troubles? She ended the call. Let's go. Kyajuke's guy is almost here. Mitsuo said to the three girls who had already packed food and touched up their makeup. Once again, she marveled at the convenience of Kyajuke's body. All she needed to do was wash her face, and she was good to go. So easy. That was fast. The first time I saw those gang members, I was scared by how intimidating they looked. But they're actually really nice. Sakura remarked. Beside her, Shoko covered her mouth as she giggled. Who was it that had interrogated the tallest vice leader for half an hour during the inauguration ceremony and even sent a video to Aunt Mikiko? Mitsuo picked up the large food container and led the way out. Sakura followed, then Noka, and finally Shoko, who carefully locked the door before catching up to the three waiting at the elevator. Outside the apartment Onizuka, thanks for waiting. At the apartment's parking area, Mitsuo immediately spotted Ecchi Onizuka standing in front of a Toyota SUV. Having played the role of Big Boss several times now, even attending gatherings, she had grown quite accustomed to this identity. Boss. Onizuka raised his hand excitedly in greeting. Yo, Onizuka. Good afternoon. Sakura walked up casually. She had met this hilarious underling last time when she attended a gang meeting with Kyajuke. Shoko and Noka simply smiled and gave a slight bow. Onizuka hurriedly bowed back. Where'd you get this car? Mitsuo opened the back door for the girls before settling into the front passenger seat. She then turned to ask Onizuka. One of the guys had a spare. Onizuka shut the door for the boss before running to the driver's seat. Kyajuke usually didn't allow such treatment after all, he had perfectly good hands. But today, Onizuka was willing to go all out to learn more from the boss. On the road, boss, I've read Love Metronome so many times now, but there are still parts I don't understand. Can you explain them to me? As he spoke, Onizuka pulled out the dog-eared novel from his jacket and placed it on the center console. Hearing that Onizuka wanted to discuss the book that had once moved her to tears, Mitsuo was overjoyed. Although she could now retain many memories when switching back to her real body, the contents of books she read during the switch didn't transfer over. Back in Itamari, she had been dying to discuss the novel with Sayaka but had no way to do so. You're a Love Metronome fan too, Onizuka? Mitsuo was so excited that she almost reached for the book until she remembered where Onizuka had been keeping it. She quickly withdrew her hand. Huh? Wasn't it you who told me and Reggie to read it? Onizuka looked confused. Haha, yeah, but I didn't expect you to love it this much. Mitsuo turned around, giving her three new friends a helpless look. Sakura was the first to laugh, instantly understanding that Mitsuo was trying to show them the challenges of body swapping. Mitsuo has it rough. Shoko murmured. Yeah. If I had to spend a day in an all-male school full of idiots. Ugh. Just picturing it sent shivers down Wano Noka's spine. Haha. If I could use Kyajuke's body, I might have already unified all Tokyo's delinquent in Tokyo by now. Sakura said with a mischievous grin. Hey, Sakura, is your class still the same as it was in elementary school? Shoko chuckled, her eyes filled with curiosity. Sakura let out an exaggerated sigh. Ugh, it's even worse than back then. My class is full of girls, and they all want to hang out with me. I don't even have time to go to the bathroom during breaks. She dramatically threw her arms around Shoko in mock despair. Hee hee, sounds like a good problem to have. Shoko teased. Hey, Sakura, mind your surroundings. Noka said, prying Sakura's arms off Shoko with a disapproving look. Ahem. Rest assured, dear friends of our esteemed leader, I will not glance at the rearview mirror even once. Onizuka declared loudly and solemnly, as if making a sacred vow. Alright, Onizuka, let's talk about this novel. Mitsuo interjected, finally cutting into the conversation. Listening to the girls' banter had made her itch to jump in, but now she had something equally exciting to discuss. Chapter 132, 132 Chidori Greenway. Yes, Yes, boss, go ahead. If you weren't driving, Ecchi Onizuka would have already pulled out a notebook to take notes. He even considered recording the conversation, but after what happened last time when Kasumi Tako-sensei confiscated everything on his phone, he wasn't sure what kind of trouble that would lead to. So, for now, he decided not to take any chances. No need to be so serious. Let's just treat this as a casual book discussion. Mitsuo couldn't understand why someone like Onizuka, a former delinquent gang leader, was so obsessed with a romance light novel. His serious expression reminded her of that time at the cafe. Oh. Right. This guy was trying to learn dating techniques from the novel. How touching. Onizuka, your dedication to getting a girlfriend has officially earned my respect. With that thought, Mitsuo decided to take this discussion seriously. After all, she had promised Kyajuk she'd help educate his subordinates. If she could get all of them into relationships, the city office might as well give her an award. First, you need to understand what kind of girl Hyuga is. She's a gloomy and stubborn girl. Onizuka had read the novel so many times, he was confident in his answer. No, that's completely wrong. Deep down, Hyuga is actually very soft and shy. I knew it. No wonder whenever I tried using the lines from this book to talk to girls, they called me a creep. I've been interpreting it all wrong. Onizuka smacked the steering wheel in realization, his voice filled with excitement. Hey! Hearing him say that, Mitsuo suddenly felt a little guilty. Honestly, she wasn't sure if the novel's content could really help someone improve their emotional intelligence. Onizuka, you do realize that novels are fictional, right? You can't take them too literally. Of course I know that. But this book is different. I even heard from the author herself. Boss, there's no need to keep it a secret from me anymore. Now I understand why you recommended it to us. Thank you so much. Onizuka felt incredibly lucky he had gone to Akihabara that day. Even though he didn't succeed in finding a girlfriend, he discovered something even more shocking. This book was based on the boss's real-life love story, written by none other than Kasumi Tako-sensei. Huh? What exactly do you think you know? Why would Kyajuk recommend this book to you? Mitsuo was completely baffled. Well, since had endorsed it, she might as well go along with it and properly explain the novel to him. Onizuka, under no circumstances should you use the lines from this book to talk to girls, you'll get punched. As they arrived near Chidorigafuchi, Mitsuo and the others got out of the car. Standing by the roadside, she turned to Onizuka with a stern warning. Understood, boss. Onizuka responded just as seriously. Alright then, I'll be heading off. Enjoy the Sakura Festival. Mitsuo waved as she walked away. See you, boss and boss's friends. After saying his goodbyes, Onizuka hopped back into the car and sped off to meet the rest of the group. Get punched? You mean because I'll end up with too many girlfriends, and they'll fight over me out of jealousy? If that's the case, then bring it on. Ecchi Onizuka, welcome that kind of beating. The fool laughed to himself as he drove off. So, first we'll go boating on Chidorigafuchi, then we'll walk along the Chidori Greenway to the park for a picnic, and finally, we'll head to Meguro in the evening. That's the plan, right? Mitsuo led the way, carrying a picnic basket and a blanket, while gently pushing through the crowd to make space for the three girls following behind her. Chidorigafuchi was the moat located on the northwest side of the Imperial Palace. The area got its name from the way the lake's shape resembled 1,000 birds spreading their wings. With hundreds of cherry blossom trees lining the banks, it was one of Tokyo's top 3 cherry blossom viewing spots, alongside Shinjuku-jo and Ueno Park. Besides admiring the cherry blossoms from the stone pathways and bridges, the most popular activity here was renting a boat and drifting along the moat, surrounded by pink petals. Cherry blossoms were delicate just when they reached full bloom, they also started to fall. As the wind blew, petals would scatter from the branches and drift down onto the boats and into the water. And when the petals truly started shedding in earnest, the entire river would turn a soft shade of pink. Yep, that's right. Sakura clung tightly to Mitsuo's sleeve, though technically, she was holding on to the sleeve of Kyaju's body. Shoko and Noka trailed close behind. As they stepped off the main road and approached the riverside, they saw clusters of young women dressed in colorful kimonos, all eagerly taking photos. Ah, I knew it. We should have worn kimonos too. Sakura whined softly. And we shouldn't have come at peak hours to take pictures. We should have arrived earlier when there were fewer people. Noka added. Yeah, at this point, it'll be hard to get a good shot without a crowd in the background. Mitsuo sighed as she glanced around. Most of the women taking photos were gathered on the bridge, leaning against the railing to snap close-ups with the cherry blossoms below. Hardly anyone was taking full-body shots, mainly because every picturesque spot under the trees was already occupied by another group doing the exact same thing. Let's just go straight to the boat rental. There are fewer people on the water, and if you all want pictures, we can rent 2 boats. I'll take the photos for you." Mitsuo spoke naturally. She knew that if Kyajuk were here, he would have done the same. That guy was always looking out for the people around him, even when his body was temporarily occupied by someone else. So, as long as she was using his body, she'd make sure to do the same. "Haha, what are you talking about, Mitsuo? Like we'd let you row a boat by yourself?" Sakura laughed, brushing off Mitsuo's offer. Even though she was the first one to mention taking pictures, she wasn't the type to dwell on a single thought for more than 3 seconds. Besides, we'll probably run into someone familiar who can help take photos. Shulko smirked from behind, recalling how, no matter where they went, Kyajuk always seemed to run into his reliable subordinates. "Let's hope so." Mitsuo smiled as she continued leading the way. They crossed the bridge and passed through the entrance to the Chidori Greenway. Despite its name, the so-called Greenway was nothing but a sea of pink. Cherry blossom trees lined both sides of the path, their fully bloomed branches forming a tunnel of petals. It was breathtakingly romantic. Another striking view was the numerous women in kimonos posing for photos beneath the trees. Even though Mitsuo and the others weren't dressed in traditional clothing, Sakura, Shulko, and Naoka stood out effortlessly with their natural beauty. They became a part of the picturesque scenery themselves. Finding a relatively less crowded spot where only 2 other girls were taking photos, Sakura pointed it out and nudged Shulko and Naoka forward to wait their turn. She then turned back to Mitsuo and took the picnic basket from her hands. "Sakura, what are you doing?" Mitsuo asked. She had already pulled out her phone, ready to fulfill her boyfriend duty and take pictures for them. "Mitsuo, you're coming too." "I'm setting up my phone on the picnic basket for a timed shot so we can all be in the photo together." "Sakura." Mitsuo felt a sudden wave of emotion. She finally understood why Shulko always listened to Sakura. This girl was just too thoughtful. Even Mitsuo, a girl herself, couldn't help but feel her heart skip a beat. "Hurry up. Before more people walk into the frame." Now that they were inside the cherry blossom tunnel, the crowd had thinned out slightly, making it the perfect chance for a photo. All right. Sakura grabbed Mitsuo's hand and pulled her into the shot, joining Shulko and Naoka. A gentle spring breeze blew past, carrying the faint scent of the moat's water. The delicate cherry branches swayed slightly, releasing a flurry of petals that rained down like snow. Pink blossoms landed in the girls' hair and dusted their clothes, creating a scene straight out of a dream. Pink petals danced in the air, contrasting against the girl's fair skin. For a moment, it was impossible to tell whether the breathtaking cherry blossoms were more beautiful or if the radiant smiles on their faces were the true heart-stealers. Of course, there was also the boy in the middle of the 3 stunning girls, grinning so widely that even his molars were visible, flashing a peace sign for the camera. 1, 2, 3 cheese. With Sakura's cheerful voice ringing out, their cherry blossom festival had officially begun. As soon as the camera flash faded, Sakura eagerly ran over to check the photos, with Shulko and Naoka huddling close behind her. Meanwhile, Mitsuo, mindful that she was currently inhabiting a boy's body, maintained a bit of distance but used her height advantage to peek at the screen. Shulko tugged on Sakura's sleeve impatiently. "Haha, don't worry, Shulko, I'm sending them right now." Oddly enough, despite always forming chat groups for even the most trivial events, the 3 girls had never created a group chat for themselves. Ding ding ding. A notification popped up as Sakura quickly sent the pictures to everyone. Mitsuo had looked in the mirror plenty of times, but seeing herself in a photo, knowing that she had posed for it, yet seeing a boy's face in the picture still left her with a strange feeling. But this wasn't so bad, was it? Even though she wasn't in the photo, Mitsuo still felt genuinely happy. "Mitsuo, don't forget to send this to Mikiko Auntie, the one saved as mom in your contacts," Sakura reminded her. "Oh, right." Still caught up in the surreal feeling, Mitsuo quickly complied. The moment she sent the photo, a message popped up instantly, as if the recipient had been waiting by their phone. "That's my boy. So handsome. Little Sakura looks as energetic as ever, Shai-chan is still as adorable as always, and Naoka's smile is so bright today." Mitsuo couldn't help but admire how close Hojo's mother was with Sakura and the others. On the other end, Shulko had already sent the photos to her mother and Yuzuru. Naoka forwarded them to her little brother, though her grandfather wasn't too savvy with smartphones. Meanwhile, Sakura had sent them to both her own mother and Kyajuk's mother in one swift tap. Meanwhile, in Mizumoto City, even the most demanding companies wouldn't force people to work overtime during the Cherry Blossom Festival. Well, except for Nishimiya Hueco, who worked at a hospital and had the busiest schedule of them all. Ironically, the Nishimiya family had the most convenient location for flower viewing. The city's Cherry Blossom Festival took place just outside their apartment, along the river bank. Since the children in their families were so close, Their parents had also gathered to enjoy the festival together. As they strolled along the river, nearly everyone's phones chimed at the exact same time. "That must be from Sakura and the girls," said Yamauchi Makoto, Sakura's mother, momentarily startled by what looked like a synchronized hacking attempt. Probably." Nishimiya Yuko replied, dressed in an elegant apricot-colored kimono that, while not overly extravagant, perfectly highlighted her cool unrefined aura. "Shoko mentioned they'd be at the festival today." "Haha. It's a picture of Anshin and Hojo," Yuzuru exclaimed excitedly. Dressed in a striking red kimono with her mid-length hair tied back, Yuzuru looked like a samurai straight out of the Edo period, exuding a unique, androgynous charm. "Is that your sister, little warrior?" Ueno Naoka's grandfather asked, peering at his grandson's phone. After looking at the picture, everyone's faces softened into warm smiles. On a day like this, it didn't matter who you were or where you came from. Everyone could lose themselves in the beauty of the cherry blossoms, strolling along paths blanketed in soft pink petals, savoring the rare moments of peace and joy. Back at Chidorigafuchi, the boat rental area was located midway along Chidori Greenway. Stopping every now and then to snap pictures and admire the view, the group soon arrived at their destination. "So, which type of boat should we rent?" Mimizu Mitsuo asked, leaving the food basket at the rental station as they surveyed their options. "That one. The sleek, canoe-like one." Sakura pointed excitedly at a deep blue, narrow boat, the kind typically used by park staff to scoop trash from the water. Shoko clutched her small purse tightly, her eyes lingering longingly on the adorable white duck-shaped paddle boat nearby. She didn't object to Sakura's choice, but a quiet, reluctant whimper escaped her lips. "Ha ha ha. Sakura, that's so mean. Shoko obviously wants the duck boat." Mitsuo chuckled. Well, what can I say? Shoko is just too cute." Sakura grinned mischievously, pulling Shoko into a playful hug. Dressed in a brown one-piece dress, Shoko's soft, slightly plump figure was so endearing that even Sakura, a fellow girl, couldn't help but stare in admiration. "Honestly, you tease Shoko every time we go out." Naoka pouted, clearly a little jealous that her beloved Shoko was being stolen away. Sakura stuck out her tongue playfully. Mitsuo, now the designated financier of the day, pulled out a thick wallet and confidently rented the duck boat for an hour. After all, Kyajuk had already said that today's expenses were on him. Poor Kyajuk, when his wallet was empty, he had to go shopping himself, but when it was full, someone else got to enjoy the spoils. The whole canoe idea had been Sakura's way of messing with Shoko. In reality, that boat was barely big enough for 2 people. The duck boat, on the other hand, was much better. It was foot-powered, had 2 rows of seats, and was spacious enough for all 4 of them. The 2 strongest, Mitsuo and Sakura, took the front seats where the pedals were, while Shoko and Naoka sat in the back. At first, Mitsuo hesitated to pedal too hard, unsure of how sturdy the boat was. But when she saw Sakura gleefully pushing full force, she relaxed and decided to use Kyajuk's strength to the fullest. "Whoa, we're going so fast." The sudden burst of speed made Shoko yelp softly, gripping the seat and Naoka for support. Sakura, meanwhile, had one hand on the steering wheel and the other pointing ahead like an adventurous captain. Even though they were just paddling a plastic duck boat on the calm waters of Chidorigafuchi, she made it feel like they were sailing the high seas. "Full speed ahead, Captain." Mitsuo grinned, fully embracing the excitement as she pumped her legs faster. The emerald green river was like a glassy mirror, reflecting the stillness of the surrounding boats. But then whoosh! The once serene waters were suddenly torn apart as their runaway duck boat raced forward at breakneck speed, slicing through the reflections like a rogue comet. Passengers in nearby boats, who had been leisurely snapping photos, now stared in alarm as the wild, out-of-control duck boat barreled toward them like a rampaging stallion. Their peaceful flower viewing cruise had just turned into a game of dodge the duck. Chapter 133, 133 Sakura, hey, with me, Sakura-sama, at the front, there's no way we'd crash into them. With an unstoppable energy, Sakura arrived at their destination, confidently letting go of the steering wheel and grinning in triumph. Mitsuo glanced back at the people still muttering complaints under their breath and couldn't help but chuckle. This kind of reckless freedom she had never experienced it, not even when using Kyajuk's body. In that moment, she felt nothing but sheer exhilaration. Watching Sakura turn around excitedly to share the thrill of driving with Shoko and Naoka, Mitsuo felt a small pang of envy. Haha, Sakura is really something else. She mused. It's all thanks to Kyajuk being around. Wait, I should say Mitsuo now. Sakura turned to face her, her expression resembling a mischievous creature Mitsuo had once seen in a childhood textbook. What? Shoko and Naoka, curious, also looked over. Because Kyajuk is here, I don't have to worry about anyone causing trouble, Sakura boasted, flashing a cheeky, exaggerated grin. Hey, that's kind of true. Hueco giggled, nodding in agreement. But aren't you worried that if too many people show up, even Kyajuk won't be able to handle them? Wano Noka questioned. In that case, I'd just grab Kyajuk and make a run for it. We've been practicing long-distance running since 3rd grade. No one can catch us. Sakura declared with absolute confidence. Damn it, I want to rely on Hojo like that too. Watching Sakura act like she had exclusive childhood best friend privileges, Noka couldn't help but feel envious. Mitsuo sat silently, watching the 3 girls interact, trying to decipher the complex dynamics between them. Over the past few hours, she had learned plenty just from their conversations. While all 3 were friends with Hojo, Mitsuo could tell their relationships weren't simple. Hueco, the most adorable and soft-spoken among them, was like the group's beloved little sister. Both Sakura and Noka clearly adored her. Although Hueco and Noka attended the same school and even shared an apartment, Hueco seemed to rely more on Sakura. But that probably had a lot to do with Sakura's bold and assertive personality. Meanwhile, Hueco and Noka shared a strong bond as well. It was obvious how much Noka treasured their friendship. She never let go of Hueco's hand, even when they were running around or taking pictures together. As for Sakura and Noka, Mitsuo, with her keen emotional intuition, sensed a subtle rivalry between them. And the reason? The owner of this body, Hojo Kyug. Although Noka was laughing and chatting easily with Sakura and Hueco, her smiles were genuine, yet Mitsuo, the renowned emotional advisor of Itomori in Hida City, could see past the surface. Beneath that bright expression, Noka carried unspoken feelings. It seemed that today, Mitsuo wouldn't just be helping Kyajuk discipline his subordinates, she would also need to smooth things over among his friends and keep the group's harmony intact. She silently made up her mind. The ripples caused by their paddle boat had settled, leaving the river's surface calm once more. Thanks to Sakura's reckless maneuvering, they now had this entire stretch of water to themselves. The crystal-clear green waters reflected the sky like a mirror, while submerged aquatic plants and drifting petals swayed with the gentle current. The white boat floated like an ornament atop an emerald jewel, creating an almost dreamlike scene. The girls looked up not at the sky, but at the cherry blossom branches stretching from the riverbank, reaching over the water. Pale pink petals filled the air. The sky itself seemed to blush, turning into a soft pink haze as cherry blossoms drifted down in the spring breeze. The falling petals painted the white paddle boat in gentle shades of pink, even dusting the girls' outstretched hands. Tiny ripples formed as the petals touched the water, distorting the reflection of the emerald lake. More and more blossoms fell, merging with the current, changing the color of the river in an instant. So beautiful. Hueco murmured, stretching out her small hands to catch the falling petals. Her voice was as clear and gentle as the drifting flowers themselves. Noka, with a quiet smile, watched the petals fall into the water, carried away by the current. What was she thinking? I have to jump to the shore and take pictures for you guys. For the first time, Mitsuo was witnessing such a breathtaking scene, not just the endless cherry blossoms but also a group of beautiful girls in the middle of it all. She felt an overwhelming sense of duty. She had to capture this moment. Ha ha, Mitsuo, why don't you just throw me over? Sakura joked. Actually, throwing me might be better. I'm the lightest. Noka chimed in playfully. Well, that's true. Sakura snickered, her eyes darting to Noka's chest with a teasing glint. Sakura. That's it, I'm coming for you. Ha 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 ha. As the group laughed and played, a loud voice suddenly called out from the distance. Boss. Onizuka? Mitsuo's head snapped up so fast that the boat wobbled slightly, making Hueco and the others quickly grab onto the sides for balance. Sorry. After studying the boat, Mitsuo turned her attention back to the approaching voices. Sure enough, in a sleek, deep blue canoe, the same one Sakura had earlier used to tease Hueco, Ecchi, Onizuka and Danmariji were paddling furiously toward them. Strangely, despite their obvious effort, they were moving at a snail's pace. Damn it, Riji. Keep in sync with me. Onizuka shouted in frustration. Idiot, you should sync with me. Danma shot back without hesitation. You spent all our intel money on pin-up magazines. Now we couldn't even rent a paddle boat. Well, you wasted our gas money on novels. Now we have to take the subway everywhere. Onizuka silently adjusted his paddling rhythm. I was studying romance, okay? He muttered in a sulky tone. Oh yeah? Did you learn anything? At last, their boat drew closer. I saw this insanely fast boat from a distance, and I knew it had to be Boss's. No one else but the handless demon could handle a paddle boat like that. Onizuka declared proudly. Hearing that ridiculously dramatic nickname, Mitsuo finally understood why Kyajuk had written in his notes. Anyone who calls me that, remember their name. They'll get extra training. Ha ha ha. Handless demon sounds so cool. Sakura cackled. If Kyajuk were actually here, She might have held back her laughter a little, but since it was Mitsuo, she laughed openly, and Mitsuo couldn't help but join in. It's still as hilarious as ever. Naoka agreed for once, siding with Sakura. Shoko smiled too, though hers was more of a soft, affectionate grin. In her mind, no matter what nickname Kyajuk had, it would always sound good. See? Everyone loves it. But boss keeps acting like he hates it. Deep down, he must be proud. Onizuka beamed. Watching him, Mitsuo hesitated but decided not to put his name on the extra training list. A loyal friend who came all this way just to be their photographer? Kyajuk would have to forgive him at least this once. Onizuka, weren't you supposed to go find the main group? How did you end up here with Rigi? A gathering full of dudes? No thanks. Chidoriga Fuchi is packed with adorable girls. Who knows? Maybe my destined one is right here. Onizuka grinned. Idiot, I was the one who suggested this. Danmarigi smacked Onizuka on the head. Haha, well, good luck to you both then. Alright, boss, let us take some photos for you. The so-called idiot volunteered enthusiastically. In truth, both he and Rigi had come specifically for this reason, even borrowing a camera from one of their underlings. From Rigi's keen observations, it was clear that the girls boating around Chidoriga Fuchi were all frustrated by one thing: they couldn't take pictures of themselves. With stunning cherry blossoms lining both sides of the river, it was a waste not to capture the moment. But taking selfies on a tiny boat was next to impossible. That's where they came in. With a camera and the promise to send the photos later along with a contact exchange, of course fate would practically be in their hands. Bluetooth transfer? Sorry, not an option. Phone camera? Nope, it wouldn't do justice to their beauty. Thanks to this genius idea, Ryuji had temporarily assumed the leadership role in their duo. Of course, getting the contacts was only the first step. Winning the girls over afterward? That required the boss's expert advice on love. So the moment they spotted Kyajuk, they rushed over. Then we'll leave it to you. Mimizu Mitsuo said with a smile. You got it. Once we're done, I'll send the photos to you via Bluetooth, boss. Onizuka grinned. With their perfect cameraman in place, the four girls took their time enjoying the photo session. Chidoriga Fuchi's cherry blossoms truly lived up to their reputation. No wonder the Imperial Palace was built here. Maybe the castle was constructed simply because the moat was too beautiful to resist. Along this mere 400-meter stretch of river, 800 cherry trees flourished. The towering Sumayoshino and wild cherry blossoms, grown for decades, stretched their branches over the water, some so low that anyone sitting in a boat could reach out and touch them. At that moment, Shoko sat alone in the boat Onizuka and the others had brought. A delicate branch, laden with soft pink petals, brushed against her hair. Dressed in a brown long dress, she sat with her hands gently holding a white purse on her lap, her legs neatly together. Her serene expression, her quiet gaze mirroring the green river waters, made it seem as if her brown eyes reflected the cherry blossoms on the opposite bank. Balancing precariously on a duckboat, Onizuka hurriedly pressed the shutter. Got it. He flashed a thumbs up. Shoko exhaled in relief. Being the center of attention during a photo session was a little embarrassing. No, we need more. I want to take one with Shoko too. Sakura called out, urging Mitsuo to reposition the duckboat for better angles. Leave it to me. Onizuka declared enthusiastically. After all, these were golden opportunities. Once they showed the girls nearby the photos of the boss's charming friends, they'd have a line of admirers waiting to be photographed. Isn't one photo enough, Sakura? Shoko whispered. No way. We only get one chance to enjoy a cherry blossom festival at 14. Sakura proclaimed like a shonen manga protagonist. Oh yeah, she's right. Onizuka and Rigi chimed in. Haha, Shoko, let's take a few more. I haven't seen you like this before. Mitsuo said, emphasizing the word I. At that, Shoko's pale cheeks flushed a deep pink, blending perfectly with the falling cherry blossoms. It was hard to tell which was more beautiful, the girl or the flowers. As for how they switched boats, well, with Kyajuk and the two muscleheads around, a simple tug kept the boat steady as if they were on solid ground. After changing angles and poses for several more shots, Mitsuo carefully maneuvered the duckboat closer, letting them secure Shoko's boat. Just as Sakura prepared to climb over for a photo, Naoko had already beaten her to it. Mitsuo glanced at Sakura, but the latter didn't seem to mind at all. She simply laughed as Naoko made silly faces at her. With the boats drifting apart again, Naoko and Shoko posed together under the falling cherry blossoms. Onizuka snapped the photos while Rigi directed the shoot, while Mitsuo, keeping an eye on Shoko, was ready to jump in for a rescue should anything go wrong. That was when Sakura suddenly spoke up. I bet you're wondering about my relationship with Naoko. Well, a little, but I'm not that curious. Mitsuo admitted, nodding at first but then quickly waving her hands. Sakura turned slightly, dipping her fingers into the water to touch a floating petal before suddenly splashing forward, scattering cherry blossoms and water droplets into the air. Naoka is a complicated person. She's actually known longer than I have, yet she talks to him the least out of all of us. Huh? Mitsuo blinked in confusion. Weird, right? Naoka and Kyajuk went to the same school from the beginning, but I only met him in my third year, second semester. Shaoko, on the other hand, joined in 6th grade. But Naoka didn't really become part of our group until after Shaoko and Hoju had already bonded. Oh, I see. Mitsuo still wasn't sure where this was going. Out of all of us, Naoka is the most possessive. She's always been a little jealous of me for being Kyajuk's childhood friend. No, rather than jealousy, it's regret. Regret? Yeah. She regrets not making use of her chance to be his childhood friend when she had it. Now she's the last to join the group. But wouldn't that mean she's also jealous of Shaoko? Sakura turned her head slightly. The midday sun reflected off the water, casting rippling light onto her fair face. A single cherry blossom petal landed on her cheek. Look at Shaoko. Do you really think anyone could be jealous of her? Mitsuo turned to see Shaoko, blushing furiously as Naoka hugged her tightly. Though clearly embarrassed, she still cooperated, adjusting her poses for the camera. She's just too cute. Mitsuo agreed. She wanted a picture like that too. Haha, right? Sakura giggled. I'm not giving up my childhood friend status, so I just play along with Naoka's little games. She added playfully. Mitsuo suddenly felt like she was witnessing a royal court drama. Wait. What am I even thinking? Shaking off the thought, she asked, so why are you telling me all this, Sakura? Because bottling up secrets gets tiring. Besides, you've got Kyajuk's face but a girl's heart, the perfect person to vent to. Sakura smirked mischievously. Haha, you got me there. Just then, Sakura called out, alright, my turn. I want a photo with Shai-chan too. Chapter 134, 134 Kyajuk's secret. As Sakura said that, Shaoko flashed a gentle smile and waved at them as Mitsuo hurriedly pedaled the boat. Wano Naoka climbed back onto the duck boat, and Sakura immediately followed, pulling Mitsuo, or rather, Kyajuk, along with her. Hee, Mitsuo, let's take a few pictures together first. Naoka, you can wait your turn. Mitsuo couldn't help but laugh at Sakura's mischievous grin and Naoka's slight irritation. They took photos in every possible combination: Shaoko, Mitsuo, and Sakura together, Shaoko and Mitsuo, Shaoko and Sakura, Naoka and Mitsuo. Aside from one big group shot with the so-called troublemaker duo. They managed to capture every combination. It's Sakura's turn to take some pictures now. Shaoko suddenly announced, noticing that everyone else had already taken individual shots. Haha, I don't like taking pictures alone. Mitsuo, come over and join me. Sakura said, standing on the small boat, now the only one left on it. Doesn't like taking pictures alone? Mitsuo was puzzled but quickly snapped a couple of candid shots of Sakura with her phone. Sakura's simple outfit, a white t-shirt and black shorts, did nothing to dull her beauty. On the contrary, her exposed, toned legs and slim yet athletic arms only made her look even more full of life. Kyajuk would be thrilled to see her like this, so vibrant and cheerful. With that thought, Mitsuo, spurred on by Sakura's urging, stepped onto the boat. Even though the person beside her wasn't really Kyajuk, Sakura still happily hooked her arm around Mitsuo's. Missing out on a photo with Sakura-sama on a day like this? That would be heartbreaking for Kyajuk. A gentle breeze swept through, snatching hats off passers-by on the bridge and sending a cascade of cherry blossoms fluttering through the air like pink snowfall. Symbolizing life, spring, hope, and love, the cherry blossoms transformed the two figures on the boat into a scene straight out of a dreamlike spring painting. Sakura beamed at the camera, flashing a bright, carefree smile. With their photoshoot complete, they bid farewell to Ecchi Onizuka's duo and returned to duck boat. The four of them continued their stroll along Chidori Greenway, heading toward their next destination, Chinriga Park. Finding the perfect picnic spot under the cherry trees wasn't as easy as it seemed. Most of the best blooming cherry trees were surrounded by greenery and fenced off from visitors. Beautiful lawns were also off limits, otherwise, they'd be trampled beyond recognition. But Chidoriga was different. Second only to Ueno Park as one of Tokyo's top cherry blossom viewing spots, it featured a well-maintained cherry grove with specially cultivated grass designed to withstand foot traffic. On days like this, the park opened up for visitors to enjoy hanami with drinks and food. Of course, drinking wasn't mandatory, but the locals loved it. Cherry blossoms, with their dazzling yet fleeting existence, embodied the Japanese aesthetic of mono no aware. Even those who rarely drank would find themselves sipping a bit of sake beneath the blossoms. From a distance, the cherry grove came into view, dozens of trees in full bloom, forming a vast pink canopy. With the lush green grass below, it looked like something out of a fairy tale, if you ignored the scattered crowd. "Mitsuo, you guys go ahead and find a spot. I'll catch up in a bit," Sakura said with a grin before dashing off. "I hope we can still find a good spot." Naoka sighed, already worrying about the picnic. "Don't worry. Onizuka just told me that he had his subordinates save us a place." Mitsuo finally understood the meaning behind a note in Kyajuke's memo. "My subordinates are reliable and resourceful. If you ever need anything, don't hesitate to rely on them." Truly reliable and resourceful like Doraemon with his endless gadgets. Upon reaching the crowded lawn, they spotted two of Kyajuke's subordinates, whom Mitsuo had met before but couldn't recall their names. They were casually sitting on the grass, playing on their phones to reserve the spot. Expressing gratitude in the name of their leader, Mitsuo thanked them, while Hueco offered them a few treats from their picnic basket. The two subordinates happily accepted the food and walked away, munching away with smiles on their faces. They spread out the picnic mat. They were thicker and more comfortable than usual because both Kyajuke and Sakura refused to settle for anything less than perfect. If Mitsuo had been in her own body instead of Kyajuke's, carrying it even 100 meters would have been exhausting. Kicking off their shoes, Mitsuo sat cross-legged on the mat. Just the thought of doing this in her original body made her grin. Her friends would have squealed in protest at such an unladylike posture. Hueco and Naoka also took off their shoes and began setting out the food. Don't even ask about the shoes because obviously, a beautiful girl's feet always smell nice. The picnic spread featured thinly sliced beef, an assortment of sushi, and true to Kyajuke's style several yam-based dishes, including his signature spinach and yam rolls and steamed yam cakes. No matter the occasion, Kyajuke's cooking always included yam. Oh, and there was papaya, too. A full liter of fruit salad filled a thermal container, featuring papaya balls and an assortment of other fruits. Not to mention, Kyajuke's special homemade fruit and vegetable juice, the non-foaming kind. Since he drank it regularly after workouts, the ingredients leaned more towards mild vegetables and sweet fruits. "Wow, it's been a while since we've had Kyajuke-kun's signature yam and papaya dishes," Hueco exclaimed, bursting into laughter along with Naoka. Mitsuo, confused, blinked at them. Is it because Kyajuke really likes yam and papaya? Hehe, let's wait for Sakura to explain that one. But you should try the steamed yam cake, it's amazing," Hueco said, pointing at the fluffy cake sprinkled with black sesame seeds. "Alright." Still puzzled, Mitsuo put her curiosity on hold and popped a piece into her mouth. Wow! The moment it hit her tongue, the soft, airy texture caught her by surprise. She never imagined yam, something so sticky, could be turned into something so light and fluffy. A single bite released the nutty aroma of roasted sesame seeds, blending seamlessly with the mild sweetness of yam and the creamy richness of milk. It was an explosion of flavors. Delicious. Seriously, this is incredible," Mitsuo said excitedly, grabbing another piece. "Hehe, this is Naoka and my favorite yam dish." Hueco grinned, savoring her own piece slowly. "But why is everything a dessert? And why is Kyajuke a guy but so good at making sweets?" Mitsuo asked before stuffing another bite into her mouth. "It was just too good." Hehe, Hueco and Naoka giggled again. "You'll have to ask Sakura about that." "Ask me what?" Sakura's voice rang from behind them. Turning around, they saw her running towards them, both hands carrying large bags and a bright smile on her face. "Sakura, is that ice cream?" Hueco immediately spotted the massive tub through the transparent plastic bag. "Ha ha, you bet. Chocolate flavored." Sakura plopped down onto the mat, catching her breath while proudly hugging the ice cream tub. "And that's not all. Calbee chips, wasabi-flavored rice crackers, Coke, Pocky." As she excitedly unloaded her haul, she listed each item like a chef announcing their special menu. "But Kyajuke-kun." Hueco hesitated, glancing worriedly at Kyajuke. Then, as she turned her head, she locked eyes with Mitsuo, who looked utterly confused. "Oh, right. Kyajuke-kun isn't here." Hueco smiled apologetically at Mitsuo before shifting her gaze back to Yamauchi Sakura. "Haha, it's times like these that Kyajuke always keeps me company while I indulge in junk food. He secretly drinks cola himself, thinking I don't know. Every time he knows I'm coming over, he hides all the bottles at home." Sakura scrunched her nose playfully and pulled out 4 paper cups before popping open a bottle of cola. With a sharp pop, a burst of fizz and cold mist rose into the air. Before anyone could react, Sakura had already poured 4 cups of cola and handed them out. "Cheers." Her face lit up with excitement as she raised her cup high, her voice brimming with an infectious energy. "Haha, cheers." Mitsuo, captivated by Sakura's vibrant and confident presence, was the first to respond. "Kyajuke-kun's going to find out, you know." Shoko chuckled as she lifted her cup as well. Happy Sakura Festival, Sakura. Noka said, raising her cup. Happy Sakura Festival. Let's come again next year. Sakura clinked glasses with each of the girls in turn. Cough, cough, oh wow, that's good. Sakura had barely taken a sip before choking on the carbonation, yet she still managed to praise the drink enthusiastically. Next year, huh? As Mitsuo watched the cherry blossoms swirl in the air before being carried away by the wind, she found herself recalling her grandmother's words with newfound clarity. Time gathers. Forms. Twists. Intertwines. Time almost felt like it had a shape like the fleeting beauty of cherry blossoms, blooming gloriously for a brief moment, bringing hope and love. Time almost felt like it had a shape like the laughter of a girl dancing in a flurry of petals, radiant and full of life, making spring even more beautiful. Sitting cross-legged on the mat, Mitsuo felt as if she had entered a strange state. It was as if her soul had drifted beyond her body, and the connections between all things in the world suddenly became visible to her. Lines stretched out from Kyajuku, one connecting to Sakura, another to Shoko, another to Noka. Some extended skyward, disappearing into the unknown. Her mother's words echoed in her mind, everything in this world has its destined place. For the first time, Mitsuo seriously pondered the question she had always brushed aside. Why did she and Kyajuku swap bodies? Why her and him? Was it her mother, or perhaps the gods, who sent Kyajuku to restore the Mimizu shrine? Then what about her? Why had she, an ordinary girl, came to this place? Why was she here, sharing this beautiful spring day with these wonderful people? What was the meaning behind her meeting Sakura and the others? At that moment, the insecurities that had always lurked in her heart seemed to fade away. Just like her mother had said, there must be a reason she was here. She just hadn't realized it yet. A vision of her mother's warm, gentle face appeared in her mind, whispering her name. Mitsuo. Mitsuo? What are you daydreaming about? Hurry up and eat something. Yeah, I'm coming. Snapping back to reality, Mitsuo found herself still sitting on the mat. Her mother wasn't there, and she hadn't experienced some out-of-body phenomenon. Smiling, she caught the bag of chips that Sakura tossed her way. But as she did, she noticed something amusing. Despite all her talk about picking out on junk food, Sakura was currently holding a steamed yam cake in one hand while stabbing at a papaya ball with a toothpick in the other. Curious, Mitsuo blurted out the question that had been on her mind. Sakura, why does Kyajuku like making dishes with yam and papaya so much? And why are they all sweets? Oh, that's a long story. Back when my family had just moved in next door to Kyajuku's, he took one look at me and instantly knew I was going to grow up into a super beautiful girl. Sakura chewed twice, swallowed, and then launched into her favorite story, the tale of how she and Kyajuku met, and the past they shared. Shoko and Noka exchanged a glance before slipping on their shoes and heading off to take pictures. They knew that once Sakura got started on this story, there was no stopping her. What they didn't know, however, was that this time, Sakura's story had something new. So, to make sure I exercised every day, that guy started cooking all sorts of delicious treats to bribe me into going running with him. I see. Childhood friends, huh? That sounds nice. As Mitsuo listened to their story, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. Her own childhood friends were just Teshigawara, the buzzcut monk in training, and Sayaka. Though, well, Sayaka was pretty cute. But why only yam and papaya? If he wanted to make sweets, wouldn't it be easier to just use regular sugar like normal kids like? Oh, but Sakura glanced toward Shoko and Noka, who were now some distance away, still happily taking photos. This is a secret. If I tell you, you can't tell anyone else, okay? A secret? Even Kyajuku doesn't know? Mitsuo asked, puzzled. It's a secret that Kyajuku thinks I don't know, but I actually do. Sakura lay back on the mat, staring up at the cherry blossoms. Though she was smiling, her voice slowly grew quieter. Huh? Mitsuo was confused by the seemingly roundabout statement. I'm going to die soon, Mitsuo. What? Mitsuo, who had been expecting another light-hearted childhood story, was utterly stunned. She stared blankly at the girl lying there with her hands folded over her stomach, unsure how to react. For the first time since they'd met, this vibrant, energetic girl, always full of life like a blooming cherry blossom, was completely still. If not for the way her brown eyes followed a drifting petal through the air, Mitsuo might have believed she had actually died after saying those words. Gotcha. Sakura suddenly turned her head toward Mitsuo, startling her out of her daze. Of course I was scared. Anyone would be if their friends suddenly said they were dying. That's why I made sure Shoko and Noka couldn't hear. Besides, Kyajuku wouldn't be shocked. Huh? Mitsuo suddenly recalled the strange phrasing Sakura had used earlier. So, Did that mean? Kyajuk knows? Wait, no, wait, how can you say you're dying when you look perfectly fine? Haha. You're sharp, Mitsuo. You've got the makings of a detective. Sakura sat up again, grabbed a bag of chips, and started devouring them with unmatched enthusiasm. Never mind that. Explain. What do you mean you're dying? Are you trying to give me a heart attack first? Mitsuo nearly snatched the chips out of her hands in frustration. Who wouldn't panic if a friend they had just gotten to know suddenly announced they were dying? Especially someone like Sakura, a girl whose very presence made everything around her brighter. Mitsuo, you're turning mean, just like Kyajuk. Sakura giggled. Hee, yeah. I guess acting all cutesy doesn't really suit me. That's more of Shogo's thing. Seeing Mitsuo, who was currently in Kyajuk's body, looking so anxious, Sakura finally spoke up. It was the first time she had ever confided in someone about this, and her nerves made her ramble before she could get to the point. Even though I don't know why. Kyajuk seems to believe that I will die in the future from some kind of pancreatic disease. Huh? Did that damn Kyajuk get possessed by a god or something? How would he even know that? Haha, Mitsuo, you making that face in Kyajuk's body is just priceless. I need to take a picture and show Aunt Mikiko. Sakura quickly pulled out her phone, but Mitsuo had already composed herself. Possessed by a god? What are you even talking about? Sakura asked, raising an eyebrow. I'll explain that later. First, you need to tell me everything about this. You know how Kyajuk absolutely hates dealing with anything troublesome, right? Yeah. If anything, Kyajuk's mild case of obsessive compulsiveness came from his desire to avoid unnecessary hassle. Everything in his room was arranged meticulously, so he wouldn't have to search for anything later. If he started something, he would make sure to finish it perfectly, because leaving things half done would just create more work down the line. Even his socks had L&R labeled on them, just so he wouldn't mix them up and stretch one out the wrong way. Mitsuo still remembered how speechless she had been when she first noticed the labels. This guy truly lived his life in a way that minimized all future inconveniences. And yet, Sakura continued, this same guy, who hates hassle more than anything, has been making me different desserts every single day since 3rd grade, just so he could get me to exercise with him. And not just any desserts, always ones made with papaya and yam, both of which are beneficial for the pancreas. On top of that, he is constantly nagging me about eating too much oily or cold food. Sakura turned to face Mitsuo directly. So tell me, why would someone who avoids unnecessary trouble at all costs go out of his way to do something so painstakingly meticulous for so many years? Mitsuo fell silent, staring at the girl in front of her. A few petals had landed in Sakura's brown hair, reminding Mitsuo of a cherry tree that had already begun to shed its blossoms, its season coming to an end. The thought sent a shiver through her. She quickly pushed it aside and refocused on what Sakura was saying. She was right. There had to be another reason, something more than just the one she had given. But what was it? Chapter 135. 135. One is worse off than the other. After a moment, seeing Mitsuo still deep in thought with a frown, Sakura chuckled and asked, haha, can you think of any other reason why Kyajuk would do all of that? It felt amazing, finally being able to talk about something that had been bottled up inside for so long. And even better, she was telling it to someone who had Kyajuk's face but wasn't actually Kyajuk. He would never find out. Well, if we assume your theory about the pancreatic disease is correct, then everything does make sense. But still, that's just two. Mitsuo hesitated. Haha, right? It took me years to piece this together. That was the truth. If Sakura weren't someone naturally curious and full of wild ideas, no one would have come up with such an outrageous conclusion. Come on, we've already seen things like a Dullahan and this whole body-swapping situation between you and Kyajuk. Compared to that, predicting my death doesn't seem all that crazy, does it? There were still so many details Sakura hadn't mentioned: the way Kyajuk looked out for her, the subtle signs of his worry. Oh, right. And that Dullahan. Mitsuo suddenly remembered seeing the name Kelty on Kyajuk's phone. That woman had a figure so stunning that even as a fellow girl, Mitsuo couldn't help but feel a little envious. Could Kyajuk have some strange ability that attracts supernatural phenomena? As a shrine maiden, Mitsuo had read about such things in Teshigawara's bizarre magazines. Even so, it's still too unbelievable. She muttered, shaking her head. Even though part of her wanted to believe, and despite her own mother seeming to have a knack for predicting the future, Mitsuo chose to trust science. If. And I'm just saying if. This really is true, then why, Sakura, are you? She trailed off, watching Sakura happily munching on her food. Haha, what? Do you expect me to spend every day crying and start writing my own autobiography? Something like The Short Life of Yamauchi Sakura? Mitsuo couldn't help but laugh at that before quickly suppressing it. Come on, don't overthink it. For all we know, I might live until I'm 99. Sure, missing out on a full 100 years would be a bit frustrating, but I'd still take it. If that were the case, then Kyajuk wouldn't have gone through all that trouble. Despite voicing her doubts, Mitsuo felt her tense heart relax just a little. Anyway, you have to keep this a secret, okay? You can't tell Shoko and the others, especially not Kyajuk. With that, Sakura turned to Mitsuo and suddenly popped a potato chip into her mouth. Sakura, you really are something else. What do you mean by that? A voice came from behind them. Ueno Noka. Mitsuo was just telling me about life in Itamari. Sakura answered casually. Out of Shoko and Noka's line of sight, she pressed a slender finger to her lips, signaling Mitsuo to keep quiet. Yeah, I was just saying how it's pretty amazing to have come all the way from Itamari to Tokyo. Mitsuo followed along. Itamari? Shoko asked, confused. Yeah, it's my hometown. Well, maybe not hometown, since that makes it sound like I've been away for ages. But yeah, it's my home Itamori, in Hida. Oh, finally. Are you about to tell us the story about you and Kyajuk? I've been waiting forever. Sakura excitedly scooped a bowl of fruit salad from her thermos. Kind of like you, this has been something I've been keeping to myself for a long time. Mitsuo admitted. It's such a bizarre experience, but I haven't been able to share it with anyone. Like Sakura? Did Sakura ever have something she kept bottled up? Noka frowned slightly at the thought. Meanwhile, Shoko was distracted by something else. Ah, Sakura, your hair is dipping into your bowl. Sakura turned her head and, sure enough, her hair had fallen into the fruit salad. As she moved, a few drops of juice splattered around. Ugh. Shoko, Noka, do either of you have a hair tie? She asked, clearly annoyed. Probably not. They both said after checking their bags. Even though they were girls, today, both of them had left their hair down. No hair tie, huh? Sakura looked down at her hair, trying to figure out a way to tame it. Now that she thought about it, didn't Kyajuk always wear some kind of knotted string on his wrist? Not that she planned to use it as a hair tie, it just randomly popped into her mind. She glanced at Mitsuo's hands but didn't see the familiar orange cord. Maybe Mitsuo didn't know about Kyajuk's little habits? Sakura figured and decided to tie a ponytail without a hair tie instead. Sakura, let me do it for you. I'm really good at braiding hair. Mitsuo offered, shifting on the cushion to sit behind her. A bit surprised, Sakura still smiled and turned her back to Mitsuo. Shoko and Noka, curious, watched closely. They knew how to tie their hair without a hair tie, but they wondered what kind of braid Mitsuo, someone who claimed to be an expert, would come up with. Under their watchful eyes, Mitsuo rolled up her sleeves, looking ready for serious work. As she wove the strands together, she started recounting her first experience with body swapping, specifically, the time she found herself in the middle of a delinquent gathering. I just yawned, closed my eyes, and when I opened them again, I was surrounded by a bunch of guys in crazy outfits. Can you imagine? I was so terrified I couldn't even move. I just peeked at them through my fingers while they talked about going to fight another gang. As she twisted a section of hair and looped it through, Mitsuo continued reminiscing about that chaotic moment. Thinking back, now that she was used to Ecchi, Onizuka and the others, the memory didn't seem as scary, just absurdly funny. You're amazing, Mitsuo. What did you do next? A first-year middle school girl suddenly appearing in an unfamiliar place, surrounded by rough-looking guys. Shoko, who had also been to those kinds of gatherings, couldn't even imagine how terrifying that must have been. I told them that fighting was bad. And somehow, they just agreed with me. You actually managed to stop a gang fight? Noka exclaimed, her interest piqued. I was honestly too scared to do anything else. I got really lucky that it worked. Mitsuo admitted sheepishly. That's already super impressive. Honestly, only Sakura could have handled that situation. If it had been me, I'd have just run away. Shoko said. Really? I always thought I didn't handle it that well. I mean, Kyajuk nailed it perfectly on his first swap. Mitsuo said, a little embarrassed. No way. Even I wouldn't have done better than you. Sakura said, giving her a thumbs up. Then, she smirked. So? While you were dealing with a gang, what was Kyajuk doing with your body? Kyajuk is much better at it than me. Back then, I was braiding cords when he switched over, and neither my grandmother nor my little sister noticed anything unusual. Later, I asked my sister what happened that night, and she just said, nothing at all. You have a little sister? Shoko, who also had a younger sibling, immediately asked. Yeah, she's in elementary school. Her name is Mimizu Yatsuba. Ah, I wish I had a little sister too. But all I have is a dumb older brother. Sakura grumbled. Mitsuo, Yotsuba. Then who are Futaba and Hitoa? Though she remained still, her mouth never stopped moving. Futaba was my mother. She passed away. Hitoa is my grandmother. Oh. I'm sorry, Mitsuo. Sakura quickly apologized. It's okay. It's been a long time. Mitsuo said, shaking her head. Besides, because of Kyajuk, the people in town now see me as my mother's continuation. Shoko watched as Mitsuo, kneeling beside them, skillfully braided Sakura's hair. Despite being in the body of the strong and confident Kyajuk, her hands wove strands of hair together with a grace that was distinctly feminine. What do you mean by that? Sakura eagerly moved on to the next story. Well, about Kyajuk. Mitsuo then recounted all the things Kyajuk had done while in her body, disciplining the fashion-obsessed trio at school, earning the admiration of teachers, and even helping townspeople with their troubles at the shrine. You wouldn't believe it. He didn't even know Antomoe's kid, the one who grows watermelons, but somehow, he instantly figured out what the kid was struggling with and gave him advice. Thinking about how much effort it took her to answer the townspeople's questions, Mitsuo felt even more admiration for Kyajuk. Just as she was lost in thought, she suddenly noticed Sakura's shoulders trembling, barely holding back laughter. Sakura, what's so funny? Mitsuo asked, confused. Did I say something weird? And no, nothing at all. Keep going. Sakura said, trying to suppress her laughter. Even the teachers are impressed with Kyajuk. Especially Yukino-sensei. Just a day before the body swap, she even invited me over to her house. Mitsuo paused for a moment, then smirked. And my dad. Normally, whenever we meet, he can't resist lecturing me. But after whatever Kyajuk did, he's been avoiding me every time we see each other. Every time Mitsuo recalled that scene, a strange sense of satisfaction filled her. The father who had abandoned her, Yotsuba, and their home. Now looking flustered and trying to avoid her? Shoko and Noka exchanged glances. They weren't sure what kind of conflict Mitsuo had with her father, but to them, it sounded like Kyajuk had actually made things worse. Yet Mitsuo seemed oddly pleased about it. Meanwhile, Sakura's entire body was shaking now, clearly on the verge of bursting into laughter. Sakura. If you keep laughing, I'm not telling any more stories. Mitsuo snapped. Yes, sir. Sakura saluted playfully. Anyway, that's about it. After sharing a few more things she had heard from Teshigawara and Sayaka, Mitsuo let out a deep breath. Just like Yamauchi Sakura had said, talking about it really did feel liberating. Actually, Kyajuk-kun has helped me too. Shoko said after Mitsuo finished. Oh? Mitsuo, who was just finishing the last touches of Sakura's braid, turned to look at her. Shoko sat on a cushion, hands carefully holding a spinach and yam roll, a sweet smile on her lips. It was unclear if she was smiling because of the delicious food or because she was recalling her own memories of Kyajuk. He stood up for me, just like he did in Itamari. She said. Placing her food gently on her lap, she continued, Mitsuo listening intently. At the same time, Mitsuo secured the last strands of Sakura's hair. Wow! It's beautiful. Sakura had just taken out her phone to snap a picture, but before she could say anything, Shoko gasped in admiration. Starting from the sides, the braid traced her scalp before meeting at the back of her head. It then crossed over with another braid extending from the forehead, coming together at the top in an elegant, intricate weave. And all of this was done without a single hair tie or pin. Even without accessories, the style looked stunning. Ah, this kind of hairstyle would go perfectly with a kimono. Sakura sighed, holding up the picture Shoko had taken for her. The three girls on the tatami mat looked up at Yamauchi Sakura. Dressed in a simple white t-shirt, she blended seamlessly with the endless cherry blossoms behind her, as if she were part of the scenery itself. Her fair skin seemed to glow with a soft pink hue, breathtakingly beautiful. It's fine. Next time, I'll braid your hair again, or you can come visit me in Itamari. Mitsuo offered. Oh. That's a great idea. Let's all go visit Mitsuo sometime. And then she can come to Tokyo with us. Imagine how surprised Kyajuk would be. Sakura clapped her hands excitedly. That sounds like fun. Noka and Shoko agreed. Surprise, huh? Mitsuo smiled. She had once thought about visiting Tokyo to find Kyajuk. She wasn't sure whether to thank him or to scold him for pushing her into such a high position, but she had wanted to go. Unfortunately, every time she returned to her body, all memories of Tokyo would fade away. Even if she tried sending messages to herself, they disappeared as if sent to another world. And besides, the travel cost from Itamori to Tokyo was ridiculously expensive. It would take an entire year's worth of her allowance. As for using Kyajuk's body and money to visit Itamari, Mitsuo wasn't sure if he'd agree to that. But now, hearing Sakura's idea, a spark of excitement ignited in her heart. Shoko, Do you want me to braid your hair too? Seeing how envious Hueco looked at Sakura's hairstyle, Mitsuo smiled. Really? Can I? Hueco's face lit up. Even though she asked, she had already moved to kneel in front of Mitsuo without hesitation. Of course. And while I braid, tell me your story with Kyajuk. Braiding the hair of someone as cute as Hueco, who wouldn't be envious of that? It all started when I transferred to Mizuman Elementary School. Hueco slowly began telling the story of how she first met Kyajuk, as well as some of the hardships she had faced in her previous school. Hueco. How awful. As Mitsuo lifted Hueco's hair, she noticed the hearing aids in her ears. At first, she had been curious about them, but now she understood. Forgetting her task, Mitsuo reached out and gently patted Hueco's head. She wanted to pull her into a hug, but then suddenly remembered she wasn't in her own body right now. Hee, it's okay, Mitsuo. Hueco smiled, accepting the familiar touch. Even though the hands had changed, they still felt the same. She had long since made peace with her past. Even if she spoke about it now, in front of others, it no longer hurt. After all, it was behind her. If the current her could go back to those painful days, she knew she would handle things so much better. Hee, no thanks. I'd rather run into Kyajuk-kun instead. Oh, so your hometowns are both in Suiman City? I thought you were from Tokyo. Mitsuo remarked. Nope. Sakura's from Kyoto, and Kyajuk-kun's from Hokkaido. Hueco explained. Hokkaido, huh? I'd love to visit someday. No wonder Sakura always sounds so convincing she's from Kyoto, after all. Alright, Hueco, take a look. If you're not happy with it, I can adjust it for you. After finishing Hueco's hairstyle, Mitsuo took Kyaju's phone, snapped a picture, and handed it to her. It's so pretty. Mitsuo, you're amazing. Hueco exclaimed, admiring the elegant hairstyle, different from Sakura's yet equally stunning. This is the only thing I'm really good at. Mitsuo said, embarrassed by the compliment. That's not true at all. Honestly, Mitsuo, your skills are good enough to be a professional hairstylist. I bet celebrities would pay big money to have you do their hair. Naoka suddenly chimed in. Mitsuo glanced over. The black-haired girl with deep grape-colored eyes had been quietly sitting there, eating for most of the conversation. Since Mitsuo started telling her and Kyaju's story, and even when Hueco shared hers, Naoka had simply listened in silence, calmly nibbling on her food. Well, mostly on Kyaju's desserts. She had already devoured most of the fruit salad and steamed cake. Hearing the sincerity in Naoka's words, Mitsuo suddenly sensed a sadness in her. She could relate to it, the disappointment she felt seeing fashionable Tokyo girls this morning, the sense of defeat when realizing how much she had benefited from Kyaju's presence in Itamori. Wano Naoka. She must have it rough too. Just like Sakura had told her before, Sakura herself was the unbeatable childhood friend, and Hueco shared a deep bond with Kyajuk through their experiences. Even Mitsuo, who met him last, had the extraordinary connection of swapping bodies with him. But Wano Naoka. She had nothing. With that in mind, Mitsuo, the self-proclaimed emotional counselor, decided to take action. Naoka, how about I braid your hair too? She asked with a smile. Huh? No need for that. I'm not a kid like Sakura, dropping my hair into my food. Naoka replied, surprised. After all, unlike Sakura, she wasn't the type to quickly warm up to new people. She also wasn't as effortlessly lovable as Hueco. She and Mitsuo had barely spoken since they met, so she never expected Mitsuo to offer something like that. Blah, let's go, Hueco. I just saw someone in a mascot costume over there, it's super cute. Sakura stuck out her tongue playfully at Naoka, then pulled Hueco away. As they left, Mitsuo couldn't shake the feeling that Sakura's parting smile carried a deeper meaning, like she had seen right through her intentions. Come on, Naoka. Mitsuo urged again. Do I really have to? Naoka hesitated, looking flustered. Don't be shy. If the mountain won't came to me, I'll go to the mountain. Without waiting for a response, Mitsuo climbed behind Naoka and got to work. Sorry. I don't really have any stories about Kyajuk to share with you. Naoka murmured. Feeling Mitsuo's hands in her hair, a faint blush crept onto her face. So these are Kyaju's hands. It's not really him, but being this close it already makes me happy. Since elementary school, Kyajuk had always ruffled Sakura and Hueco's hair like this. Back then, Naoka would tilt her head up, pretending to be amused, teasing them for acting like puppies. But deep down, she had always envied them. What else could she do? Walk up to him and say, Kyajuk, can you ruffle my hair too? It's got great texture. No way. Her violet blue eyes slowly fluttered shut as she quietly enjoyed the sensation. Naoka. Mitsuo spoke softly. Tell me about you and Hueco. As an emotional counselor, Mitsuo knew better than to dive straight into a sensitive topic. If she pushed too hard, it would only make Naoka defensive. Earlier, when Hueco had talked about learning to speak and practicing the song Monsters Ballad, Mitsuo noticed Naoka smiling. Those were clearly happy memories for her. So this was the perfect starting point. Me and Hueco, huh? Naoka opened her eyes, and for a moment, the sunlight filtering through the cherry blossoms painted everything in a soft pink hue. Her violet-blue irises gleamed even more brilliantly in the light. After thinking for a moment, she began to speak. By the time she finished, a short silence fell between them. Mitsuo could sense Naoka's hesitation, but she didn't say anything. She simply continued braiding. "Naoka, your hair is really nice," she said. "Haha," Kyajuk said the same thing. "He told me, with hair like yours, you should be the main heroine." Naoka chuckled at the memory. "The main heroine?" Kyajuk's always spouting weird things. Sometimes he even uses Chinese proverbs. But unless Sakura or Hueco asks, he never explains. Most of the time, he's just talking for the sake of talking. She smiled as if recalling those happy moments. Maybe he thinks we're all just dumb kids. He's always been way more mature than the rest of us. Even though I was the most popular girl in class, he never once looked my way. If it weren't for Hueco, he and I would probably still be nothing more than distant acquaintances," she admitted. Naoka had always carried a sense of guilt toward Hueco. Back then, she had played a prank on her too, even if it had been stopped by Kyajuk before it got out of hand. Even though Hueco had already forgiven her. Only Naoka knew the truth. Her guilt wasn't just about that prank. It was because she had used Hueco as an excuse to get close to Kyajuk. Of course, over time, she had genuinely come to care for Hueco. The girl's kindness and innocence were impossible to ignore. They became real friends, and during their time studying in Tokyo, Naoka had always looked after her. But life isn't as simple as addition and subtraction. "Why?" Mitsuo asked. Naoka hesitated, feeling the gentle hands still working on her hair. After a moment, she whispered, "It's a secret. You can't tell anyone." "Mitsuo, why does this sound so familiar? Is this Tokyo's latest trend or something?" "Don't worry. Everyone in Itamori knows I, Mitsuo, am the best at keeping secrets. You're not allowed to write it down in a memo either," Naoka added quickly. They had all seen the notes Mitsuo had been secretly taking on Kyajuk's phone, mostly detailed food reviews. "That doesn't count. Food is different." The shrine maiden's face turned red, and her hand slipped, causing Naoka to yelp in pain. Mitsuo quickly apologized. "Kyajuk has always been different," Naoka continued after a moment. "Back in elementary school, boys and girls alike tried to talk to him, but his only real friend was Yamauchi Sakura. Childhood friends, huh? Must be nice." So Sakura was right after all, Mitsuo thought. "Actually, Kyajuk and I do have a story. It's just that, in that story, I was merely a bystander." After a brief hesitation, Ueno Naoka decided to share the treasure she had long kept in her heart with Mitsuo. "That's how it was. I watched him punch himself in the face so hard he got a nosebleed, then smear the blood on himself. He walked into the police station wailing louder than when he was being beaten up by 3 guys at once." Recalling the scene, Ueno Naoka couldn't help but laugh. Even after all these years, the image of Kyajuk resilient, clever, and strangely endearing remained crystal clear in her mind. She thought to herself, that small, determined figure. Even on my deathbed, I'll probably still savor the memory. Because that moment, that secret, belongs only to me. Someone like that. It's not surprising people are drawn to him, right? Ueno Naoka asked. Yeah. So Kyajuk had been impressive even as a kid. Just this one conversation had multiplied Mitsuo's understanding of him. But like I said earlier, Kyajuk was never interested in anyone except Sakura. Even when he was bullied because of it, he never changed. Naturally, I couldn't get close to him either. Until Hueco appeared. Thinking back, it's kind of funny. When Kyajuk first started teaching Hueco to speak, I was actually jealous of her, jealous that she had taken Kyajuk away. But in reality, even without Hueco, Kyajuk was never mine to begin with. Ironically, it was through helping Hueco learn to speak and sing that I finally got closer to him. There, she had said it. Ueno Naoka pressed a hand to her chest, feeling an odd sense of relief. She had finally voiced something she had kept inside for so long. What was wrong with her? Why had she shared all this with Mitsuo? The process of opening up had been strangely cathartic, but now that she had finished, she found it hard to believe she had actually said it all. As the eldest daughter in a house full of younger brothers, she had always taught them to be strong. She had lived by the same principle, gritting her teeth through every hardship, never confiding in anyone. Even though she spent every day with Hueco, who seemed like the perfect person to vent to, She had never once complained about her part-time job struggles or frustrations. And yet, here she was, spilling her heart out to Mitsuha, someone she had only met today. Recalling that Mitsuha had mentioned being a shrine maiden from an ancient temple, Ueno Noka suddenly asked, "Mitsuha, you wouldn't happen to have some kind of shrine maiden magic, would you?" Huh? Mitsuha had been carefully choosing her words, but hearing that question made her freeze. You know, like some sort of spell that makes people want to tell you all their secrets? Huh? Mitsuha was about to deny it outright, but then she thought about today, about Sakura, about Noka, about how the people of Itomori always came to her with their troubles. Her eyes widened. Could this really be some mysterious ability passed down by the shrine maidens of Mimizu Shrine? Her mother had been like this too. And now, it was happening to her. The townspeople came to her without hesitation, pouring out their worries, seeking comfort. Was this something that followed the soul? Mitsuha looked down at her current body, the strong, masculine form of Kyajuk, and felt even more confused. Good thing Kyajuk wasn't here. If he were, he'd probably joke about it being a confession booth. Kyajuk had actually pondered this before. Why did the people of Itomori so eagerly seek out Mitsuha for comfort? It was because, in their eyes, she was more than just a person. She was a vessel of the gods. They could confide in her without fear, knowing she wouldn't spread their secrets, knowing their words wouldn't bring consequences. And now, with Mitsuha's soul residing in Kyajuk's body, she seemed even more otherworldly. Though Mitsuha hadn't realized it consciously, the people around her sensed it. It wasn't just that she came from a distant place or that her arrival had been so bizarre. It was also what Yamauchi Sakura had said: she had Kyajuk's face, but the things she was told wouldn't reach his ears. All the words that had been left unsaid, the things people had wanted to tell Kyajuk but never could, now had a chance to be spoken. Mitsuha didn't know any of this. She thought about it for a while, but since she couldn't figure out if she truly had this ability or not, she decided to just let it go. If she did, she did. If she didn't, she didn't. I'm not sure if I have any special power, but Noka. Every person's situation is unique. You envy the bond between Shouko and Kyuk. But have you ever considered that maybe Shouko envies you too? That was Mitsuha's honest belief. Shouko was ridiculously adorable, but how had that sweetness come to be? Mitsuha knew that was the real Shouko. But who could say if, in the beginning, that demeanor had been a defense mechanism, something to soften people's hostility and help her fit in? Ueno Noka fell silent. She didn't even need to think about the things she had witnessed from living with Shouko. Even just recalling Shouko's first day in their class, what she had endured, including from Noka herself, was enough to give her an idea of the kind of world Shouko had lived in before. And then there was the matter of her hearing impairment. Noka had once almost drowned before. She remembered opening her eyes underwater, desperately crying out, but only managing to make garbled noises before water filled her mouth. The shouts of the children by the pool had sounded distant and muffled, just faint echoes. Suffocation, fear, helplessness. Noka realized that Shouko must have lived in that kind of world every single day. At night, when Shouko took off her hearing aids, she became completely unaware of everything, whether someone was moving around, watching a video, or making noise. That was terrifying. Back in Itomari, I was always under constant scrutiny. I hated it. But if you asked me to switch lives with Shouko, I don't think I'd be able to handle it. Mitsuha admitted. Yeah. If it were me, I probably wouldn't last long either. Ueno Noka agreed. And as for Sakura, Mitsuha knew the truth. The reality behind that childhood friend was far from the idealized image Noka had in her mind. But she couldn't say anything. Ugh. Damn childhood friends. Noka muttered. Now that she thought about it, both Shouko and Sakura were like childhood friend characters in her life. And now, she had a literal one, Mitsuha, who had quite literally fallen into their lives from the sky. Anyway, Sakura carries burdens just like Shouko. Noka, you may. Mitsuha trailed off. She suddenly remembered something from Noka's story. The reason she had fallen for Kyajuk was that, to her, he had seemed like a hero, smarter, stronger, and, most importantly, someone who wouldn't simply disappear like her parents had. Looking at it now, all three of Kyajuk's close friends had suffered in their own way. Sakura is like Shouko? Noka found it hard to believe. In her mind, Sakura was always a laughing without a care in the world. Yeah. She hides it well, but she struggles too. Mitsuha said, her voice growing softer. Sakura had always looked so carefree. Alright, your hair is done. By the way, did you modify both Shouko's clothes and your own? Yep. Mitsuha, you noticed? Noka grinned, completely distracted now. It was obvious at a glance. Even though I don't know much about Tokyo's fashion scene, I could tell right away that Shouko's dress had been altered by hand, the neckline, sleeves, and waist were all adjusted. And Noka, your overalls too. They don't have that usual baggy look at all. Instead, they make your legs look super long. Hee, Mitsuo, you really have a good eye. I can only do some basic sewing. I can recognize good tailoring, but actually making adjustments like that? No way. Mitsuo admitted. Actually, my dream is to become a fashion designer. Maybe it was because she was already on a roll, or maybe she had just given up on keeping secrets at this point, but Noka continued to open up to Mitsuo without hesitation. That's amazing. I don't really have a dream like that, Mitsuo said, watching the way Noka's violet blue eyes lit up as she talked. She couldn't help but feel a bit envious. How can you say that? You're a shrine maiden, aren't you? At our school, so many people would love to have a part-time job at a shrine, but they can't even get the chance. That's just a rundown little shrine in the countryside. Nothing special. But enough about me, go on. Well, lately, I've been thinking about something new. You know the manga Kyajuk has been working on? A manga? Kyajuk draws manga? He's that talented? Mitsuo was stunned. She had assumed his drawings were just rough sketches, but he actually showed them to people. You didn't know? Noka pulled out her phone and scrolled to the manga Kyajuk had shared with him yesterday. This is Kyajuk's work. Just a quick glance at the stunningly detailed artwork was enough to leave Mitsuo in shock. Kyajuk said he's working on it with someone else. Noka explained. Oh, that makes more sense. Mitsuo let out a relieved sigh. If Kyajuk had drawn this all by himself, he might as well be a god. I was thinking I could contribute in some way, maybe help design the characters' outfits. That's a great idea. Look at you, slowly building more and more connections with Kyajuk. Mitsuo teased. I think so too. Noka admitted, feeling a mix of pride and shyness. You two done chatting yet? We should probably start heading to Meguro. Sakura's voice called out from a short distance away. Hearing her speak, Mitsuo felt her suspicions solidify. Sakura had been hoping she'd have this conversation with Noka. But what about the secret Sakura had shared earlier? Had that, too, been a setup to lead into this? Yamauchi Sakura, Ueno Noka, Nishimiya Shouko. In just half a day, Mitsuo had been hit with a whirlwind of emotions. She wasn't sure if it was the breathtaking scenery of Chidori Gafa or the intricate web of relationships between these three girls. Suddenly, the simple life back in Itamari seemed much more appealing. Sayaka might not be as cute as Shouko, but at least she wasn't so complicated. Alright, let's start packing up, Mitsuo said, responding to Sakura before turning to Noka. Got it. The two shared a smile. As she folded up the picnic mat, Mitsuo felt a pang of doubt. Had anything she said to Noka actually helped? She had just blurted out whatever came to mind, but had it really made a difference? Noka, watching Mitsuo carefully fold the mat in front of her, broke into a bright, Sakura-like smile. Of course, she had noticed. This sensitive little shrine maiden had been trying to comfort her. In the end, she still didn't know what kind of hardships Sakura had gone through, ones that could be compared to Shouko's, but that didn't really matter anymore. Because of one simple thought, her story with Kyajuk was only just beginning. Life was long. She hadn't even lived through a sixth of it yet. As long as she and Kyajuk stayed in each other's lives, their bond would keep growing. And when the time came, she was going to brag about it to Sakura. Once they finished packing, Mitsuo pulled out her phone to call Ecchi Onizuka. They had made plans earlier. Onizuka and his best friend were heading to Meguro River that evening too. Apparently, they were excited because there were more pretty girls at night. Picturing the cherry blossom-lined river, Mitsuo couldn't help but feel a sense of excitement. She had no idea what awaited her in Meguro, but she was eager to find out. Chapter 136, 136 I will punch him in the face. 100 PS, by the roadside, Ecchi Onizuka was already waiting, while Danmariji had gone ahead on his motorcycle. Despite the heavy congestion in Tokyo due to the Sakura Festival, the group managed to reach Meguro without much trouble. The Meguro River originates from Setagaya, flows through Shinagawa and Meguro, and finally empties into Tokyo Bay, stretching for about 8 kilometers. From Akjiri Bridge to Kamkobashi Bridge, approximately 830 cherry blossom trees bloom along the river banks. In the wider sections of the river, boats can be seen gliding along the water, while in the narrower parts, only about 5 to 6 meters wide, the cherry tree branches meet in the middle, forming a natural tunnel of pink petals. While the density of the trees here is slightly less than that of Chidorigafuchi, the narrower river gives the illusion of a much fuller cherry blossom canopy. Unlike Chidorigafuchi, where the cherry trees form an uninterrupted canopy, the cherry blossoms along Meguro River were originally planted as part of a riverbank reinforcement project. Due to environmental factors and natural replacements over time, many of these trees are younger and smaller, so they don't create the same overwhelming effect. However, the narrower river enhances the impact, making the Cherry Blossom River here even more breathtaking. The festival's main hub was in Nakameguro. This part of the river, only 5 or 6 meters wide, was lined with quaint cafes and restaurants, which became bustling hubs of activity during the festival. Apart from the lanterns sponsored by local businesses, the pedestrian paths on both sides were filled with stalls selling snacks, trinkets, and other festival delights, offering visitors an enjoyable way to pass the time while admiring the cherry blossoms. By the time Mimizu Mitsuo and her companions arrived, the sky had already begun to darken. They had left their large picnic box and met with the Nizuka, who would later deliver them to Kyajuke's house. Having rested earlier, the girls wasted no time and immediately began exploring the festival. As everyone knows, the Sakura Festival isn't just about the flowers, it's about the rare treats and performances that only appear during this special time of year. As night deepened, a sudden gust of wind swept through the area. A flurry of petals filled the air, the famed Sakura blizzard. Standing on the famous Pesho Bridge in Nakameguro, the 4 girls watched as the petals danced in the wind before gently settling onto the dark waters of the Meguro River below. The river wasn't named Meguro because of its black color, yet its shallow and narrow waters did indeed appear dark. Illuminated by the warm glow of red lanterns, the drifting cherry blossom petals seemed almost ethereal, transforming the river into a true flowing river of cherry blossoms. Watching the petals scatter and blanket the water's surface, Mimizu Mitsuo felt an unexpected pang of reluctance. Would she remember this scene when she woke up tomorrow? Would she recall the white duck boats slicing through the water? Would she remember the cherry trees forming a canopy over the river? Would she remember the picnic they shared beneath the falling petals? Would she remember this beautiful night, this river of drifting sakura? Would she remember the bright and cheerful Sakura, the adorable Shouko, and the ever-jealous Naoka? Would she remember all of this? Kyajuke. A sudden voice pulled her from her thoughts. Turning around, she saw a beautiful girl with chestnut-colored hair dressed in a pale green kimono. Mitsuo could see the deep joy in the girl's amber eyes. It was the happiness of seeing Kyajuke again. But what was her name? Ah, hello. Clueless, Mitsuo could only smile and nod politely. No matter how gentle her eyes were, no charm could be conveyed through such a polite, distant smile. In that moment, Akudramiki sensed the unfamiliarity and attachment radiating from Kyajuke's gaze. The countless words she had wanted to say froze in her throat. The happiness of this sudden reunion, the excitement bubbling in her heart, all of it was swallowed back down. Hello. Her face shifted to the professional smile she wore at work, and she gave a small bow. The pale green kimono, embroidered with golden rapeseed flowers, perfectly accentuated her graceful figure, making her look like a classic Yamato Neijiko from the Han era. But Mitsuo could feel her sorrow. Realizing she might have made a mistake, Mitsuo wanted to explain. Yet before she could, Miki had already taken the hand of her companion and melted into the crowd. Only then did Mitsuo notice the girl walking beside Miki, a woman dressed in a white coat with jet black hair cascading past her waist. As she turned to glance at Mitsuo, her face was filled with open disdain. Miki, why did you stop me? Hiratsuka Shizuka asked. Because the performance is about to start. Akudramiki replied with a serene smile, her voice devoid of emotion. But that bastard Kyajuke pretended not to know you. I should have gone over there and given him a piece of my mind. Shizuka raised her fist angrily. Kyajuke might have his reasons. Miki replied gently. Ha. He's just pretending because he's with other girls. I saw that girl walk up to him just now. Kyajuke isn't like that. Besides, I don't think he was pretending not to know me. You're just trying to make yourself feel better. How could he not recognize you? I don't know. But something about his eyes seemed different. And besides, it's not like Kyajuke and I are that close. Why would he go out of his way to pretend? Wait, you two aren't actually dating? Shizuka stopped in her tracks, stunned. Haha, Shizuka, I told you that when we first met. Fine. But I still think he needs to explain himself. Alright. I'll ask him later. Kyajuke isn't that kind of person. He better give you an explanation. Or I'll go to his school myself. Shizuka still looked indignant. He will. Now hurry up, your favorite comedy show is about to start. Who said it's my favorite? It's obviously yours. Miki didn't argue, simply pulling her minimalistically dressed friend through the crowded festival. She hadn't just been trying to comfort Shizuka, she truly believed that Kyajuke wasn't the type to ignore her like that. Though she had no idea why he had looked at her with such unfamiliarity, she chose to part with dignity. Forcing him into an explanation would only make things awkward. Tonight was supposed to be a joyful celebration of the Sakura Festival. Maybe. I just look too stunning in this kimono? Perhaps Kyajuk was simply so surprised that he didn't recognize me right away. Haha. With that thought, Akudramiki brushed the encounter aside, turned her attention to the performance, and soon, the crisp, cheerful laughter of two young women rang out before the festival stage. Meanwhile, Mimizu Mitsuo, watching Miki disappear into the crowd, frowned, trying to recall if she had ever seen her in Kyaju's circle before. Mitsuo, who was that? Sakura, who had been browsing accessories at a nearby stall, suddenly appeared at her side. I think she's a friend of Kyaju's, but Mitsuo trailed off, then suddenly, as if struck by lightning, she remembered. Oh, right, Akudramiki, the staff member from the Italian restaurant Kyajuk frequented. The same Akudramiki who had texted her during their body-swapping days, wondering why he hadn't come to the restaurant. Sigh. It feels like I messed things up for Kyajuk again. The girl said, looking dejected. Don't overthink it. Is this really your fault? Sakura reassured her, patting the tall Mitsuo on the shoulder. But Kyajuk always did great in Itamari, he never made a single mistake. Mitsuo said, still feeling down. Haha, are you sure you're not overestimating him? Sakura laughed. I'm not. Didn't I tell you before? In the eyes of Itamori's townspeople, Kyajuk has practically become a divine messenger. He probably has more influence than my father now. Mitsuo, you really think too highly of Kyajuk? As they spoke, Sakura pulled Mitsuo into a narrow alleyway, a small space between two buildings. Normally, this alley was empty, but during the Meguro River Cherry Blossom Festival, this mere 2-meter wide gap turned into a sought-after dining area. Vendors would cook at the entrance while customers sat inside, enjoying their food and resting. Right now, Naoka was already dragging Shaogo to the stall, struggling to decide what to order. The place specialized in fried chicken, its golden, crispy aroma so tempting that even Sakura had to resist the urge to grab a bite. But no matter how much she craved it, she wasn't about to risk her health for it. If she was going to indulge, she'd wait until. Mitsuo, I already ordered you a chicken leg. Naoka called out. Thanks. Mitsuo had wanted to look at the menu, but Sakura had already pulled her to a small table and sat her down. Earlier, when you were braiding my hair, you asked me what I was laughing about, right? Sakura asked as they settled in. Yeah, I thought I had said something funny. Haha, no, I was just thinking, Kyajuk probably had no idea how much that Andy's watermelon business makes each year. That's why he suggested her son move to the city without a second thought. No way. Even if we locals get cheaper watermelons, I've only been here a few days, and I already know how expensive they are in Tokyo. It's possible. Unless it's for cooking something for me, Kyajuk doesn't really care about food. He'd never go out of his way to buy something like watermelon, he just picks up whatever fruit is convenient to get his vitamins. Shaogo, who had just returned with a plate of fried chicken, joined the conversation. You've swapped bodies with him so many times, you must have noticed his fridge, right? Sakura asked. Now that you mention it. I think I only ever saw papaya and beef in there. Yesterday, they had bought other fruits for dessert, but they were already gone. And in Kyaju's notes, the only food-related reminder was that if he got hungry, he could use the beef for a late-night snack. Despite being so skilled at making desserts, he never made any for himself. Mitsuo found herself once again astonished by Kyaju's laziness. And you say Kyajuk was great in Itamari, so much so that your father now avoids you whenever he sees you. Doesn't that seem a little strange? Not having to get scolded by my dad is a good thing, isn't it? Wait a minute. What the hell did Kyajuk do to my father? Mitsuo finally realized something was off. Ha ha ha. And even those subordinates you think are so reliable at first, Kyajuk couldn't stand them. Back when school started, he was so afraid of getting jumped that he carried a bamboo sword around every day. He only ended up as the leader of the delinquent gang because of Kisaki Teta and Maki Hojo. Once he became the boss, he figured having a gang of underlings wasn't so bad after all. Sakura laughed. She had dug up these stories from Ecchi and Izuka, she had too, since Aunt Mikiko was eager to hear all the gossip. Afraid of getting jumped? Mitsuo was dumbfounded. The leader of Tokyo's largest delinquent group. Afraid of getting attacked? She recalled all the stories about Kyajuk single-handedly taking down entire gangs. Oh, and you've all seen the writing on his socks, right? He never buys plain t-shirts because it takes him too much time to figure out which side is the front. Sakura continued exposing Kyaju's little quirks. He doesn't even realize it, but he always slips into a Hokkaido accent. When he says very, he uses instead of the typical. Shaogo chuckled, sharing her own small discovery. Ha ha ha, I knew that too. Aunt Mikiko talks the same way. Sakura laughed, picking up a fried chicken drumstick. Kyajuk always ties his shoelaces into tight knots because he's too lazy to retie them when they come undone. Naoka added, not wanting to be left out. And Sakura, look at your stomach. Naoka said, poking Sakura's waist with her finger. What are you doing? Sakura yelped, reacting like a startled cat, though she still refused to put down the chicken. She quickly covered the spot Naoka had poked. Careful, you might gain weight. Naoka teased. This isn't fat, it's happiness weight. Sakura declared with confidence. Mitsuo had wanted to help Kyajuk maintain his friendships, but in the end, she was the one who ended up getting comforted. Watching the three girls laughing and bickering, Mitsuo grabbed a piece of fried chicken and took a bite. Then, she started racking her brain for embarrassing stories about Kyajuk from Itamari. He once tried braiding my little sister Yotsuba's hair, but the moment he finished, she immediately pulled it out in disgust. Haha, he used to braid my hair when we were kids too, but he has zero talent for it. Sakura said. At the end of the Cherry Blossom Festival, the four girls made plans to meet up in Itamori. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a certain blonde-haired, blue-eyed Jin artist found herself stranded in a banquet hall, watching the fireworks outside. Unfortunately, this time, no prince came to rescue her. The self-proclaimed hero was hundreds of kilometers away, deep in the mountains. And a certain black-haired, red-eyed best-selling author was similarly stuck at a corporate networking event in Hueco City. Her father, delighted at her interest in Tokyo's Cherry Blossom Festival, he figured going to Hueco City was just as good, plus, it gave him a chance to brag about his daughter to his friends. And so, this historic gathering remained limited to just 4 people. Chapter 137, 137 Why People Run Away. Beep. 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 The alarm clock rang. Yukino Yukari groggily reached for her phone and silenced it before sitting up. Morning already? Propping herself up on the tatami mat with one hand, she used the other to brush aside the strands of hair covering her eyes. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the room in crystal-clear detail. After inheriting the house, Yukari had only replaced the torn paper screens with glass, allowing the morning light to fill the space completely, leaving no shadows. Scattered across the floor were empty chocolate wrappers and beer cans. A half-eaten bento, a hairdryer, and a tissue box added to the mess. Her once spacious room now looked utterly chaotic. Oh, right. I wonder if he replied to my message? Yukari glanced at her phone. The screen, unchanged since last night, still displayed only 2 messages. That was the message she had sent yesterday at exactly noon. Her response had come much later, at 10 p.m. Despite the long wait, Yukari didn't feel discouraged. Just from the tone of the message, she could tell that the person replying was the real Mimizu Mitsuo, not the one she had actually been hoping to invite. Even so, she couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. With that thought lingering, Yukari propped herself up with her arms and got to her feet. It was the weekend. Normally, she would have downed beer until she passed out last night, then slept in until well past noon, aided by the lingering effects of alcohol. But today was different. She didn't know for sure if he would actually come, but she had to clean up her place just in case. And there was also the cooking to prepare. The morning air in Itamari was refreshingly cool. Still dressed in her sleepwear, an old t-shirt in a shade reminiscent of the cabana oranges and a pair of shorts, Yukari started folding up her futon. The tatami room, one of the few well-preserved spaces in this old house, was the only place suitable for hosting guests. Kneeling on the floor, she smoothed out the blue blanket with careful, delicate hands, ensuring not a single wrinkle remained. The neatly folded bedding stood in stark contrast to the surrounding clutter. As she paused to take in the scene, a small smile formed in her dark eyes, framed by naturally deep double eyelids. Have I really let myself go this much? As the thought crossed her mind, her face, so finely sculpted it almost seemed artificial, lit up with a rare, genuine smile. She began folding with precision, aligning the edges perfectly before tucking it away. Since she was putting it into storage, the mattress underneath had to be folded too. For the first time in a long while, Yukari, the once careless woman who lived alone in disorder, was tidying up her home. She emptied the flat, stale beer from a can into the sink, then neatly placed it into a bamboo basket gifted by an elderly neighbor. She gathered plastic waste into a garbage bag. Next, she picked up the scattered laundry, delicate garments strewn across the floor, and tossed them into the laundry hamper in the bathroom. Before she knew it, the once chaotic room was now completely empty. Well done, Yukari. Now, time to clean the tatami. Her breath grew heavier, and a faint flush crept onto her cheeks. What would be nothing more than a light warm-up for most people left her feeling exhausted. But looking at the transformed room, she felt an unexpected sense of satisfaction welling up from deep within. It was the same feeling she had when she first arrived in Itamari, the warmth of being welcomed by strangers, hearing them call out, Yukino-sensei. With genuine sincerity. Beep, beep. The notification tone made her freeze mid-motion. Abandoning the cloth in her hands, she rushed over to her phone. I'll be over shortly. Do you need me to bring anything? Mimizu Mitsuha. Ah. Gripping the phone tightly, she clutched it to her chest. The cold surface sent a shiver through her skin, but the sheer joy swelling in her chest drowned out everything else. Letting out a small, delighted squeak, she blushed even though she was alone. The reaction embarrassed her. No need. Just having you here is enough. Her fingers flew across the screen at an unprecedented speed. The moment she hit send, she froze. Wait, what did I just write? Oh no, Yukari, what are you doing? That was a message to him. The revered deity himself. Wasn't that way too informal? But there was no unsend option. And retracting it now might just make it worse. At 25 years old, Yukari still had the heart of a 15-year-old girl. Her face turned red, and she anxiously stared at the screen, awaiting the reply. Okay, then I'll look forward to Yukino-sensei cooking. Mimizu Mitsuha. Got it. Thud. She collapsed onto the tatami with a muffled sound. Ignoring the mild discomfort from her sudden fall, she held her phone to her chest, staring blankly at the ceiling. Was it from the physical exertion earlier? Or from the rush of emotions? Either way, a thin sheen of sweat clung to her forehead, her fair skin tinged with a soft pink. Her legs stretched out beyond the shadows, her delicate feet bathed in sunlight. The slight arch of her instep almost seemed to glow, her thin skin so translucent that the faint blue veins and fine bones beneath were clearly visible. Her round toes, basking in the warmth, flexed and stretched as if dancing in the morning light, so effortlessly charming. The contrast of the sliding doors, wooden beams, and golden sunlight, combined with the figure of a woman who had been beautiful since childhood, created a scene so breathtaking it could have been a painting. He would be arriving soon. Yet, she hadn't even started cooking. She hadn't even finished cleaning the tatami. And yet, Yukari wanted to linger in this moment a little longer. The sunlight that made her want to drift back to sleep warmed her skin, just like the joy she had felt upon hearing him say, with his own voice, that he was not Mimizu Mitsuha. Itamori was a good place. It had given this timid woman a fleeting moment of peace. Boring? Yes. It couldn't compare to Tokyo. It couldn't even compare to her hometown in Nihime Prefecture. But here, no one knew her. No one knew her past. A past that had been nothing but a cycle of running and hiding. After graduating from university in Tokyo, she had landed a teaching job at a prestigious high school thanks to her outstanding academic record and skills. Tokyo had everything. As a teacher, she could spend her breaks strolling through the bustling city or quietly sipping coffee in a cafe, admiring the dazzling neon lights, so bright they almost seemed like light pollution. Then the rumors started. Yukino-sensei is seducing the students' boyfriends. The whispers spread from a group of third-year girls. It hurt. But she wasn't surprised. From elementary school to university, she had always caused a stir simply by existing. Whenever she was around, the boys would fidget, and the girls would cast unreadable glances her way. Why? Probably because of how she looked. Slender limbs that seemed as if they would snap with the slightest pressure. Features so perfectly sculpted they seemed unnatural. Even her plain black eyes, framed by deep double eyelids and thick lashes, appeared strikingly beautiful. The ugly vest and skirt uniform that looked awful on most female students. On her, it looked as if it had been custom-made. Even the shyness she despised about herself, the delicate fragility of her body, it all came together to make her even more alluring. And so, her life in Tokyo had crumbled. Yukari never liked the face that had brought her endless trouble. Rumors like the ones spreading at school now, she had been through them too many times to count. She often thought about her old teacher, Hueco-sensei, the one who had once saved her during her student days. Hueco had given her a simple yet profound piece of advice: everyone's a little weird in their own way. Unlike Yukari, who stood out, Hueco had a round face, plain but not unpleasant features, and an overall ordinary appearance, an everyday kind of beauty. As a child, naive and hopeful, Yukari had wished every night before bed that she could wake up looking like Hueco. That the world would bless her with a kind of face that blended in instead of standing out. But the faith she had placed in Hueco, her beacon of normalcy, shattered in her third year of middle school just like a rainbow-hued soap bubble bursting with a soft pop, leaving only a wet stain behind. At the farewell ceremony, Hueco-sensei told the class she was being transferred to another school. But the truth was something entirely different. On a freezing, rain-soaked afternoon, she had taken Yukari aside and quietly admitted, "I'm not transferring to another school. I'm going back home. To have a baby." That was all she said, going home to have a baby. There was no beaming declaration of, "I'm getting married." No mention of a new life waiting for her elsewhere. Not even a simple, I'm moving away. At that moment, all the strength drained from Yukari's body. A chill seeped into her bones, not from the icy raindrops on her skin, but from a deep, paralyzing fear. Even Hueco-sensei, the perfect, wonderful Hueco-sensei, was giving up? And now, she's giving up on me too, isn't she? She couldn't remember how she made it home that day. After that, she threw herself into studying, got accepted into a prestigious high school in Tokyo, and fled. Fled from the place haunted by memories of Hueco. And now, it seemed like it was time to run again. The rumors at school were getting worse. Parents were starting to get involved. So she did what she always did, she ran. Back to her hometown in Shikoku. But that escape came with a price. She lost her sense of taste. Pork cutlets, miso soup, even spaghetti drowning in meat sauce, nothing had flavor anymore. At first, she thought she had caught a cold. After all, adjusting from Tokyo's climate to Shikoku's was bound to take a toll. But then the symptoms piled up: headaches, stomach aches, swollen legs, persistent pain in her lower abdomen. Doctors found nothing wrong. It's likely stress-related. The physician told her. You should consider seeing a therapist. Stress? Yukari was bewildered. Haven't I been dealing with this my whole life? Shouldn't I be used to it by now? Didn't I already escape from that suffocating place, from those horrible rumors? Before she could even think about following the doctor's advice, misfortune caught up with her once again. Isn't Yukino-sensei working in Tokyo? What's she doing back in a small place like Heim? Oh, you didn't hear? At her Tokyo school, So this is the downside of the internet age. With practiced ease, Yukari started drafting her resignation letter. Nothing new. Just another move in her endless cycle of running away. She looked almost strong in that moment. Almost. This woman, who seemed too childlike in everything she did, had mastered the art of escape. So she turned to the very thing that had become her torment, the internet, and found a way out. A small, isolated high school deep in the mountains, Itamari High. It was so remote, so cut off from the world, that they couldn't even find enough teachers. Desperation had finally pushed them to start hiring from outside. Isolated. Backward. No young people want to stay there. It's perfect? Staring at the job posting on her laptop screen, Yukari quickly jotted down the school's mailing address. Biting into a piece of chocolate, she took a sip of beer, her newfound lifeline, the only things that still had any taste. And with that, she began writing her application. There was no email option. Of course there wasn't. Perfect? Maybe this time, she could hide a little longer. Less than a month after returning to Shikoku, she was packing her bags again. She had no doubts about getting hired. She was terrible at sports, couldn't even walk a straight line on a balance beam, but she had always excelled academically. That was how she got into Aoyama Gakuin University and landed a teaching job in Tokyo. Sure enough, before she even arrived in Itamari, her acceptance letter arrived at her family home. And just as she had hoped, while her beauty once again caused a stir among the locals, such a stunning young woman. The elderly ladies would exclaim every time they saw her. This time, the rumors did not follow. At last, she had found a place to hide. At least, until she met him. Clap, clap. Yukari set her phone down and gave her cheeks a few light slaps. Even that small amount of force left a rosy tint on her delicate skin. Get it together, Yukari. You've got cleaning to finish and food to cook. Living on a diet of rice, chocolate, and beer had left her body frail. Always fragile, always weak, but at least the fresh air and warm sunlight in Itamari made her feel alive. Well, not just those things anymore. Now, there was him. A god, residing in the body of a shrine maiden. Wearing her cabana-colored t-shirt and dark green shorts, Yukari moved swiftly through the kitchen. Lifting a small brown clay pot from the gas stove, she immediately winced, blowing on her fingers before pressing them against her cooler lobes to soothe the heat. Once the sting faded, she rushed to weigh out a portion of white crystals on a small digital scale. Her loose bob swayed with her movements, bouncing up and down as if mirroring her excitement. That was the sight Kyajuk walked in on. Yukari, buzzing around the kitchen not like a composed, mature woman, but more like a little girl sneaking into the kitchen to experiment while her parents were out. Every action was clumsy, but filled with curiosity. Yukino-sensei, I'm here. The kitchen was a small annex connected to the main house, barely used, and embarrassingly understocked. Mitsuha, you're here. Yukari rushed out of the kitchen only to stop in surprise at the sight of the small girl standing beside Kyajuk, her eyes full of curiosity. Yatsuba came too? Her delighted expression froze for a second, then melted into an even warmer smile. This little one insisted on coming when she heard there'd be good food. I hope that's okay. She's even willing to help out. Kyajuk explained. Yukino-sensei, hello. Mimizu Yotsuba didn't argue with her sister. After all, today's Mitsuo was the good sister with her ponytail tied up neatly. Besides, she really had come along just for the food. Of course, she knew this stunningly beautiful outsider, Yukino-sensei. When Yukari first arrived in Itamari, she had visited their shrine to pay her respects. Back then, dressed in a mocha-colored blazer stretched slightly at the chest, a dark red ribbon tied neatly at her collar, and a plaid pleated skirt that hinted at her slender legs, Yukari had been mesmerizing. Both Yotsuba and Mitsuo had stared in awe, silently making a pact to grow into elegant women just like her. Welcome. Yukari said politely. Even though Yotsuba was just a child, Yukari still felt awkward. Shy as she was, she instinctively reverted to formal etiquette, offering a small bow to the young girl. Thank you for having me. Yotsuba responded just as formally, bowing back and holding out a small gift, a bag of snacks from her home. That's very kind of you, Yotsuba. Yukari accepted it with the same level of seriousness, bowing again. Watching the two of them exchange bows with such sincerity, Kyajuk couldn't help but laugh. Yotsuba shot him a fierce glare, her small face puffing up indignantly. Hee hee. Yukari, on the other hand, simply blushed, tucking a stray strand of short hair behind her ear in an attempt to hide her embarrassment. Do you need any help? Kyajuk asked, gesturing toward the kitchen. And, what exactly are you measuring so carefully? Salt. Yukari's already pale face turned an even deeper shade of pink, like a strawberry-flavored candy melting under the heat. She had no natural talent for cooking, nor did she have a functioning sense of taste, but she found confidence in strictly following recipes down to the gram. If she followed the instructions perfectly, at least the food wouldn't turn out inedible. If she were only cooking for herself, all she needed was a rice cooker. A pot of plain white rice, a few bites of chocolate, and a can of beer. That was her daily diet. Not because she particularly enjoyed the taste of rice, but because it provided the bare minimum energy to survive. The chocolate and beer? They were the only things she could still taste. That makes sense. Kyajuk nodded approvingly. It's actually a good approach. When I first started baking, I followed recipes exactly, step by step. Even if it wasn't as soulful as a master baker's work, at least it still tasted right. I'm really not confident in my cooking. Yukari admitted. I just hope I don't disappoint you. That won't happen. Yukino-sensei looks like someone who can make amazing food. Yotsuba declared with absolute confidence. Clearly, the person who believed in Yukari's cooking skills the most was Yotsuba. In her mind, anyone who treated her with respect like Yukari and Sayaka must be competent in everything they did. After all, they took her seriously. That alone made them trustworthy. Thank you, Yotsuba. Yukari smiled warmly. I'll do my best. If you don't need help in the kitchen, I'll get started outside. Kyajuk said. I'll help too. Yotsuba chimed in. There are some tools over there. Yukari pointed to a few shovels and hoes leaning against the side of the house. I borrowed them from one of the old ladies in town. Oh, right. I also brought an apple tree. We should plant it while we're at it. Yukari finally noticed the sapling resting against the wall, standing just over a meter tall. An apple tree? Yep. On the way here, we stopped by Uncle Jikuma's orchard, and Mitsuo bought it. Yotsuba explained. How much was it? I'll pay you back. Yukari said quickly. No need. Kyajuk shrugged. That old man refused to take any money. He had tried shoving cash into Jikuma's hands, but the old man had simply laughed, locked the door, and ignored him. It reminded Kyajuk of receiving New Year's money as a kid, except this time, he was the one trying to pay. Should I at least get him a gift in return? Yukari asked hesitantly, looking uneasy about the unspoken obligation. Don't worry about it. I'll handle it. Kyajuk assured her. With that, he hoisted the apple tree onto his shoulder and headed toward the tools, Yotsuba following close behind. The small plot of land designated for Yukari's vegetable garden was right next to the house, overgrown with weeds. Before planting anything, they'd have to clear it first. As Kyajuk glanced at Mitsuo's pale, delicate hands, a new thought crossed his mind. He had changed into workout clothes for easier movement, but once they started working up a sweat, then what? Chapter 138, 138. Is it really this hard just to stay alive? Hojo Kyajuk checked his phone for the best time to plant fruit trees. It seemed that now wasn't ideal, but he didn't really care. The climate in Itamari's mountainous region was different from other places. The person who had given him the sapling hadn't warned him otherwise, so it should be fine. After clearing a small patch of land, he dug a hole and planted the apple tree. Apples from the Hida Mountains, where Itamari was located, were famous. Hopefully, by next year, he'd be able to enjoy some fresh apples. Are you sure it's okay to plant it like this? Yotsuba asked skeptically, watching as her sister watered the young tree. Kyajuk already knew that the small vegetable patch behind the Mimizu house was mainly managed by Yotsuba, while Mitsuha merely helped out occasionally. Hearing Yotsuba's doubt made him a little nervous. But then he reminded himself, he had the Asian soul of a farmer. There was no way he would fail at something as simple as planting an apple tree. Of course. Next year might be a stretch, but the year after? Absolutely. You'll be able to eat apples straight off the tree, as fresh as it gets. Kyajuk declared confidently. Though Yotsuba still looked doubtful, she decided to drop the subject and went back to pulling weeds. Unlike Kyajuk, who was only half experienced, Yotsuba was much more experienced. By the time he finished planting the tree, she had already cleared another patch of land of the same size. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Yukino Yukari placed the last dish on the table before stepping outside to check on them. From her vantage point, she saw Mitsuha, her long ponytail swaying as she worked the hardened soil with a hoe, wearing black sportswear. Next to her, Yotsuba, in black shorts and a t-shirt, wore white gloves as she plucked weeds. Beads of sweat had already begun to form on her small face. Was it really okay to make a goddess do farm work? The thought crossed Yukari's mind, but then another followed. Perhaps this particular goddess presided over agriculture? Watching Mitsuha's sweat-slicked yet contented face, Yukari found her own thoughts spinning in different directions. Mitsuha, Yotsuba, it's time for lunch. She finally called after observing them for a minute. Finally. I'm starving. Yotsuba exclaimed, immediately dropping what she was doing. Let's go wash up and eat. Kyajuk said, wiping the sweat off his forehead with his gloved hand, smiling at Yotsuba. After a quick wash, the three of them entered the house, where Yukari had tidied up everything to perfection. So clean. Kyajuk sighed in satisfaction, appreciating the spotless room. He could never get used to the mess he often encountered whenever he switched bodies with Mitsuha. Out of respect, he always had to fight the urge to clean up after her. It's way cleaner than my sister's room. Yotsuba added. That's not me. Kyajuk protested immediately. He could take the blame for a lot of things, but not this. I know. Yukari chuckled, covering her mouth. She understood exactly what he meant, the real Mitsuha was the messy one. Not you? Yotsuba blinked in confusion. As they sat down at the dining table, they were greeted by a sumptuous meal, perfectly golden tempura, pan-seared fish of an unknown variety, stir-fried chicken with assorted vegetables, a fresh salad, and a hearty bowl of pork and vegetable soup. What stood out, however, was that Yukari's plate only had a small bowl of rice, no other food. Yukino-sensei, why didn't you prepare anything for yourself? Did you give us all your share? Yotsuba asked, chopsticks poised to dig into the food. No, I have my own reasons for not eating much. Yukari replied with a gentle smile. Really? I can share with you. Yotsuba offered sincerely. Thank you, Yotsuba, but there's extra in the kitchen. If you want more, I'll get you some. Yukari reassured her. Yotsuba's innocent kindness, like a warm spring breeze drifting through the house, made Yukari's mood even better. Alright, but make sure you eat too. Yotsuba finally dug into her long-awaited pan-seared fish. So good. She exclaimed, eyes turning into little sparkling dots of joy as she chewed. The fish was deboned, allowing her to eat it without worry. The ingredients were gifts from the townspeople. Yukari explained. They wanted to thank me for coming here to teach. Their generosity is hard to refuse. She took a bite of rice but barely chewed before swallowing and then quickly drank a large sip of water. Yukino-sensei, are you really okay? Kyajuk asked, watching the scene unfold. He recalled how Yukari had offered him chocolate several times before. He knew that, for some, chocolate was a convenient way to replenish energy when they didn't have time for a proper meal. Seeing her now, eating only rice, he wondered if she might be suffering from an eating disorder. I'm fine. Yukari said with a soft hum. Physically, she felt drained, but emotionally, she was happy just being here, watching him eat the food she had prepared. Kyajuk took a bite of the shrimp tempura. It was perfectly cooked, not something a novice who measured salt with a digital scale could pull off. She really had a good grasp of cooking. Sensei, have a bite too. Picking up a piece of asparagus tempura with a spare pair of chopsticks, Kyajuk held it out toward her. Yukari hesitated, startled. Seeing the perfectly golden batter encasing the fresh green asparagus, she quickly lifted her bowl, as if afraid he would place it inside. I'll pass. She murmured, her hesitant tone making her refusal sound even weaker, almost inviting insistence. Kyajuk didn't withdraw his chopsticks, but he also didn't force the food into her mouth. He simply held it there. Big sis, Stop forcing Yukino-sensei if she doesn't want to eat. Yotsuba chimed in. Alright, no need to rush. If something was wrong, he would find out in due time. Just as Kyajuk was about to retract his chopsticks and suddenly, Yukari leaned forward and bit into the entire piece of asparagus tempura, her face tinged with a shy blush. Feeling the slight pressure of her lips and teeth against his chopsticks, Kyajuk blinked in surprise, realizing what had just happened. He watched as she slowly chewed, her embarrassed face making the moment feel strangely intimate. At that moment, he knew something about Yukari was definitely off. Sensei, if it's too much, don't force yourself. Spit it out if you need to. Seeing Yukari struggling to chew, Kyajuk spoke up quickly. No. As she chewed, a burst of asparagus' fresh, plant-like aroma mixed with the crispy batter flooded her mouth. The frequency of her chewing increased, her movements becoming more deliberate and forceful. Was her sense of taste coming back? Food had long since lost its flavor for her, turning into something dry and repulsive like chewing on wood. But now, suddenly, it was allowing her to experience its true taste again. Even though the asparagus in her mouth had been thoroughly chewed into mush, she still hesitated to swallow. It had been so long since she could truly taste something, she wanted to savor it for just a little longer. Do you want more? Seeing the way her expression shifted from confusion to realization to pure enjoyment, Kyajuk lifted his plate and offered. I'll go get a bowl from the kitchen. Overcome by sudden joy, Yukari's fingers tightened around her chopsticks, the tips trembling slightly. She clearly wanted to reach out and grab another piece of tempura from his plate, but her shyness wouldn't allow her to. Setting down her utensils, she stood up from the tatami mat, gave Yotsuba a small bow as an apology for leaving, then quickly made her way out of the room. She slid open the door, stepped onto the wooden ngawa, slipped on her shoes, and hurried toward the kitchen. Sis, what's up with Yukino-sensei? Yotsuba had already finished her fish. The sauce had been incredibly delicious, and now she was seriously considering asking for seconds. Maybe she was just surprised by how good her own cooking turned out? Kyajuk said offhandedly, though he wasn't entirely sure himself. Wait. Does that mean we were just her test subjects? Yotsuba's small face filled with shock. She had always respected adults who took children seriously. Was that all just a lie? Ha, no, that's not it. Yotsuba, are you thinking about getting more fish? Saying this, Kyajuk picked up his untouched portion and placed it in front of her. But what about you, sis? If I eat it, what will you do? I'll just ask sensei for another serving. Okay, but why don't you act more formally around Yukino-sensei? That's so rude. Ha, because we're good friends. I mean, do regular students go over to their teachers' houses? Yeah, actually. In our class, Hakoto's mom is our language teacher, and we visit their house all the time for meals. And Shuko's sister is our music teacher, we always go to her place too. Yotsuba counted on her fingers as she listed off more and more examples. Alright, I get it. But anyway, Yukino-sensei and I are friends, so I can just act normally around her. You do the same with Sayaka, don't you? Kyajuk had momentarily forgotten that this was a small town with fewer than 10,000 people. Here, teachers and students were often also relatives, neighbors, or family friends. Then, since I'm here as a guest too, does that mean I can be friends with Yukino-sensei? Can I just call her Yukino? No, wait, her first name is Yukari, so should I call her that instead? Yotsuba, ever the sharp thinker, followed her logic precisely. You'd have to ask sensei about that. Alright, I'm heading to the kitchen. Do you want anything else? Yes. Another piece of grilled fish and more tempura. Haha, careful or you'll overeat. With a smile, Kyajuk ruffled the little girl's hair before picking up the empty plates and heading to the kitchen. The house followed traditional Japanese architecture, with an ngawa, an extended wooden veranda running along the outside. The overhanging eaves provided shade in the summer and warmth in the winter, making the house naturally comfortable year-round. It also served a functional purpose, preventing rain from being blown inside. Sitting on the sun-warmed ngawa, Kyajuk felt incredibly at ease. Maybe someday, when he had the money, he could buy a traditional house like this in Tokyo. Not long ago, he had been dreaming of owning a Western-style mansion like Hariri's family home. But now, this kind of residence seemed far more appealing. Arriving at the kitchen, what he saw left him momentarily stunned. He had expected to find Yukari sneaking extra bites of food. After all, she had taken quite a while to return. That was why he had decided to come check on her under the pretense of getting more food. Sensei? What's wrong? On the floor lay a half-eaten asparagus tempura, barely chewed. Yukari herself was crouched down, covering her mouth, dry heaving. Tears, not just saliva, were dripping onto the floor. Something wasn't right. Squatting beside her, Kyajuk hesitantly reached out and gently patted her back. Only then did he see it clearly: this woman, who had been so overjoyed just moments ago while eating, was now crying. "I still can't taste it." Her voice trembled as she choked back sobs. The pain of briefly regaining something precious, only to lose it again, was unbearable. The tears wouldn't stop. When she had excitedly rushed into the kitchen, she had grabbed a piece of eggplant tempura and eagerly bitten into it. No flavor. Nothing at all. With her sense of taste gone, the eggplant's once tender texture became slimy and nauseating. She had gagged and spat it out before she even realized what was happening. "I was wondering earlier. At first, I thought you might have an eating disorder. But it turns out you actually lost your sense of taste? Yet, back in the other room, you seem to really enjoy that asparagus." He paused. "Did something change? If you're comfortable, can you tell me about it?" Standing up, Kyajuk poured a glass of water and handed it to Yukari, gently helping her up as he spoke in a calm, reassuring voice. That warmth, that concern, it had been so long since someone had spoken to her like this. She wanted so badly to tell him everything, to pour out the painful truth she had been holding inside. But her frustratingly reserved nature held her back. She swallowed her words, lips trembling. "Is it something you can't tell me?" Kyajuk looked at her closely. Strands of black hair, damp with tears, clung to her pale skin like faint scars. Her long, thick eyelashes still held tiny, shimmering teardrops. Her usually gentle eyes were now filled with overwhelming sorrow, barely holding it back. She looked so heartbreakingly fragile. Before he realized it, he had stepped forward and pulled her into a gentle embrace. There was no ulterior motive, just a simple human desire to comfort someone who was hurting. "Can I really tell you about my awful past?" Yukino Yukari, her body cold and shaking, found herself wrapped in warmth. The sadness in her heart lessened ever so slightly. She turned her head slightly, and as she moved, another tear slid down her cheek. Because of the height difference, Hojo Kyajuk had to tilt his head slightly upward just to meet Yukari's gaze. "Of course you can. I'm Hojo Kyajuk, your friend. Just as you've kept my secrets, I will keep yours." He placed his left hand over Yukari's right hand, which was still gripping the cup. This time, he didn't wear the polite, customer service smile he often used when interacting with the town's elderly. Instead, his expression was calm, steady. As she stared into that unwavering gaze, listening to words that carried the force of an avalanche, a memory surfaced in Yukari's mind. She remembered the first time she had beer with chocolate. The cold bitterness of the beer had drained all warmth from her body, leaving her with an overwhelming fear that she was losing the very essence of being alive. Desperately, she had rushed into a convenience store, searching for something, anything, that could bring warmth back into her. But everything she laid eyes on was unappealing, nauseating even. It felt as if she were slowly dying. Then, in someone else's shopping basket, she spotted it, a bar of chocolate, something she rarely ate. The moment it touched her tongue, the familiar sweetness bloomed, cutting through the bitter aftertaste of the beer. Her taste buds, which had long been dormant, awakened in celebration, reminding her that she was still alive. The warmth returned to her body. She wouldn't have to die, alone and forgotten, in the cold indifference of the city. And now, in this moment, that same warmth returned not from chocolate, but from the presence of the boy in front of her. Hojo-kun. Yukari placed her left hand over his, holding on to that warmth. She didn't cry. Though she was revisiting a painful past, she had long since become accustomed to the hardships life threw at her. She wasn't strong, never had been. She lacked the courage to fight back against misfortune, the resilience to endure cruel gossip, or even the will to become stronger. Since childhood, she had been a frail, timid girl. And because of her accursed appearance, she had been the target of endless malice. All she could do was hide, run away, because what else was there? "What should I do, Hojo-kun? Why is it so damn hard just to live?" Her voice, so often soft and hesitant, suddenly erupted into a raw, desperate scream. Even after escaping to a secluded town like Itamori, the curse followed her, clinging to her like a shadow. Tears poured down her cheeks, but she didn't wipe them away. She simply stared at Hojo Kyajuk, letting them flow freely. So this is what she had been carrying all along? She wasn't just struggling, she was barely surviving. Every day was a battle just to exist. Kyaju's chest tightened. Yes, as long as you're alive, there's still hope. As long as you can eat, you can live. But what if food has no taste? He had never been picky about food, but he had always taken care to make his meals as delicious as possible. He couldn't even begin to imagine what it would be like if every bite was devoid of flavor. But looking at Yukari now, he could feel the sheer agony of it. Her suffering, born from her appearance and personality, wasn't something he could casually comment on. He couldn't even offer empty words of comfort, because that might sound like he was dismissing her pain. He couldn't expect everyone to be as strong as him, to throw punches at life when it hit them. And not everyone was lucky enough to meet someone who could pull them out of their despair. He gently took the cup from her trembling hands and set it aside. Then, without a word, he pulled her into an embrace. She was so light, so fragile that the slightest pull had her collapsing into him. His right hand rested on her back, his left stroking her hair. It's over now. The coolness of his tracksuit zipper pressed against her cheek, but the warmth of his voice made her press her face deeper into his chest. A small, broken sob escaped her lips. Kyajuk tightened his embrace. She wasn't weak. No, this wasn't the cry of a weak person. This was the cry of someone who had carried everything alone, who had endured too much for too long, until the weight became unbearable. For now you can cry now, he murmured, his voice as gentle as a lullaby. You're not alone anymore. Yukari's breath hitched. He knows. Hojo-kun understands. He truly understands me. She didn't say a word, but her sobs turned into deep, gut-wrenching wails like a wounded animal finally letting out all its pain. No one had ever seen this side of her before. She had never cried like this. Even though she was weak, even though she always ran away, she had never once cried over her misfortunes. Because she had no one to cry to. She had no close female friends. Even her mother, burdened by the endless complaints of their neighbors, had never offered comfort. She had never grown stronger from her suffering, only learned how to survive. Running away might be shameful, but it had kept her alive. Life is made up of countless pasts and presents. The gentle voice reached her ears, grounding her. She forced herself to stop crying and lifted her head. Tears blurred her vision, making Kyajuk's face hazy. Such beautiful eyes shouldn't be wasted on tears. He brushed the wetness from her cheeks, and the world became clearer. For the first time, she truly saw him, not just as Hojo Kyajuk, but as someone standing right here, in this moment, with her. And for a fleeting instant, she saw something else, a vision of a man, strikingly handsome yet cursed just like her, gazing at her with the same tenderness. His lips parted, his voice gentle, as if afraid to wake a sleeping child. If you stay trapped in the past, you won't be able to see the present. And if you can't see the present, you'll never reach the future. His voice was real. He was real. I see it. I see the present. I see you. But I still can't move forward. I don't have a future. She whispered. Every night, she feared the coming day. Every meal was a struggle to force down. She spent all her strength swallowing tasteless food, just to stay alive. Come on, Kyajuk said, gently pulling her to sit down. Let's try again. He picked up the plate of tempura she had left behind, still waiting for her. Yukari stared at the tempura Hojo had praised so highly, her dark eyes filled with apprehension. She couldn't understand why, even after learning everything, Hojo still wanted her to try eating again. Maybe food tastes better when I feed you? Kyajuk chuckled softly. When in doubt, run an experiment. Control all variables, and the one that changes must be the answer. Earlier, inside the house, Yukari had eaten with obvious enjoyment, but here in the kitchen, she couldn't taste a thing. Was it the location? No, judging by the simple chairs and table, she had probably been eating here alone for a long time. Was it the food? No, it all came from the same source, maybe even the same batch of asparagus, and was cooked by the same person. Was it the time of day? No, that wouldn't make sense. Tasting food couldn't just be a matter of luck, could it? That left only one variable, his hands. The last time she had tasted food properly, it had been when he fed her himself. Could that be the key? There was only one way to find out. Hojo-kun. Yukari watched as a piece of asparagus tempura, gripped between Hojo's chopsticks, moved slowly toward her. The nausea from earlier still lingered in her body, but even so, she made the decision, just like before, to be brave, for the sake of her god. She shut her eyes, leaned forward, and opened her mouth, biting down on the crispy tempura as if preparing to meet her fate. Her first instinct was to wince and chew quickly just to get it over with. But the moment her tongue met the asparagus, her eyes flew open. Thick lashes framed wide, astonished black irises. How? Well? Kyajuk asked. I can taste it. She swallowed hurriedly, the joy in her voice unmistakable. She wanted to savor the flavor she had finally regained, but excitement won out. Let's try another one, Kyajuk said with a grin, picking up a piece of eggplant tempura. Okay. Sitting on the small round stool, Yukino Yukari, who, at 162 centimeters, was every bit a grown woman in both body and appearance, suddenly resembled a child waiting eagerly to be fed. She looked at Kyajuk, her supposed god, with eyes full of anticipation. Could it be that Hojo wasn't a god of agriculture, but a god of food? Or maybe a wish-granting deity? Sunlight filtered through the broken bricks, casting dappled patterns across the kitchen. The gentle spring light, warm like cherry blossoms, illuminated the space, just like the food that had been placed into her mouth, blooming with flavor on her tongue, lighting up the path ahead. It has taste. Yukari, both fragile and strong, felt tears slip down her cheeks once more. She had shed more tears today than she had in years, but these were different. These were tears of joy. How about trying the fried fish next? Kyajuk pulled out Mitsua's handkerchief and gently wiped away her tears. He picked up a piece of the now cooled fried fish and held it up for her. Of course. Now that her tears had been wiped away, she didn't cry again. Instead, she beamed at Kyajuk's words, as if he were coaxing a child. Kyajuk carefully broke the fried fish into bite-sized pieces with his chopsticks and placed one in her mouth. It's delicious. Even though the fish had cooled, the sauce carried the fresh aroma of shiso and the rich nuttiness of peanuts, perfectly masking any lingering fishiness. All that remained was pure flavor. As she swallowed, Yukari's gaze drifted to the vegetable salad. A dish she had always dreaded was now something she found herself looking forward to. What are you doing? I already told you, if Yukino-sensei doesn't want to eat, you shouldn't force her. A voice full of frustration interrupted them. Both Kyajuk and Yukari turned their heads toward the doorway. Standing there, hands on her hips like a little adult, was a very annoyed Yotsuba. Yotsuba, it's not what you think. Yukari hurriedly tried to explain. Yukino-sensei, you don't have to cover for my idiot sister. She's just taking advantage of you because you're too nice. You were crying, and she still kept making you eat. That's just cruel. Yotsuba was fuming. She had heard Yukino-sensei crying and had wanted to rush over immediately, but she figured there were things about adults she didn't understand. So, she waited and listened instead. When the crying stopped, she finally decided to take a look only to find her foolish sister forcing a tear-streaked Yukino-sensei to eat. Unforgivable. But if the fried fish is so delicious, it wouldn't be fair if only the two of us got to enjoy it, right? Kyajuk countered smoothly. This is a dish Yukino-sensei made herself. Wouldn't it be strange if she, the cook, didn't get to taste it? Kyajuk had quickly realized something. Yotsuba loved reasoning things out. Maybe, as a child, she enjoyed being treated like an equal in discussions. That does make some sense. Yotsuba admitted, dropping her hands from her hips to rub her chin thoughtfully. But that still doesn't mean it's okay. Have you considered? Kyajuk asked, his tone playful, that maybe sensei actually wants to eat? Yotsuba blinked. Oh. That's right, Yukino-sensei came to the kitchen because she wanted to eat. Exactly, Yotsuba. I chose to eat. Mitsuo didn't force me. Yukari said with a smile. While Kyajuk and Yotsuba had been talking, she had discreetly wiped away the last traces of her tear-streaked face. Now, she had returned to her usual delicate yet beautiful appearance. Then why did you let her feed you? Yotsuba asked, zeroing in on the inconsistency. Yukari hesitated. Because food tastes better when I feed it to people. Kyajuk answered smoothly. Yotsuba narrowed her eyes, still skeptical. She walked into the kitchen and stopped in front of her sister. Then, without hesitation, she opened her mouth and let out a small, expectant ah. Kyajuk grinned at Yukari, then grabbed a different pair of chopsticks. He picked up another piece of fried fish and, much to Yukari's dismay, placed it into Yotsuba's mouth instead. It tastes the same. Yotsuba chewed for a moment, unimpressed. Unlike the others, she was used to eating cold food, so temperature didn't affect her perception much. You have to listen to the food. Kyajuk said solemnly. Didn't your grandma teach you that? The moment the words left his mouth, even he nearly burst out laughing. Listen to the food? Yotsuba furrowed her brows. But the fish was dead, wasn't it? Or was she supposed to talk to it while it was still alive? Maybe if she knew where it came from, she could understand its unique flavor better? Yes, exactly. Kyajuk replied, shooing her away with a plate full of tempura and fried fish. Now take your food and go eat, it's almost nap time. As Yotsuba left, Kyajuk turned back to Yukari with a smirk. Hojo-kun, you're terrible. Yukari had been covering her mouth tightly the entire time, trying to suppress her laughter. But the moment Yotsuba walked out of the room, she finally let it out. Unlike her usual soft chuckles, this time, it was bright and carefree, like a beam of sunlight breaking through the clouds, warming everything it touched. That wasn't being mean. Yotsuba actually enjoys this kind of thing. Kyajuk shrugged, then picked up the plate of unfinished grilled fish and turned to Yukari. Understanding his cue, Yukari opened her mouth obediently, making a cute sound. Her hands rested neatly on her slender thighs, and the scattered patches of sunlight on her skin made it almost impossible to tell where the light ended and she began. It was as if all the hunger she'd accumulated over the years of not tasting food had erupted at once. At first, she chewed slowly, savoring each bite. But soon, her pace quickened, so much so that Kyajuk struggled to keep up with her. "Sensei, I think that's enough," he finally said, glancing at her now slightly rounded belly, unsure if he should continue feeding her. "I'm full. But I still want to eat more." Yukari sighed contentedly, then noticed her own stomach. Her cheeks immediately flushed red, and she quickly averted her gaze from the remaining food, trying to resist temptation. "Sorry, Hojo-kun, you haven't even had your fill yet." Seeing him finally start eating, Yukari felt a pang of guilt. After all, the man had been working hard in the kitchen all morning and had only managed to eat a single piece of tempura so far. "I don't mind, but I think Mitsua's body might not be able to handle it." Kyajuk chuckled, half joking but also half serious. His body, at least, was durable enough to endure long stretches without food, but Mitsua's, not so much. "Ah." Yukari let out a small gasp, as if something had just dawned on her. "What is it?" Kyajuk asked between bites of grilled fish. The food, cooked in oil that wouldn't congeal when cold, still tasted good. "If Mitsua-san fed me instead of you, would I still be able to taste the food?" she asked hesitantly. But before he could respond, she frantically waved her hands. "Of course, I'm not asking you or Mitsua-san to feed me every day. I just suddenly thought of this and got curious." The moment the words "feed me" left her lips, Yukari's face turned as red as a ripe apple. If it was Kyajuk, she could still accept it. After all, in her mind, he was like a divine being who had blessed her with the ability to taste again. She had already decided that no matter what, she would repay him in the future. But Mitsua? The thought was too embarrassing to bear. Kyajuk set his chopsticks down, now facing the dilemma himself. To Yukari, everything he did seemed like a divine miracle. But Kyajuk wasn't sure if the reason behind her regained taste was his own presence or Mitsua's body, the same body that could trigger a supernatural body-swapping phenomenon. "I'll talk to her about it. The best thing to do is to test it out," he finally said. But what if the key factor wasn't Mitsua's body but himself? If it turned out that he was the only one who could make Yukari taste food, he would have to consider asking her to come to Tokyo. But could she handle it? Tokyo was a place full of painful memories for her. "All right." Yukari agreed immediately, relieved that Kyajuk had made a decision. She wasn't expecting him or Mitsua to feed her every day. Just knowing that she could occasionally taste food, even if only once a year, was enough to give her hope for the future. The last thing she wanted was for Kyajuk to feel burdened because of her. After finishing their meal, Yukari laid out a mat inside the house for Kyajuk and Yotsuba to rest on. Technically, people in Japan, whether in elementary school, high school, or even university, weren't in the habit of taking afternoon naps. Their school days ended early enough that they didn't really need them. But Kyajuk had carried over this habit from his past life, and he simply couldn't function in the afternoon without one. Why waste such a beautiful day sleeping? Yotsuba grumbled. She had just met a new friend, her beautiful Yukino-sensei, and wanted to spend more time getting to know her, maybe even reach the point where she could call her by her first name. "Kids who don't take naps won't grow tall," Kyajuk replied, already lying down. He had removed his sports jacket and, even though the weather was warm enough to sleep without a blanket, he still tucked himself in under a lightly scented one. "But none of my classmates take naps. And you didn't nap when you were in elementary school either, right? They're all going to stay short. Look at me, do I look tall?" Kyajuk retorted, eyes already closed. Yotsuba pouted, glancing at her sister, then at Yukari, who was smiling gently beside her. "I used to nap when I was little," Yukari added with a smile. "Fine. But I really want to take a bath first," Yotsuba grumbled, still reluctant. Chapter 139, 139. Is this still usable? While asleep, he looked just like a little kid. Yukari propped herself up on her right hand, lying on her side as she gazed at the peacefully sleeping Mimizu Mitsua. A gentle smile graced her lips as thoughts swirled in her mind. Between them lay Yotsuba, whose sleeping posture was far from graceful. The little girl had turned into a human windmill, her limbs pointing in all directions. One of her feet was even resting on Mimizu Mitsua's body. Seeing his previously serene face twitch slightly in discomfort, Yukari quickly reached out and gently moved Yotsuba's foot away, careful not to wake either of them. She had ended up lying here because of Yotsuba. "Yukino-sensei, you're so thin. It must be because you never take naps. Come sleep with us." With that, the little girl clung to Yukari's arm and pulled her down beside her. Faced with Yotsuba's eager expression and Kyaju's amused smile, making no effort to stop her, Yukari found herself unable to refuse. She simply let the girl hold on to her and drifted off to sleep. As she closed her eyes, the events of the morning replayed in her mind. Sharing food she had prepared with others, sleeping beside such an adorable child, these were experiences she hadn't had in years. No, perhaps she had never had them at all. Feeling Yotsuba's small hands unconsciously reaching out even in sleep, Yukari chuckled softly and carefully tucked the child's hand back under the blanket. Then, supporting herself slightly, she turned her gaze to Hojukyuk. Do gods need afternoon naps too? The thought flitted through her mind before she answered herself, of course. Right now, he was using a mortal body. Taking a nap was hardly unusual. If anything, it made him seem like a kind and considerate deity. After all, what else could he be? If not a god, then how could he have restored her ability to taste? How else could he read her deepest thoughts so effortlessly? For now you can cry. You're not alone anymore. Eyes as beautiful as yours shouldn't be used only for crying. If you stay trapped in the past, you won't be able to see the present, nor move toward the future. Those gentle words, ones she had never heard before, still echoed in her ears. And that warm, reassuring embrace, just remembering it made her smile. The golden sunlight bathed her skin, making everything feel vibrant. It wasn't just that food had regained its taste, the entire world seemed to have color again. The door that had always stood in her way, the chains that had held her back for so long, all felt looser now. For the first time in ages, she saw a future ahead of her, a path forward. She had the strength to move on once more. Just like Kyajuk had said, eyes as beautiful as yours shouldn't be used only for crying. And so, she would use them to look forward, to cherish the present, and to follow his guidance toward the future. For the first time, Yukari didn't dislike her own appearance. After all, it had been praised by her god. Maybe, just maybe he had chosen to bless her because he liked the way she looked? With that silly thought, Yukari cast one last glance at Kyajuk's sleeping face, smiled blissfully, and lay back down, taking Yotsuba's small hand in hers before closing her eyes once more. In her dream, the rainy day she had long buried deep in her memories resurfaced. A blurry figure became clear, her teacher, Hueco, standing there just as she remembered. Yukino, you've finally found someone to rely on. Hueco-sensei's smile was just like before, warm and nostalgic. Yukari felt herself returning to that younger version of herself, but something was different. The biting cold of the rain wasn't there. Instead, warmth surrounded her, as if the sun shone just for her. She wanted to turn around and find the source of that warmth, but seeing her beloved teacher again after so long, she couldn't bring herself to look away. Someone to rely on? Yukari murmured softly. Had she, who had always been alone, truly found such a person? See for yourself. The one holding an umbrella over you, keeping you dry. Hueco-sensei's smile remained as gentle as ever. But for the first time, Yukari felt no envy when looking at her kind, round face. She followed her teacher's gaze and turned around. Oh. There was no sun. It was Kyajuk, standing behind her, holding a transparent umbrella over her head, shielding her from the rain. Raindrops hit the umbrella, shattering, sliding down, but none touched her. And the warmth she felt? It came from the tall man standing behind her. On this rainy day, he was like a furnace, sharing his heat with her without hesitation. So this is what it feels like to have someone to rely on. It was so warm, as if with him there, she could go anywhere, overcome any challenge. How strange. Could one really see their god in a dream? She gazed at his face, handsome, almost divine. Wait, was this a dream? As soon as the thought surfaced, the world around her began to fade. The raindrops disappeared first, leaving behind a sky of brilliant blue. Then, her teacher's face blurred, fading away like mist. Yukino, live well. The warmth in her teacher's voice dissolved the last remnants of resentment she had once held. Yes, I will. I will live well, and I will keep moving forward. Because, I have someone to rely on now. She felt herself rising, drifting into the sky, as Kyajuk, still beneath the transparent umbrella, tilted his head up to watch her. His handsome face was illuminated by a radiant smile. Feeling his encouragement, his acceptance, Yukari opened her eyes. What a beautiful day, Yukino. Bathed in sunlight, her face was more breathtaking than ever. Yes. It really is. She gazed into his eyes, which reflected the blue sky and white clouds, and whispered back. That afternoon, Kyajuk decided not to let Yotsuba help him with work anymore. She was still just a child, letting her experience farm work was one thing, but he couldn't actually put her to labor like a boy. Instead, he made a call, summoning Teshigawara and Sayaka to join his workforce. Why am I spending such a beautiful weekend doing farm work? Sayaka grumbled as she diligently pulled out weeds, dressed in sportswear as Kyajuk had instructed. This land will be used to grow wheat. Once it's harvested, I'll grind it into flour and make little cakes. Kyajuk replied, working alongside Teshigawara to till the long-abandoned soil. It needed deep plowing before it could be used again. Fortunately, Teshigawara, being the heir of a construction company, had strength to spare. Cakes? Sayaka's complaints vanished in an instant as she looked up in excitement. Yep. Too bad Japan's climate isn't suited for growing coffee trees, or I'd plant some as well. But don't worry, I'll have Yukino-sensei help buy some coffee beans. As he spoke, Kyajuk pointed toward the empty plot in front of Yukauri's house. We can build a pavilion there and turn it into a cafe, surrounded by fruit trees and flowers. We could even set up a trellis and let grapevines and passion fruit climb all over it. Is that really something we can do? Sayaka, who had been lost in a beautiful daydream following Mitsua's words, suddenly snapped back to reality. Such a perfect future felt like a dream. Of course we can. In fact, I've had this idea for a while now. I'll bring the necessary wood and tools from home. Teshigawara stopped digging, wiped the sweat off his forehead with a towel hanging around his neck, and declared with absolute certainty. So Itamari is really going to have its own cafe? Sayaka exclaimed excitedly. Seeing the determination practically radiating from Sayaka's eyes, Kyajuk nodded. Even if they couldn't manage it themselves, he could always call in reinforcements from Tokyo. Surely, there had to be someone from his family's construction company who could help. After a while, Mimizu Mitsua was visibly exhausted. Kyajuk called the group over for a break, and Yukauri had already prepared barley tea for them. Hojo-kun, are you sure it's okay for me not to help? Because of Teshigawara's presence, Yukauri had thrown on a dark green jinbai over her usual short-sleeved takabana-colored t-shirt. The jinbai, a traditional Japanese garment with wide sleeves, resembled a hari in appearance. She knelt on the veranda, sitting on a round cushion. As she spoke, she slightly bowed and gracefully poured tea for Kyajuk. The amber-colored barley tea flowed smoothly from the teapot, forming a soft, rounded stream into his cup. Though it was just an ordinary barley tea, Yukauri's elegant movements made it feel like a rare delicacy, the kind only found in the finest Tokyo tea houses. It's fine. Look at Sayaka, she wouldn't rest even if we told her to. Kyajuk picked up the chilled tea and downed it in one go. The exhaustion from labor seemed to be washed away by the refreshing sweetness of the drink. Sayaka and the others had bought this tea from the supermarket earlier, and Yukino had enhanced it slightly before chilling it. I feel a bit guilty, though. Everyone else is working, and I'm just playing around with Yotsuba. Yukauri hesitated. Yukauri, just focus on taking care of yourself. When you're better, we can plant persimmon trees together. Yotsuba chimed in, her mouth full of the snacks she had gifted Yukauri that morning. Just moments ago, she had successfully befriended the beautiful Yukino-sensei to the point where she could now call her by her first name. That's right, Yukino-sensei. You're way too frail. You need to eat more. Sayaka, finally too exhausted to continue, came over to rest. Teshigawara, who had followed behind her, didn't say a word. He simply nodded at their literature teacher and silently drank his tea. As soon as Sayaka arrived, Yotsuba instantly abandoned her new friend Yukauri and dashed over to her side. Yukauri didn't feel the slightest bit left out. After all, Hojo-kun was still sitting right next to her. The afternoon sunlight was blocked by the eaves, casting cool shadows over the wide veranda. Barefoot, Yotsuba cheerfully ran back and forth between Yukauri and Sayaka, thoroughly enjoying herself. Sayaka held a bag of chips that Yotsuba had shared with her, gazing out at the empty courtyard, envisioning the cafe they had yet to build. Teshigawara leaned against a wooden pillar, dappled sunlight filtering through the leaves and casting patterns over his mud-streaked shoes. Kyajuk sat on the edge of the veranda, swinging his legs idly as the cool breeze from the raised foundation below swept through. Yukauri knelt on her cushion, a wooden tray before her, holding a glass pitcher filled with amber-colored barley tea. The gentle wind drifting through the house ruffled the strands of hair framing her forehead, but she never shifted her gaze. She simply watched him, quietly, serenely. The weather was perfect. The next day, Tokyo, Sendagi, a single apartment. Kyajuk opened his eyes. The three-layered curtains on the balcony were drawn properly, leaving the room in near darkness. Only the thin slivers of light sneaking through the gaps signaled that morning had already passed. Mitsua actually remembered to close the curtains. Feeling oddly comforted by this small progress, Kyajuk, who was never one to laze around in bed, surprisingly didn't get up right away. Instead, he reached for his phone, a bit nervous. He needed to check what had happened yesterday. First, the notes app. Went boating at Chidorigafuchi with Sakura, Shouko, and Noka. So beautiful, so much fun. Had a picnic at Chidorigafuchi Park with Sakura, Shouko, And Noka. So beautiful, so delicious. Went shopping at Maguro River with Sakura, Shoko, and Noka. So beautiful, so delicious. That was it? That was all? Kyajuk returned to the main notes menu, hoping to find more detailed food reviews. Given Mitsu's usual habits, even if she didn't write down everything that happened, she would at least document every single thing she ate, its appearance, taste, texture, and her impressions. But there was nothing. Just 3 simple, time-stamped lines. He checked the photo album next. There were plenty of pictures, group shots of the girls, selfies with them, full group photos. Wait, group photos? Who took these? Panicking slightly, he checked line. Oh, it was Onizuka who had taken the pictures. Then, he noticed a conversation with his mother in the chat list. She had sent a few photos from yesterday, along with an enthusiastic stream of compliments. The replies, clearly in Sakura's tone, reassured him. Ah, so Sakura must have taught her how to send those. Kyajuk had been wondering how Mitsue even knew to send pictures to his mom. After scrolling through his messages with the girls, he found their last few texts were all along the lines of, "Today was amazing. Let's go to the Cherry Blossom Festival again next year." How did she manage to avoid getting caught? Impossible. Sakura, at the very least, should have noticed something was off. Even Noka should have picked up on it. Staring at the normal, unremarkable messages, Kyajuk was in disbelief. But there was no time to dwell on it. Today was a school day, and he had to get moving. After his usual morning routine, shower, grabbing milk from the fridge, and pulling out some bread, he settled onto the sofa for breakfast. That's when he noticed a handwritten note on the table in Mitsu's handwriting. I ran into Akudra Miki at Maguro River last night, but I didn't recognize her. She seemed kind of mad. Sorry. Please go and apologize properly. Now that made sense. Reading the note, Kyajuk let out a relieved sigh. If nothing strange had happened, that would have been even weirder. Though the note said sorry. He didn't blame Mitsuo at all. She had done an incredible job. If he had to spend an entire day with Sakura and the others at the Cherry Blossom Festival. Just the thought sent a chill down his spine. He made a mental note about Akudra-senpai, finished his breakfast quickly, grabbed his phone and keys, and headed out. Before school, he had something important to take care of. The manga was finished. Now it was time to submit it. He had no idea how to go about it himself, but that was fine. Kisaki Teta would take care of it. As long as he printed it out and handed it over, Kisaki would surely put his sharp mind to work and ensure the manga reached the right people. Kyajuk had full confidence in the strategist he had chosen. He printed 5 copies, and stacked together, they looked as imposing as the piles of exam papers teachers handed out before summer break. By the time he arrived at school, checking his phone and printing had delayed him enough that it was nearly time for morning reading. The school gate was empty except for 2 discipline officers standing guard. Good morning, boss. If it had been anyone else strolling into school at this hour, those 2 would have smacked them with their bamboo swords without hesitation. But the person before them was their esteemed leader. After confirming no other students were around, the 2 immediately bowed at a perfect 90-degree angle in greeting. Kyajuk smiled and nodded, mentally noting their dedication. He decided to reward these 2 diligent students with some extra training during club activities later. Hard-working kids shouldn't slack off on their studies. Good morning, Hojo. Morning, Hojo-kun. As Kisaki greeted him, the rest of the class, initially engrossed in their studies, followed suit, warmly acknowledging his arrival. At the beginning of the semester, many had been intimidated by Hojo Kyajuk. After all, he had single-handedly taken down the ruling delinquent gang at Higashi High upon enrollment. But as time passed, they realized that the so-called handless demon, feared throughout Tokyo's high school scene, was surprisingly approachable. Naturally, their relationships grew more familiar. Kyajuk returned each greeting with a smile. You're late again today. What's up? Kisaki asked. This. Hojo Kyajuk said, pulling a thick stack of A4 printed manga pages from his bag. Manga? Kisaki instinctively reached out with one hand to take them. But as soon as he made contact, he almost sprained his wrist from the weight, hastily using both hands to steady the load. This much? Nah, just 5 copies. Kisaki Teta didn't immediately flip through the pages. He knew his boss must have something more to say. I need you to find some manga magazines for submissions. Why the sudden interest in drawing manga? Carefully setting the stack on the desk, Kisaki glanced at Kyajuk, awaiting an explanation. I need money. Kyajuk replied matter-of-factly. Didn't you just get paid 3 million yen for coaching 2 school kendo teams? You already spent it all? Kisaki asked in disbelief. He knew his boss had a big appetite, but this was absurd. Not all of it. But I have a lot of expenses. Kyajuk sighed. Though he had told Mitsuo to use his money freely, He noticed she had barely touched it. 3 million yen isn't enough? What exactly are you planning? Kisaki's excitement grew. Was his boss about to pull off something big? Well, a lot of things. For starters, Maki-san gave me a motorcycle, and I haven't even gotten him a proper return gift. That money isn't enough to cover it. Then there's my apartment, I plan to buy it outright. Plus, I want to purchase a traditional Japanese house in Tokyo. Hearing this, Kisaki's brows raised. Something like a Western-style mansion in Shido, Shibuya. Shido was one of the top 5 most expensive residential areas in Tokyo. Unlike other luxury districts, it was filled with Western-style mansions rather than modern high-rises. It was home to some of Japan's most elite residents. Not a mansion, I want a traditional-style Japanese house. Like a dojo. Something like that. You know those old houses are expensive and uncomfortable, right? You'd be better off getting a luxury apartment in Minato. Kisaki was serious. He had no doubts that his boss would eventually make enough to afford such extravagant purchases. In his eyes, if someone as exceptional as Kyajuk couldn't afford a nice home, then Japan as a country was truly doomed. But don't you think it'd be nice? Sitting on the Ingawa, gazing at a rock garden, listening to the sound of a shishi odashi? Kyajuk leaned in, a smirk on his face. Imagine it, cherry blossoms in spring, a sky full of stars in summer, a full moon in autumn, and fresh snowfall in winter. And at each of those moments, a cup of sake in hand. Buy it. But you better invite me over for drinks. All thoughts of inconvenience, like maintenance, extreme temperatures, and birds pooping everywhere vanished from Kisaki's mind. Instead, he turned his attention back to the manga in front of him. Kyajuk chuckled to himself. He knew it, Japanese people had an innate weakness for romanticized tradition. Unlike himself, a foreign soul who saw it all as exotic, Kisaki was the kind of guy who would sneak onto a rooftop at night to gaze at the stars and dream about the future. Wait. Maybe that wasn't so hidden after all. One Punch Man? Kisaki muttered the title under his breath. Morning reading had already started, but he was too captivated to bother opening his textbook. A hero for fun. Just like every other reader, he was instantly hooked by those words. A hero. Watching Saitama, an ordinary man, fight to the death against a monstrous crab just to protect a brat he didn't even like, Kisaki thought of Kyajuk. He thought of himself. He thought of Hanagaki Takamiki. So this is what it means to be a hero. To fight, even when you don't agree with the cause, simply because of your ideals. Kisaki's heart burned as he flipped through the pages. With overwhelming strength. My heart remains empty. At the end of the second chapter, he saw the glimmering bald head, the lonely silhouette of Saitama. The solitude of invincibility. What a profound concept. Is this why Boss never led the Angels of Chaos to conquer all of Tokyo's delinquent gangs? Believing that a creator's work reflects their inner world, Kisaki felt he had just gained a deeper understanding of his boss through this manga. There was no need to read further. A manga like this deserved to be published. No, if it wasn't published, it would be a crime against humanity. Boss, leave it to me. I'll stake my life on getting this manga published. Amidst the morning reading session, Kisaki Teta stood up with unwavering determination. Thus, his journey to evangelize One Punch Man had begun. The classroom, which had been filled with the quiet murmur of students reading, suddenly fell silent. Everyone exchanged glances, a brief moment of awkward silence settling in before the room erupted into lively chatter. Finally, Hanagaki, who was relatively close to Kyajuk, stepped forward as the group's representative and asked, Hojo,